Dr. Francine Hardaway, it's always a pleasure to see you. You get a fresh five starting now. What would you like to talk about?
I talk about what Howard said.
Please do.
And what Scott said in response to what Howard said. And I just want to say that we, the people, not the government. That's something we always have to remember. And Benjamin, we have to remember it about Islamic states too. That not necessarily are the people a reflection of the government. You get what you get in the government. You either elect it or you don't elect it, depending on what your political system is. But your government still doesn't necessarily reflect your visions or your desires or the way you would like to see yourself as people. And I've been, I don't know where you've traveled to, Benjamin, but I've been in, I'm going to say 45 countries. And I've seen, including India 4 times and China 4 times. And I've seen, and Malaysia. So there are a lot of these countries where I've actually been there. You know, the only thing that I can say is that in every country, no matter what the government, the people are pretty nice. But I've always been able to strike up relationships with, you know, real people, no matter what the religion of the country actually is. So I'm an optimist. I guess that's it. And that you didn't call me a liberal. I call myself a centrist.
Good shower.
Definitely not. Never mind. I'm not going to start that discussion. Thank you, everybody.
Just next, Doctor. Good morning. Welcome to the show. You have a fresh five starting now. What would you like to talk about, Doctor?
Thank you. Just really quick in response to Benjamin. The data shows otherwise. People escape tyranny, but when they come to this country, they gravitate toward their own. They build family businesses as opposed to becoming entrepreneurial in the sense that they're escaping their own culture. They do all kinds of things to actually find their own tribe, when they come to this country.
Absolutely, such as here in Los Angeles, we have Little Tokyo, and then we have the Armenian communities in Glendale. Absolutely, people gravitate towards their own truth.
So that's all I really wanted to say. I'm just waking up here in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Well, please go on and stay on stage, and when you wake up and have a fresh cup of coffee, maybe you'll want to talk in hour number 3. Let's go to, is it pronounced Daniela? Do I have that right, Daniela? Dianella. Good morning. Welcome to the show. What would you like to talk about, Dianella? I am glad that you took the plunge. Is this your first time on our stage? It is. You know what? It's a pleasure to have you because the show is better with you on stage than without you.
comfortable every day with the kind of discourse that people like Benjamin is saying in social media and in this app. I don't know what is his background, what is his religion, but
Very much appreciate that. Charles, Charles, you're next. You have a fresh five. What would you like to talk about?
I just wanted to respond to the prior speaker who suffers from American exceptionalism.
And who might have limited the prior speaker rule? Very good. No, it's okay.
Thank you. America is the biggest recipient of NATO budget, the only ones who use it. So that's the first thing. The second thing is America is Canada doesn't help or doesn't defend. We trained your Air Force for World War I and World War II. We were in both of those wars before you. We fought basically every single war that America's ever gone into, except Iraq or Afghanistan. What the fuck has America ever done for Canada? What fucking war has Canada started that we needed America? So this idea, right, that, Canada needs defense from America, you're the ones who are drifting off the rest of the world. You're the ones who are receiving funding from the entire world to start your bullshit wars. So Benjamin, all of your points are bullshit. You're misinformed.
Thank you. And before we go to a formal invite, I'd like to have
Wait,
Jason.
I get to respond to that.
Yes,
That was
you do at the appropriate time, which will be in a couple of minutes. Go on, you absolutely get to respond. Go on, and JCC, if you could unmute, please.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you, in regards to the show, and Benjamin, agree with him, you may disagree with him, but he drives content like no other niece or nephew. Am I off the rails?
No, I agree. He does bring content. You're right.
Wow. That is some exciting content. It's so controversial. We're living on the edge, ladies and gentlemen. We're living on the edge of YouTube community guidelines.
You are going to get to the mod squad. You want to come up, but you don't know what you want to talk about. We call this the best 2 minutes on Clubhouse.
Tonight, breaking news what President Trump is now saying about the war in Iran and about gas prices in the U.S. Also breaking tonight, the airline here in the U.S. reportedly set to shut down, and the alarming images tonight of a nun being attacked. First tonight, President Trump says he does not need congressional approval to continue the conflict with Iran, declaring hostilities with Iran have been, quote, terminated.
Wow.
The Strait of Hormuz remains closed, gas prices soaring, and the president late today saying the options Iran agrees to a deal or will blast the hell out of them. Gas prices surging across the U.S. again tonight, the national average now at $4.44 a gallon. How much are American drivers paying to fill up their tank, and what it could cost by Memorial Day? Tonight's report airlines is about to shut down. What are passengers to do? Did the government effort to save the airline collapse? Tonight, the deadly bank robbery. 2 people killed, including a bank teller. Police chasing an 18-year-old suspect. Schools on lockdown. Police turning to images on social media, including this image of an alien holding a fan of $100 bills posted after the robbery. Tonight, a disturbing video showing a nun attacked on the street, shoved from behind and knocked down. The suspect then kicking her while she's on the ground. Tonight, chilling new images of the suspect accused of the alleged assassination attempt of the president. The suspect heading into a doorway, an alert canine appearing to sense something seconds before the suspect sprinted through security. And the video tonight showing him casing the hotel hours before the attack. Tonight, inside Cuba, the massive May Day demonstrations as President Trump increases pressure with new sanctions against the Cuban government. Gas now costing up to $40 a gallon there. What are the Cuban people saying? Matt Rivers in Cuba tonight. Here in New York City, news tonight on that deadly home explosion as the NYPD was answering the call. Officers thrown from the front door. There is a major
Just 2 to 6 months.
plane crash in Texas. The images coming in, 5 people dead. Tonight, the images of a suspect attempting a daring escape from police, dangling from underneath this bridge. The big news tonight involving those famous eaglets. Many answering the call to help save them. Tonight, the
Fucking
decision
moron.
is in.
Jesus
New names
Christ.
taking flight.
And if you're in the
That's
audience
leadership.
and would like to come up, we encourage you to do so. We'll get to Benjamin in a couple of minutes. For those of you that didn't hear yesterday, thousands of Americans across the country took part in a coordinated, quote, no work, no school, no shopping, close quote, protest on May Day, marking one of the largest labor demonstrations targeting wealth inequality, labor rights, and
Jesus Christ, that's leadership. Eliminate the text for every fucking moron.
protests in corporate headquarters, rallies in major cities, and even school closures in some districts due to teacher participation. Organizers say this is just the beginning, with long-term plans aimed at building momentum towards a nationwide general strike. We'll go to the Mod Squad, and then, as promised, Benjamin. JCC, thank you for doing the heavy lifting. Would you like to contribute at this time, or are you good?
Yeah, I'm pretty good, but I just want to say, yeah, that's why that dude climbed that bridge in D.C. yesterday. It was the May Day strike.
Thank you. Alfonso, who's normally with his family. Alfonso, would you like to contribute at this time, or are you good? Alfonso, once, twice, 3 times. He's with the fan back. Give him a hug and a kiss on the cheek from their Uncle Steve. Violet, would you like to contribute at this time, or are you good?
Well, one of the other things I've been thinking about recently is the impact of social media, not so much on a societal level, but on people's personal lives. Like, I was thinking about it because when I share stuff on Facebook and or Instagram, I know it's not appearing very high in my friends' feeds. You know, it's going to be like 200 down because I'm not playing the engagement game with Facebook and Instagram. I'm not posting 3 times a day. I'm not commenting, liking or disliking 500 comments. So the algorithms are saying, oh, well, you know, you're not being a good girl and participating like we want you to. So we're going to put you low on people's feeds. And I mean, I don't know about others, but as somebody who's not trying to be a creator or make their living on social media platforms, I just want to share pictures with my friends or like little songs or links or whatever. And I know that they're not seeing it a lot of the time. Even the ones that use their Facebook regularly. And then, you know, there's a percentage of your friends who don't use the Facebook regularly or whatever. But those algorithms drive me crazy to use it on a personal level, and I kind of wonder if other people feel that way too. Because it's one thing if you're trying to make your living that way to have a certain amount of engagement. I mean, you have to put in the work in your job to make money. I understand that. But as somebody who just wants to share a little something with friends and they're never going to see it because, like I said, the Facebook or Instagram algorithms have decided that I'm, you know, not playing along, it drives me crazy. Like I said, I was just wondering if other people feel that way on a personal level when it's not meant to be a promotion for their business or their podcast or whatever else, that they get like no responses to their posts because it's not playing along with the system.
Thank you, Violet. And last but not least for the Mod Squad is Reverend Scott. Reverend Scott, would you like to contribute at this time, or are you good? Reverend Scott, once, twice, 3 times. Okay. We'll go to Benjamin. Oh, okay, very good. Thank you very much. Shayna is new on stage, but before we go to Shayna, as promised, Benjamin. Benjamin, you get a fresh 5.
Well, I'm going to donate all 5 minutes to a young woman named Noor Al-Maleki. Now, your audience, because they're Kamala voters,
are kept in this ignorant box where they don't know about Nor Hamaleki. And bless their hearts, people who think that it's just so great to go to other countries and just not know what's going on in those countries. So I just want to read for 60 seconds about Nor al-Maliki. Link is in the way. People who say that I only bring bullshit, I also bring receipts.
So thank you very much. As a reminder, we do have a 60-second read rule here, which is still in effect. So anybody can read for maximum 60 seconds.
Growing up, Amaleki was expected to cook, clean, and help take care of younger siblings. Following this, Amaleki began to move in and out. The father disapproved of her non-Muslim style of dress. Her father sent her to Iraq to marry an older cousin, but she flew back to Arizona in 2008 and began dating someone of her own choosing. On October 20, 2009, Amaleki was assisting her boyfriend's mother with translation at an office of the Arizona Department of Economic Security in Peoria. Outside the office, her father, Falel, struck them with his vehicle, causing a brain bleed, partial paralysis, and other injuries in the case of Amaleki. Then slipped into a collision, injured her boyfriend's mother, including fracturing her pelvis. Falel did not stop and render aid, nor did he call for help. Following the damage, doctors performed surgery, and to make a long story short, she contracted an illness and died. Now, Amaleki is just one of about 5,000 women who are killed every year in honor killings. And these honor killings, link is in the description, happen in countries as varied as Bangladesh, Brazil, Canada, Ecuador, Egypt, India, Iran, Iraq, Israel, Italy, Jordan, Morocco, Pakistan, Sweden, Syria, Turkey, Uganda, United Kingdom, and the United States. Now, these are almost all associated with certain Middle Eastern ideologies and religions. And the point is, they don't stay there. When they come to the United States, they bring this ideology of honor killing with them. And women are largely the targets of Islamic honor killings. And when you're Kamala Harris and vote for women, people like Dr. Francine, who think that they're supporting women's rights when they support Islam, they're just so profoundly ignorant and misguided. When you support Islam, you are supporting violence towards women. And you need to understand what you're doing. And you need to stop doing that thing that you're doing, because it's a bad thing that you're doing when you support Islam. So stop, please, in the name. If you're not going to stop for me, would you please consider stopping for Noor al-Maliki, who was 20 years old, living in Phoenix, who was killed by her father in the United States in an honor killing. Please, for her sake, will you stop your stupidity and your evil violence towards women in the name of Islam? Thank you so much.
You're welcome. David is new on stage. If you're in the audience and you want to come up, please raise your hand, talk about anything you want. Let's go to Shayna. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. You have a fresh 5. What would you like to talk about?
Hi, Steve. It's Shama.
Shama, I'm so sorry. My reading glasses are in the other room. What would you like to talk about?
So tomorrow I have a session that I'm attending on abuse sexuality in India. So I was just doing some reading on it, and I was just curious to understand the American culture and American people. I know this is not just a room with people from USA, but just
yes, we have people all over the world in this room. Yes.
Yeah. So I was kind of curious about understanding the American outlook towards teenagers dating, and more importantly, teenage sexuality, because from the country that I'm from, it's still a taboo topic that has a lot of nuance. It's not as black and white as teenagers should not date, and it's not like let's push them all to have sex when they are in their teens. It's not as black and white as that.
Well, wait a minute.
It's
Are
not.
you wait? Are you saying that dating means sex? Can't you date without having sex? Or
Yeah,
when
well,
you
of
date,
course
that
you can.
automatically means you're encouraging sex?
No, not at all. Not at all like that. So that is why I wanted to understand what does teenage dating in America mean?
All right. Well, tell you what.
And
Hold on.
what
Hold
is
on a
this
second.
teen
Stop. What does teenage dating in the America mean? Fair. Is that was the question you asked, correct?
Yeah, more or
Oh,
less.
all right. Okay. Go on mute, and we'll ask the Mod Squad. JCC. What does teenage dating in America mean? JCC.
Oh, it varies from household to household, right? However, it does not necessarily encourage sex. It just encourages a relationship building experience with these young teens, and I highly encourage it because it's a good stepping stone to being social in society. And if you are obligating your teen in protecting sexual activity, and that would be the safe way to do it. And definitely do not educate your child to not force the other, and for the other not to
using an
be
answer
forced. That's
critique
very important, and to be
versus
yourself,
propaganda in some others like the state.
and not to give in to something you're not wanting to do.
But
And definitely protection.
Alfonso, you maybe with the fam bam. Alfonso, are you there? Going once, going twice. Let's go to Violet. And Violet, I think you have a one or two teenage daughters, don't you?
Yeah, 16 and nearly 13 respectively.
There you go. What does teenage dating in America mean to you?
Well, I mean, my oldest daughter has a boyfriend, and what that means at the moment is, they like hold hands in the hall, walking down the hall in high school, and they go kind of on group dates. I mean, it's a group of friends. The other people aren't necessarily couples. They just all hang out together. So, I mean, at the moment, the example I have of a teenage relationship seems to be kind of affectionate, friendly. As far as like talking about dating, JCC was right. It varies a lot from household to household. I mean, you have some people who just don't want their kids to have any kind of romantic, quote unquote, thing until they're above 16 or whatever it is. But in my case, I mean, I started talking to my girls about dating and relationships, around the age of 12, talking about how sharing communication and a relationship is very important to. I'm sorry, I'm like trying to recall what I said to them, and I'm getting screwed up in my mind. But basically, that it wasn't just about what feels good. That you don't just plunge into physical relations. You need to get to know them first. Was my instruction. And then I did have I am not encouraging you to have sex, but if you choose to do so, I want you to talk to me about getting birth control. And I spoke to them of all the options available because you can't stop them per se. And this is actually a repeat of what my mother did in my case. She told me, like, when I was 13, just let me know. When I lost my virginity to my high school sweetheart at 16, I went to my mother. I told her, we've decided to start doing this. I need you to take me to the doctor. And she did without saying anything or any judgment. And that's what I would do if one of my daughters approached me, at least on the outside. On the inside, I'd probably be like, panicking and needing straight jack.
Reverend Scott, would you like to answer
Yeah,
that? What does teenage
I think what we're doing with teenagers is we're evolving them earlier. So I think Violet is largely on on the nose, but I think they're getting educated quickly on intimacy, on sex, and I think we'll have to deal with that. Like we're getting a younger population that's getting older quickly, and I don't know what we do with that. I mean, but it's going to have social ramifications that I don't see, and I'm not a conservative, right? But I think we've got to put some brakes on something. I don't know where we put it, but that's what I would say.
And for me, both of my children are in their 30s, but I distinctly remember I have a son and a daughter. I specifically endorsed any time they asked a question about anything, I would never respond by saying, "You're not old enough to have that discussion." I answered any question that they had to what I believed was their best level of understanding. And also, when my son brought home a girl or my daughter brought home a boy and they wanted to go in their bedroom, I said, "Hey, no problem. You stay in your bedroom as long as you want, as long as the door is open. You are not allowed to close the door, but you can stay in your bedroom as long as you want." There you go, Shayna. I know I'm mispronouncing it. I'm sorry.
Shayma. I want to add something. I want to
JCC.
just real quick to what Scott said. I think that the progress of relationship as teens are having today was very similar to my time and not far off to my parents' time, right? The relationship was the same. There was teens having sex in the 50s, teens having sex in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and currently today. I don't think anything has progressed any further. Now, their access to data, that's a lot easier. However, teens are going to do what teens are going to do. We don't need social media to educate teens. They already know what the hell to do. It's not that.
Yeah, because I figured if they didn't get the correct information from me, they were going to get the incorrect information from the street. Shayma, you want another minute or two to follow up? Good topic. Shayma. Yeah.
I think there are a lot of similarities in the way Indian culture and American culture look at dating in terms of it's important that kids explore relationships, but there's also this India is a lot more conservative than what the American culture is like. So it again depends on which section of society you're coming from. So some from certain sections of society might be certain teens might do date and again with the implicit instruction that the parents are not okay with them having sex, but they are hanging out together. But that is what I was kind of wanting to understand that what is America's take on teens having sex. So I mean a basic of what you guys are trying to say. So yeah.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let's go to Jim East.
Transition. So I appreciate the opportunity. First, most of my peer group does what you did and says you can be in the bedroom, the door has to stay open. So to me, that of the progressive parents that I know, that's the most popular way of dealing with that. Now, my nephew, on the other hand, that's 16 years younger than me, he would go out with groups. And I think that was a trend. I don't know, it sounds like it might still be like there's less pressure, but I could also see that if everybody else in the group has done it and you haven't, or you and your city and the other haven't, then there might be some pressure there. But I honestly think, and he's not on the platform, so I know I'm not going to embarrass him by saying, but I believe my nephew is most likely the version when he got married. But our movies, our media, a lot of it, shows a lot of activity and can add pressure to that. But So she asked a big question about America. You have to realize that we're a big picture of the world. We have the most conservative of any faith you can imagine here in the United States, and we have the most liberal, free love people in the world in the U.S. here, and then we have a bunch of us that are in the middle. So the U.S. is big. So to add from a social science background of mine, both bachelor's and master's level, I'll just tell you that I've seen both, but Steve's seems to be what I've experienced with parents and with kids the most popular. Yes, you can spend time in the bedroom, but that door better be open. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. Thank you. If you're in the audience and you'd like to come up and talk about anything, you're encouraged to do so. Would anybody on stage like to, who was not commented already, comment on teenage dating? Just unmute and say your first name. We were hearing this last part. I asked GPT, what do you think about teenage dating? This is what Chat GPT told me. Teenage dating is one of those things that can be healthy, messy, formative, and confusing all at the same time. It's not inherently good or bad. It depends a lot on how it's approached and the level of maturity involved. On the positive side, dating as a teenager can help people learn important life skills early, how to communicate, set boundaries, handle rejection, and understand their own values. Those lessons tend to carry into adulthood in a meaningful way. It can also be a normal part of social development, especially as teens start figuring out identity and relationships. That said, there are real downsides if it's not handled well. Emotions at that age can be intense, and not everyone has the tools yet to deal with the heartbreak, jealousy, or pressure. It can also distract from school, friendships, or personal growth if it becomes all-consuming. In some cases, there can be unhealthy dynamics like controlling behavior or peer pressure that teens might not recognize right away. The biggest factor is guidance and balance. Teens tend to do better when there's open communication with parents or trusted adults, clear boundaries, and a focus on respect, both for themselves and the other person. And that's ChatGPT's answer. So there you have that. We've got a break coming up in under 10 minutes. Would anybody on stage like to talk about anything? Just unmute and say your first name. Yes, Jim, go ahead, please. That would be Benjamin, yes.
And you look at the Declaration of Independence and all those things that talk about freedom of religion and all those things, there are peaceful people. Now, yes, there are some cultures that come here and recreate what they got away from, and that's humanity. People sometimes make mistakes. I'll agree with that. There's parts of Miami that are little Havana, and you're like, why? Or little Haiti, you're like, why? What did you do? What were you thinking? And yes, a lot of family businesses. You have to kind of figure, especially if you look at Old West movies, when people came from other places, they were the stranger, they were the other, they weren't always welcome. So the only way they could make a buck is to do their own family business. So I'm just going to close by saying, I think that the extremes, the zealots of any faith or any belief system that we've got to be aware of. But to totally knock a faith, I don't get it. And also, Kamala was raised as a Christian. From what I understand, she went to church regularly with family. But anyway, not just this whole don't support Islam as a whole. I've met some really wonderful people that have different belief systems, and that doesn't bother me. It's their belief system. They respect me. I respect them. I'm not trying to convert anybody. They're not trying to convert me. So I'm landing.
We have what I believe is a new Sam on stage, who's also new on Clubhouse. I see the party hat. Sam, welcome to the stage. It's a pleasure to have you here. What would you like to talk about? Sam, going once. Sam, there you go. Hi. We cannot hear you, Sam.
Sam doesn't understand. I'd like to respond to that comment.
You can in a moment. Let's see if we can hear Sam. Thank you. Benjamin, go on mute, please. Thank you. Sam, you unmuted. You may have to exit out and come back in, but we can try you. Sam going once. Sam going twice. Okay, Sam is having some technical difficulties. Benjamin, let's see. No, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and have you respond. Take 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I get that everybody wants to be inclusive and turn a blind eye to people's ideology, but the honest truth is people who say this don't mean it. They're lying to your Nazi friends. You just ignore the fact that they're Nazis. Would you be comfortable sitting next to a Nazi? Ask these same questions, right? And the answer is, oh no, my God, I would never sit next to I'd never have a friend who's a Nazi. And that's how you can diagnose them. You just have to kind of it's very simple. It takes about 4.5 minutes, maybe 2, if you're as smart as I am. But for people who have undiagnosed ideology, confusion disorder, this is helpful diagnosis. Hi, Jane. Helpful diagnosis. But look, Islam is an ideology which mostly can be thought of as a systematic violence towards women. And if you need the evidence, the numbers, the female genital mutilation statistics, I can help you with all of this. I can Google for you if your Googler is broken. But if you just think you can sit next to somebody who is promoting Islam like Kamala Harris does, like Mamdani, who swore himself in on a stack of Qurans, does, and not understand that what you're supporting is a system of violence towards women, then you are just you're just kind of like an intellectual turd. So to speak.
All right, you have made your point perfectly clear. Thank you. Let's try. Let's. I said 3 minutes. You'll have a fresh 5 in hour number 3. Let's try Sam again. Sam, are you there? Sam going once. Sam going twice. Sam soulful. Give Sam one more chance in hour number 3. Let's go to Jane, who's new on stage. Jane, good morning. It's a pleasure to see you on stage. What would you like to talk about, Jane?
I'm good for now, Steve. Just listening.
Oh, you got it. Okay, cool. Well, let's see. We were talking about yes.
I wanted to say real quick. I don't know why this is bugging me so much, but I did not vote for Kamala Harris. I voted for Jill Stein of the Green Party. It's driving me crazy that Ben keeps calling me Kamala Harris.
Wait a minute, I didn't hear him reference you once. Did I miss it?
No, well, not personally, but he kept saying, I know everybody on stage voted for Kamala, or whatever. These are all Kamala
voters. I didn't hear him say
that
one
either.
I didn't hear him say that.
Okay, well, I just wish to declare that I voted for Jill Stein since, you're
and I voted for the Libertarian candidate, whoever the hell that was.
That's point, though. I mean, I think his point is these are pluralist votes, right? And what his point is that the pluralist sort of multicultural vote leads to a liberal lens. I think that's fair, right? I don't know that it's right, but I think that's the point he's making. That
I gotta tell you, I think Benjamin's modus operandi, and I very well could be wrong, is a mixture of truth, satire, and stirring the pot. Like I said, he's a great content creator. I absolutely don't agree with everything that he says, but it gives me great pause to think about things. It also adds content to the show, and that's what I think.
But Steve, isn't he saying, what he's saying is that
Yes.
if you go this pluralistic, multicultural voting tendency, what you're going to get is cultural chaos.
Isn't he also saying that if you don't agree with him, you're an idiot in so many words?
I don't know that he's saying that, but
okay.
But I think he might not be wrong at this point. I mean, which I'm not in agreement with him. I think I'd rather go down.
So 75 million voters are idiots. It's because they voted for Aaron.
Well, of course, we could all be idiots. But I think what he's saying is that if you want a liberal democracy, you have to police it intellectually. And what he's saying is that we've gone down some roads that are unhealthy for the liberal establishment. And yeah, I mean, I think he's not wrong.
Well, I'll give you this, and then we'll take the break. I don't think the extreme on any side is healthy. The extreme on either side, in my humble opinion, is a bunch of mishigash, and that's not how you win elections either. You win elections by coming as close to the center as possible. Most elections are won by 5%. 5% of the undecideds. And as if you're at the extreme of either side, it becomes more difficult to win an election. And with that, we are done. 2 hours in the tank, 1 hour left. I will be back at the end of the break to host all of hour number 3. So don't go away. And when we did a lot of talk about dating, and so let's hear some more from Taylor Tomlinson about the truth about dating.
And this one's available if he just talks and talks and talks. You fall asleep eventually. This bit right here. Wow, okay. That was fun. We all stepped into divorce. Wasn't that a good time? That's the first time that's happened when I asked that question. Never done the tour. Never got one of those. Take this boring piece of shit home. Alright, this last one. What do you got? You eavesdrop on somebody's phone conversation from the other room. You listen to your mom talk to your grandma. Did you miss the whole part where I said I am alone? Have you tried falling asleep to the sound of people who love you in the other room? I would that I could! Okay, well, those hurt my feelings. I'm gonna tell you the best one I've heard on this tour. That's one I heard on this tour. It was a few months ago. There was a woman in the front row. She raised her hand. She goes, I have weird sleep type. I said, what do you got? She goes, when I can't sleep, I lay on the floor in the kitchen for 10 minutes. And I was like, okay. And then what happens? She goes, then I get back in bed, I go sleep. This poor girl, abusive parents herself. She's like, oh, you can with the guy she's dating. I was like, really? She goes, yeah, would you ever have a threesome? I was like, oh my god, no. I don't want to hang out with 2 other people. I've never been in the middle seat on a flight fighting for an armrest like we were all naked out. I don't extrovert again. I dated an extrovert once. We moved in together. The first week we lived together, he's like, hey, what if we had some people over? I was like, look, if you don't want to be with me, just say so. You want to have people over? Over what? My dead body? If you're an extrovert and you're in love with an introvert, you gotta understand, asking us to invite people over is like asking us to do anal. Watch our face change. Like, I'm sorry, is it your birthday? Seems like a big ask for a random Tuesday. I live alone now. It's incredible. I fall asleep in the middle of the bed like a boy king, just like with that Joffrey. It's fantastic. I eat all the food I buy. Every grocery I buy goes in here, it goes back. That's a coward, you see. If I clog the toilet at home, I don't have to deal with this right away. That's freedom, you see. When I lived with a man I was attracted to, I was just like, no, please, toilet, don't tell him I'm a human woman. I beg of you. Take my dark secrets to your watery grave. Remember our bargain. Now I'm like, you are toilet, that's what lids are for. You want to see the sky? Want to share your point of view? And a little about what's bothering you. Question that's on your mind. Be bold, brave, courageous. Come on up and get you fresh fire. What does that mean? Well, listen up. Have a take, just don't suck. Be respectful, make your point and reason away. Come on up.
And welcome to hour number 3 of Ask the Steve the Mod Squad. If you're here for the first time, this is how the show works. Unlike other clubhouse rooms, we encourage everybody, especially the new speakers, and that means you, to be bold, brave, courageous. Raise your hand, come on up, and you can talk about whatever you want. We never ever put a restriction on content. You can talk about current events, politics, God, religion, atheism, what's going on in your life, what's going on in my life. Maybe you like the show, maybe you don't like the show. Maybe you have a question to help you, maybe you have a statement to help me. Just have a take and don't suck. What does that mean? Be able to put 2 sentences together, folks. It doesn't matter if we agree, disagree, if we like or don't like you, but just don't come up and say you think the earth is flat, because I will stop you on a dime and I will grill your ass. And so with that, let's go to JCC. JCC, good morning. Yo. Thank you for doing the heavy lifting. Do you have any plans for this weekend?
Yeah, man, it's a busy weekend. We got a recital. My daughter's performing at 1 o'clock, 2 p.m. today, Central Standard Time, and then prom night, folks, 2026 prom. I'm helping her right now. I did an errand. I went out with some black ribbons. She's making her own corsage, so I'm highly involved in her activity. I'm going to take pictures of her and her boyfriend at either a Japanese tea garden or a local museum here that has a very nice landscape area. So yeah, busy.
Home by a certain time.
Yeah, I'm pretty flexible. She has like a 1 a.m. curfew where we're at.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you for that. Let's see if Alfonso, he's been with the Fam Bam pretty much all show. Alfonso, are you there? Going once, twice, 3 times. There you go. Alfonso, good morning. Thank you for doing the heavy lifting. Would you like a fresh 5, or would you like to talk about what's going on this weekend or anything else?
No, I'm busy with my kids, so I won't be able to chime in much.
You got it. No problem at all. Let's go to Violet. Violet, is it prom night where you are?
Not for my girls, but it's date night for me.
There you go. Well, what are you doing this weekend for date night?
Tonight, my husband and I are going to go to a place in our area called The Works. It's kind of a grown-up arcade with like skee-ball and 10-pin bowling and our old-style arcade games, but it's a bar. And they're having a cover band tonight. I forget their name, but they cover like 90s alternative. So, it's kind of like if my husband and I had dated in high school, this was the kind of concert we would have gone to. So,
Exactly.
we're meeting, I got several other couples, high school friends of his, actually. So it's kind of a group occasion. And, I'm trying to decide whether I want to go with a skirt and my knee-high boots because I want to look cute,
Yes.
or actually be comfortable and warm in pants and a cute t-shirt or a cute sweater.
Right. Exactly. Now, how many other couples are you going with?
I believe two. There might be three others, but the third couple, their schedules seemed really, they weren't sure.
Right.
So.
And I presume you guys are meeting around dinner time or so?
Yeah, we're gonna eat. They serve food there too, so we're gonna meet around 7 and eat, and the show's supposed to start around 9. And yeah, we're gonna. They have really good food there too.
Yeah. Now I'm assuming because it's kind of like a bar grill entertainment thing, you guys are going to do separate checks for each couples. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Good decision.
Yeah. So we're gonna have a good time. I can actually still play skee ball to a degree. I mean, I can't really aim, but I can roll the ball up that little alley. And the last time I did it, I actually managed to hit like the high score thing like 4 times. So I got like 500 tickets for my daughters to exchange at the arcade counter on that one game. It was a fluke. That's never happened again, but it was fun.
Reverend Scott, I see you're on the phone. Are you on the phone, Reverend Scott? Looks like
Faggot, Scott.
he is on the phone. Okay, you're in the audience. You want to come up, please do. Let's go to Doctor. He's next. Doctor, good to talk to you again. Did you want to talk about anything for a first five, or do you want to talk about what you're doing this weekend, or
I still need to get that coffee, Steve, but thank you so much.
No problem. And I'm gonna mispronounce it. Is it Shema? Shema? Did I get that right? Shama, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's on you now. You have a fresh five. You can talk about whatever you want.
I saw.
And that is with Jermaine Jackson's son, who plays Michael
Jafar
Jackson.
Jackson.
Yes.
That's what I said.
How was it?
I liked it. I
heard it made over 90 million in its first weekend, which was last weekend. Yes.
Yeah, but the only thing I felt was the story felt incomplete. I mean, I don't know, since I'm from a different country, so whatever I know is from popular culture. But I felt, I also wondered where Janet Jackson was, where the rest of the siblings were, and it showed Michael in the best of the light, and I know it's just a 1.5-hour movie, so you can't show his whole life story, but it was just all the best parts of his life, and how he came out of his father's influence.
Yes.
So I was just wondering, shouldn't there be more nuance than that? But that aside, I thought Jafar was spectacular as Michael, and I loved his moves, and I loved the music, and that part I really enjoyed.
Thank you very much. Let's go to RM. RM, you're new on stage. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. You have a fresh five. What would you like to talk about?
Good morning, Steve. How are you?
You can.
I want to ask you a question.
See that, everybody? Yeah, go ahead. Please ask me anything you want.
Okay. Have you been travel out to the United States? And
Yeah, the answer is yes. I have traveled out of the United States many times.
Okay. Can you give us or tell us and share with us which country it was the bad experience and the country it was good experience?
Okay, well, let's see. Which country did I have a bad experience in? Well, I wouldn't say it was bad, but when I went to France, I find that when the French find out that you're from the United States, now then again, this was decades ago. I haven't been to France in a while. I didn't like the way the same time, I went to Italy. I was in Europe for 2.5 weeks. In Italy, they treated us like family. Oh, okay. I mean, we drove, staying in France, we drove into Italy, drove a mile down the road, and literally, we saw 3 restaurants in one area, and we literally went eeny, miny, moe. And we picked the restaurant, and it was one of the greatest experiences ever. So I would say my worst experience was in France. It was simply because I didn't like the way that we were treated. And also, I think somebody tried to rip us off, and I don't mean like somebody on the street. I mean like because we didn't speak the language, they were adding the bill incorrectly. I could be wrong. The best experience I had, without a doubt, and again, I haven't been there in decades, is when I went to Hedonism 3 in Jamaica, an all-inclusive resort, I believe. No, Hedonism 2, I'm sorry. Now they didn't have Hedonism 3 at the time. I went to Hedonism 2 in Jamaica, and it was an all-inclusive resort, and I had a fantastic time.
So if you wanna advise me to go to visit in which country in Europe, you can advise me Italy, but of course not French.
I think it depends what you're looking for. HACC, do me a huge favor, take over for a couple of minutes. I got something stuck in my throat.
So what were you asking? You're asking where to go?
No, I'm just planning to go in the summertime to Europe. So I want to know everybody have an experience in Europe. Anybody have been in Europe? In which country? And what's happened with music? You have a good time. People are friendly. You were raised. You were treating you as family, or I mean, I'd like to interview everyone if somebody been in Europe before.
Yeah, me personally, I have not been to Europe. I hope that someday soon I can go. I open it to anybody on the stage who wants to do that and to help Green with her travel.
I can try it.
Yeah. Paula?
Yes.
Is that correct? Paula?
Yeah.
Welcome to the stage. How are you?
Thank you.
You have some European travel?
Well, I am a European. I've traveled around the world. Actually, I also lived for 7 years in India. And I lived in the US as well, but I'm actually Italian. So obviously, I'm a little bit biased.
But of course.
Of course, yes. Well, Italy is a nice place. I mean, even if I still say myself, I mean, I'm obviously, like I said, I'm biased, but it is a very pretty place. It has practically the best of both worlds, nature-wise and monuments. So you have 90% of the UNESCO sites in Italy. So you can visit historical cities like Rome. That's where I live, where I come from. You can go to Florence. You can go to Venice. You can go to Milan. You can go to Sicily. Or you can also explore places that are not the usual tourist attractions like Umbria, or maybe you can go to Trentino Alto Adige and experience the mountains there, which are spectacular. And the food is probably the thing that makes the difference compared to the rest of Europe. Having said that, the food is very good in Spain. It's also very good in France, but again, the Italian cuisine is a notch up, I would say. You can visit other places in Europe that are very interesting. You can go to United Kingdom. I don't know if you've ever been there. You can visit Spain. Spain is very nice as well. I like Scandinavia. I really like Scandinavia because it's so different from what I'm used to. Or even the
is keen as the hawk's by my head. I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Eyes are red triangle reverse the sign given on the saving King of the by the Lamb and I invoke thee. By the silent
Right, that is wrong. Oh no. Right back. Oh no. Oh god.
Song I invoke. My hand is my sword of revenge. Ready strong, just like it is. By the sword I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear.
I'll turn this thing.
The diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save it ye of thee, O Lord. By the Laman I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the flashing of day that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of office and tithe given, by the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue veil of the interwear. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of bleeding, the song that I sing on hold to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shall the conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is my sword of revenge.
Welcome, Cece. Hello, Cece. This has been an amazing.
The niggas making this record. So you got the
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother for me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke it. By me shine the diamonds are radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. By the red triangle reverse the sign given of none. Save it me of thee, O Lord. By the Laman I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sown with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee.
Good morning, Dizana.
Is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue veil of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee.
Oh, good
by my head
It's really bastard. These people really should be able to take care of you fucking moron.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness. I know thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse this time. Even of longevity of thee. Oh Lord, by the limit. I know thee. Mine is the garment of white. So mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee.
You might want to start calling me JB.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and
You do realize to redeem change your life, you'll have to be more radical to win at the ballots. Hi, friend. Hey, friend. Just a little advice. Since the polls no momentum, you might want to stop respecting David. You do realize you have to be more radical to win the ballot. Hey, friend. Just a little advice since the polls showed no momentum. You might want to stop respecting JB, calling him JB. You do realize to redeem change your life, you have to be more radical.
and every spell and scourge of God, the fast one might be. Mine is the head of the
Hey, friend, this is a little advice since the polls show no momentum. You might want to stop respecting JB by calling him JB. You do realize to redeem change, you will have to be more radical to win the ballot. came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. Rain signs. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can start believing. With
stone in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. The fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath, hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. A second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named and it fades in my heart. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. I'm thinking. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know if I tremble. Stay near if I break. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Till I live, till I live, I breathe in your holy calm. And the storm in my head lays down like a bomb. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above.
actually in, who are the other two people that are in that picture?
This image on my PTR is Ayaan Hirsi Ali. She's a beautiful woman from Somalia, and she has said everything about Islam that I have ever said and more. He writes about the problems in Islam, the genital mutilation which she experienced as a child, the forced marriages which she escaped in Somalia, and her life of criticizing Islam is well documented. I suggest to all the people here who voted for Kamala and are suffering from the disease that causes them to embrace Islam, please take some time to read anything by Ayaan Hirsi Ali, including her book, Down. Now, this book is real. You can get it
30 seconds.
You can get it in Amazon, you can get it anywhere else. And she will tell you everything that I have been saying. And she will do it from behind this beautiful dark skin that she holds. So all of the people who are losing their shirts or calling me racist because apparently my skin color is not the right color, you need to hear from somebody whose skin color is this beautiful shade of bronze. Feel free. And if you need to hear from a woman, this is a 2-for-1 package. You get to hear from a woman who has this beautiful face, and that will fix you. If you can just take the time to spend 15 minutes with Ayaan Hirsi Ali, you will be fixed. You'll be straight. You'll never vote for Kamala Harris again. Everything about your life will be better. Thank you so much.
Thank you. First class escort to the VIP. Let's go to, am I pronouncing it right? Paola? Paula, would you like to say goodbye?
Yes, of course. Goodbye, everybody. It's been a real pleasure to be in your room again, Uncle Steve. And I will come next time for sure. Thank you very much.
Time is tomorrow. Can't wait to see you. First class escort to the VIP. Jim East, would you like to say goodbye? Stretcher ride. Oh, let's bring him up to say goodbye. Jim East, raise your hand. We'll bring you up because you caught it at the last moment. Jim East, this is the chance to raise your hand. Jim East going once. Jim East going twice. I don't see him raising his hand. Okay, let's go to Violet. Violet, would you like to say goodbye?
Goodbye. It's been a great show today, Steve. I'm going to party as hard as I can tonight.
Have a great time tonight. Have a great time tonight, yes.
And I will see you tomorrow morning.
Love that. Alfonso, would you like to say goodbye all the way? Thank you. And last but not least, NJCC, I'm going to give you a call right after the show if you don't mind. Would you like to say goodbye, JCC?
Of course, Steve. Yeah. Great room, great show. So some good combos. We shared our American side of teenage dating. I really enjoyed participating in that conversation. Benjamin provided us some interesting content. That was
some excellent content, yes. Not that I agree with everything he says, but the content is excellent.
Otherwise, a great 3-hour tour. I love it. Yes. And to all, I wish you all a good Saturday, and see you all tomorrow. Peace out.
Thank you. And with that, we are done. On behalf of the Mod Squad, we thank all of you for your participation, because without you, the show is not as good. We wish you and your family a great remainder of your Saturday, and we will be back tomorrow, 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, for another. jackass that fucking has to like. There's always some asshole who doesn't have to do anything. All they have to do is be stupid. They don't have to do anything. Like, you could sit here and put all this effort into that Draco, and it takes one fucking idiot to fuck it all up. Oh, yeah, it's like what's that all cost? Oh my god, that's such a bad. Why would you say something like he didn't do anything to contribute to my room, didn't do anything to like bring up a point or an argument or any of that. Yeah. Just fucking complained like a little bitch.
I don't get it. We know this. We were told this. So it's not a shock to see it.
No, it's not.
Not a shock.
Now you get all the fucking African nigger Israelites on this fucking app together, right? Not that I'm racist, dude, but they seem to be pretty proud of how fucking stupid and ignorant they are. You know, you get them together, right? And they start doing the Torah. What do you think that's like?
I just wish that you would come in here and Mark's not in here and just listen to his conversation, how it goes. Because Mark's going to send for him quickly. Very quickly, he's going to send for them. Like, I attack all these Jews are so dirty with our text, saying that the people who brought the New Testament are making up. He didn't read, Jesus didn't know anything about the great yada yada yada. Bro, I'm done. Like, this is it may rain. Like, it's no. The gloves are coming off every single time. Because by the time it's all said and done, what they're going to tell me is, after I give them the facts and the information, all they're going to tell me is, well, we're just going to follow our tradition. Yeah, because you're carnal minded, like your own scripture says about you.
I don't have an issue against like tradition, but I mean,
no, tradition is
it's not the same though. Like the point is like you have a difference in opinion, as you put it, right? Pre-Christ, how Jewish, how it's functioning, right? And then afterwards, it's functionally different. When you have to go into your synagogue at like, what is it, like 150, 200 AD, and you're in your synagogue, and Christianity's on the rise, and you're like, okay, Isaiah 53 admitted from synagogue, no more, because it's completely fucking embarrassing to our religion. Imagine that.
Yeah, the Muslims. And the Muslims want to take the Jewish interpretation of Isaiah 53, but they don't believe it at all. They can never accept it. They can never accept their interpretation of that verse, ever. That all the nations are going to be saved. The nation.
Islam is a bunch of fucking chumps anyway. I don't know why you think they have any like real horse and like they don't have any horse in the fucking race. Listen, like if you notice my argument earlier, right? They pick and choose when Muhammad's like it's this book that appeared out of fucking nowhere with the civilization, right? But then they pick and choose of how it fucking overlaps with like the prior civilization before it and Aramaic and all this shit. And that's a pick and choose, dude. Hey, fuck it, whatever, man. I don't take them seriously.
Good morning. Draco, do you believe Isaiah 53 is referring to Jesus?
Of course.
You do? Okay.
Of course.
Why would you even ask that?
Of course I do.
I mentioned it. We're Christians. Why would we not believe that, Joanna?
Because I watched a lecture that sort of debunked it and said it was speaking about the nation of Israel.
Oh.
Just so we know. We know what they say.
We know what they say, yeah.
Do you know what eating banana can do to your liver?
Can be this. There's like 12 different tribes of Israel that have different interpretations.
Hey, Regal, I have a question for you.
What's up, Wild?
Regal.
What's up?
So, you know, like, just a question on that Isaiah 53, innit? By Israel being healed, he repairs for our transgressions and stuff.
Who else would they be talking about?
He talked absolutely negative about the people of Israel the entire time. The entire time.
Hey, Rigo, I got a question for you. If you could put me in the queue, thanks.
So I'm just telling you, like, if you read Isaiah until you get there, like, there's no reason to think this is talking about Israel. The righteous servant, the whole time prior, like, that term is never used for them. The opposite is used.
Hey, Regal, this is Alistair. I have a question for you. I'd like to be put in the queue. Yeah, this is a question for Regal. Hey, Joanna. This is a question for Regal. Do you think everybody has a soul? I'm asking Regal here.
No, not everybody has a soul. There are people who are atheists. They don't believe in souls. They don't believe that they have one. So by proxy of that, they don't have a soul.
Okay, so when you referred to the Hebrew Israelites as N-words, do you think a Christian should refer to other people as N-words?
Yes, they should.
Well, I'm just trying to, point out that I don't think a good Christian should refer to other people that, obviously some people don't have souls according to Regal. So I'm just saying, as a Christian, you might want to reflect on some of the terminology you use. Well, a soul, if you look at the word, you got that word so, and then you got the word soul, which is the sun. So, some people either have the sun or they don't have the sun. And if you don't have the sun, well, you got a melatonin deficiency. And if you do got the sun, well, some of them people, they got melatonin in extremely dense cellular composition. And so they reflect the light at a much higher rate than the white skin that absorbs the light. You could call it metaphor. You could call it symbolism. You could call it a joke. You could call it a troll. But what you can't do is you can't take the low IQ, racist, obnoxious troll out of Clubhouse. And if you do, where is he gonna go? And I heard about Regal. Some people on some other platforms are talking about Regal and saying, yeah, I know Regal. He's from fucking Discord. That loser has been on Discord for years. Everybody knows that loser. So I'm just saying, I was surprised that some people in my audience were like, I know that fucking loser, Regal. He was on Discord for years, or some other social audio chat. I can't remember what they said, but just wanted to share the good news of a happy Shabbos. Oh yeah, and Draco, he got a problem with the Jews. He thinks the Jews are a bunch of like book slanderers or something. What's wrong with you, Draco?
Draw the flaming sword. Without a child, the conquering Lord, avenger.
Yeah, I guess.
O thou of the head of the hawk, thee I invoke.
Break that down into something.
Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water, thee I invoke.
Keep writing every word.
O thou whose apron is of flesh and white, whiter than the forehead of the morning,
They didn't like that I was reading it.
Thee I invoke. O thou who hast formulated thy father and made fertile thy mother, thee I invoke. O thou whose garment is of golden glory, with the azure bars of sky, thee I invoke.
Sorry?
Thou who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon, thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust, thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee, thee I invoke. O thou whose name hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue, thee I invoke. Thou who travellest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the Ashket boat, and of the Sextet boat.
You know how you can swing things either way,
I
right, Franco? So,
thou who bearest the
there's
wand of
a
down
lecture by
power,
Rabbi Michael Slovak that
thee I invoke.
will kind of convince almost
To
anyone,
shed
but
the
it says
darkness
here,
of blue light,
Isaiah 53,
the
Christianity is heavily
glory,
disputed.
the
The alternate
untraveled,
views
the
suggesting
unthinkable
the suffering
immensity of
servant
space,
referring to the nation of
thou
Israel,
who
a specific
concentrest
historical
all the
figure,
heavenly
or
heavens,
the person
one
of
darkening
Jesus the
sphere of
Messiah.
fire, thee I invoke.
Contextually,
O
and
thou
many
who
scholars
bearest the
agree,
rose and cross of light
it's a
and
lot to
light,
read, I don't want to bore you.
thee
The suffering,
I
the servant is Israel. Okay,
the
we'll just
voice
do
of
that
the
one.
five,
According to Jewish tradition,
voice of the
including the
six,
early interpretations,
11
the
other
servant
voices,
is
Abra
interpreted
and
as
Ab.
Israel, not Jesus. It just goes on
Strike,
from there.
strike the master
I
chord,
can put it in the chat if
Draw.
you're interested.
draw the flaming sword,
That's the whole
crown the child,
We just made this argument a minute ago, right? If anybody was literally paying attention, who the fuck were panicking in 280 days? We panicking so bad. They had to go into the Old Testament and reinterpret it. Does it give you that distinction? Is it after Christ or before Christ?
I invoke thee. By thy name, Mao, I invoke thee, Lion of the midday sun. By thy name, Tum, Hawk of the evil, crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name, Kethra, I invoke thee, O beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight. By thy name, Ur-Par-Krat, Lord of silence, beautiful child that standeth on the dragons of the deep, I invoke thee. By thy name of Apollo, I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father. By thy name of Phoebus, that drivest thy chariot through the heaven of Zeus, I invoke thee. By thy name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the sagas. By thy name of Yahashua, O child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. By thine own, thy secret name, Uri, thee I invoke. The names are 5, the names are 6, 11 are the names. Abrahadabra. Behold, I stand in the midst. Mine is the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned. Unto the splendor of Gabura, the magnificence of Hesed, the mystery of Da'ath, thither I lift up mine eyes. This have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
the red triangle reversed, the sign given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Laman I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing abbai that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine also is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the word of double power in the voice of the Master. Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering lord. Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 other voices, Abrahadabra. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament or of the ether, of the earth or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, of whirling air or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, may be thou. Abrahadabra. Take a seated position. Command yourself to relax.
And I'm relaxed.
Start rhythmic breathing. Let us ask for divine guidance at the beginning of each session. O Lord of the universe, the vast and the mighty one, ruler of the light and the darkness, we adore thee and we invoke thee. Look thou with favor upon me, who now standeth before thee, and grant thine aid unto the highest aspirations of my soul, that I may be enabled to accomplish the great work, to the glory of thine ineffable name. Amen. You have achieved perfect relaxation. Your mind is at peace. You are now able to concentrate your thoughts, your feelings, your awareness. Imagine now that towers above you another being who represents your higher self, your holy guardian angel. See this majestic towering figure standing above you, watching over you with his light and love, protecting you, guiding you. you take, you aspire and yearn to be one with your angel. With the exhalation, this great being descends into you. You and your guardian angels are becoming one. Inhale, yawn towards your divine angel. Exhale, he descends and occupies your being. Imagine this divine being with wings that are outstretched, vibrating rapidly with spiritual power. He stands above you, benign, gracious, beatific. Inhale,
Hi, Carmelita and company. I just want to confirm that Clubhouse is a place where highly obnoxious, low IQ, abusive people come to do what they do. Is that what Clubhouse is all about? I just want to confirm. Hello?
and aspire towards this great being who is yourself made of.
You want to have a conversation. I ain't trying to have a topic of conversation.
Wait, so Alistair, what are you asking? I'm sorry.
I'm just saying that, like, it's my observation that a room I was just in, the moderator was highly obnoxious, extremely annoying, low IQ, and abusive. So I'm just saying, like, that's what it's like road raging. They come here to just do their road rage, and you're their victim. You're the bug on the windshield. I'm just wondering, is this the kind of room where I'm the bug on the windshield? Hello?
What's the reason?
To find out whether or not I'm the bug or the windshield. Hello?
Occupying your body, your mind, your soul.
Am I a watermelon or am I a hammer? I guess one way of saying it is, am I a watermelon or am I a hammer? Hello?
Inhale. And imagine that you are lifting up your arms towards the heavens, towards the skies, aspiring towards this noble being who is yourself.
No, I asked if I'm a watermelon or a hammer, like Gallagher's Sledge-O-Matic.
Air going out of your body, and your higher self, your angel, is sending into you.
You angry? Leave me alone. I'm happy. You angry? I'm happy. Leave me alone.
Inhale, aspire, exhale, you are one.
I am one. You angry? Leave me alone. I'm happy. John Z. Kitover. You can Cash App tip me or buy me a coffee at John Kitover.
Your holy guardian angel is the symbol of your higher self. Imagine and visualize him there, as he always is, ready to help you and guide you throughout life.
I'm kicking this guy out with the car. Wait, so why did you kick me so stuff? Oh, hi. Sorry, I didn't know it was you.
No, that's the other person that was. They got moved down.
The fucking harmonica?
Yeah, like why took you so long to get that harmonica fucked out?
Hey, would you take can you take your big
Who are you talking to, Franklin?
Yeah.
Transition in kindergarten, so just like obviously not.
Or abortion or whatever. It's always some other wedge issue.
Talking about it all the time, not the Democrats. Democrats want to talk about, economic policy.
Well, I don't even think Bill Maher agrees on the economic policies. Like that's the thing is I think he's opposed to the progressives on the economic policy.
You're absolutely wrong, Frenchie. The progressives don't talk about economics. They just put out filibuster hypnosis.
I think Bill Maher is, wittingly or not, carrying water for the right, and that's what just like it.
Yeah, 100%. And he does like actively defend like Israel and shit, which is I obviously.
I haven't seen.
Sorry, Sam, but I obviously think that's.
But is he basically defending like what's going on like in Gaza, like to that extent, or just generally kind of pro-Israel?
It's a more general thing. Like I don't know. It's a more general attitude that like we should be supporting Israel, even given whatever the. I think he's probably going to be resistant to like calling it a genocide.
Right.
Inhale, aspire, exhale, you are one.
Good job. An architect who's really talented, has done a lot of work for him. He's got a flair, a beautiful Hispanic flair in particular. And he comes from originally a place called Cuba, which we will be taking over almost immediately.
Cuba's got problems. We'll finish one first. I like to finish the job. On the way back from, what we'll do, on the way back from Iran, we'll have one of our maybe the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, the biggest in the world. We'll have that come in, stop about 100 yards offshore, and they'll say, "Thank you very much, we give up." Good job.
Not much of a flop for King Jack. He could take a stab with an open ender, and he does. He's got the marker as well. So extra. Overbet the river and got jammed on. Like, so what was it again? 20,000?
Mentally, you see your angel. You feel his presence, handsome, beautiful, robed in white light.
Apparently,
40.
Inhale. You are gradually merging with a gigantic
the company.
angel. This is your higher self, your guardian angel, desiring to be with you, and you to become united with him. Yearn for your guardian angel. You and your holy guardian angel are one. This is the goal of your lifetime. This is the great work. Uniting with your holy guardian angel, your magnificent, beautiful, mighty, heavenly self. you want to do that. Jerry?
I have performed puppetry in Budapest. This strikes me as something that I would.
But it's like that person just literally decided to stay inside the world now. The world that is of a lot of contention, of the world that is like causing having all this war against each other.
But
you know, so
the puppet, we put the wrong people in charge. I know they have a lot of money and power, but like you still ultimately put the wrong people in charge.
That's it, and it's because they don't have love inside them. But people, again, it goes back to as long as people don't know what love is, they are going to keep on doing the same thing. They're going to put the wrong people in charge.
I want to know what love is.
What is love?
I don't fucking know, mate.
relation to an ancient adoration. I am he, the bornless spirit, having sight in the feet, strong and the immortal fire. I am he, the truth. I am he who hates that evil should be wrought in the world. I am he that lighteneth and thundereth. I am he from whom is the shower of the life of earth. I am he whose mouth ever flameth. I am he, the begetter and manifester unto the light. I am he, the grace of the world. The heart girt with a serpent is my name. Now take a deep breath. Stretch and twist your body. Terminate the state of bliss, of ecstasy.
If your belly is the reason why you are hiding your pictures, do these 4 Tai Chi exercises daily for 2 minutes.
Invocation of truth. Procul, o procul esti profani. All lusty, all fatal. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou, majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy limbs as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hopes upon your pinnacles, who watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards, the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which stands in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance wherewith the dark floats over the sun. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of you. I raise a flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified law, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain. The celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Petra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tulu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is a sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the Ptah when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same or present in heaven and in hell. Thou that migratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth has never nourished the changeless guardian of light. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto thee. So that every spirit of the serpent and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God's last one may be obedient unto thee.
A full cart that's lighter on your wallet. That's a breath of fresh air. Use the code on screen for a $10 bonus on your first purchase.
This bra is for seniors who want to get back their youth. Lift breasts right after first wear. Breasts stay higher as if going under surgery. Your gals will always look firm and intact no matter what. So easy to get sweaty and sticky in the summer, but with this ice-silk fabric and hold-back design, all pressure and heat will be released from your aging skin. Bulges are so annoying, especially under tight outfits, but now you'll be getting rid of them forever. There's absolutely no stitchings, no bra lines. Totally invisible under any type of outfit. This bra is 5 times stretchier than any bra out there. Available to fit every body sizes and shapes. Gives you that confidence you've always been looking for. Every Brace Unto You is the best version of itself. Summer sale going on right now. Don't miss it.
The Bornless Ritual. Thee I invoke, the Bornless One. Thee that didst create the earth and the heavens. Thee that didst create the night and the day. Thee that didst create the darkness and the light. Thou art Asa Anefa, whom no man hath seen at any time. Thou art Yahweh. Thou art Iyah, Ophras Ra. Thou canst distinguish between the just and the unjust. Thou didst make the female and the male. Thou didst produce the seeds and the fruit. Thou didst form men to love one another and to hate one another. I am out of the consu thy prophet, unto whom thou didst commit thy mysteries, the ceremonies of heaven. Thou didst produce the moist and the dry, and that which nourisheth all created life. Hear thou me, for I am the angel of the town, that thou trust wrong. This is thy true name, handed down to the prophets of heaven. Hear me. Array, Yao, Ribet, Afeli, Verset, They Lathan, Abeu, Ebeu, Theta, So, Ebe, Theaof. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God be obedient unto me. I invoke thee, the terrible and invisible God, Abrao, so thou, Ludori, spirit subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me, Ru Abraio, Mario Dom, Babylon vowed in Abbas, Asalo 9, Arthen Eos, Potent, Abrasex, Ishure, mighty and boundless one. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. I invoke thee, Ma-ba-ra-e-o, E-O-El, Kotham, Asori, Balo, Abrah. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. Atam, Adaftam, Das Om, Isaac, Dabaoth. This is the Lord of the gods. This is the Lord of the universe. This is he whom the winds fear. This is he who, having made voice by his commandment, is Lord of all things, King, ruler, and helper. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. E-A-O-U, He-U-Ray, E-O-U, Hey, Angelos ton theon, alala lai gar Diathana Thoron. I am he, the bornless spirit, having sight in the fate, strong and the immortal fire. I am he, the truth. I am he who hate, that evil should be wrought in the world. I am he that lighteneth and thundereth. I am he from whom is the shower of the life of earth. I am he whose mouth ever flameth. I am he the begetter and manifester unto the light. I am he, the grace of the worlds. The heart girt with a serpent is my name. Come thou forth and follow me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. E-R-O, Sab-O. Such are the words. The invocation of Isis. I beheld a great wonder in heaven. A woman clothed with the sun, with the moon at her feet, and on her head was a diadem of the 12 stars. Hear me, O Lady Isis, hear and save. O thou Queen of love and mercy, thou crowned with a throne, thou horned as with the moon, thou whose countenance is mild and glowing, even as grass refreshed by rain. Hear me, Our Lady Isis, hear and save. O thou who art in matter manifest, thou bride and queen, as thou art mother and daughter of the slain one. O thou who art the Lady of the earth, hear me, O Lady Isis, hear and save. O thou Lady of the amber skin, Lady of love and victory, bright gate of glory through the darkling skies, O crowned with light and life and love, hear me, Our Lady, hear and save. By thy sacred flower, the loves of eternal life and beauty, by thy love and mercy, by thy wrath and vengeance, by my desire toward thee, by all the magical names of old, hear me, O Lady, hear and save. Open thy bosom to thy child. Lift up thy voice to aid me in this critical hour. Lift up thy voice, most musical. Cry aloud, O Queen and Mother, to save me from that I fear most. I invoke thee to initiate my soul. The whirling of my dance, may it be a spell and a link with thy great light, so that in the darkest hour the light may arise in me and bring me to thine own glory and incorruptibility. Isis am I, and from my life are fed all showers and suns, all moons that wax and wane, all stars and streams, the living and the dead, the mystery of pleasure and of pain. I am the mother, I, the speaking liberty. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to me. Isis am I, and to my beauty drawn, all glories of the universe bow down. The blossom and the mountain and the dawn, fruit, blush, and woman, our creation's crown. I am the priest, the sacrifice, the shrine. I am the love and life of the divine. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness are surely mine, are mine. Isis am I, the love and light of earth, the wealth of kisses, the delight of tears, the barren pleasure never come to birth, the endless, infinite desire of years. I am the shrine at which thy long desire devoured thee with intolerable fire. I was song, music, passion, death upon thy lyre. I am the grail and I the glory now. I am the flame and fuel of thy breast. I am the star of God upon thy brow. I am thy queen, enraptured and possessed. Hide thee, sweet river. Welcome to the sea, ocean of love that shall encompass thee. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to me. Here, Lady Isis, and receive my...
Stop. I got the tablet for just $9, like 99 cents. If you're gonna take it, just go.
What? This is a Techno tablet? No way it's so cheap.
If you download 10, well, you won't see what I mean. This tablet features a 10.1-inch full HD touchscreen with a powerful processor, plenty of storage, it's perfect for work, gaming, and all your entertainment. All you gotta do is click this video download and we'll convert this tablet for a ridiculously low price.
What? I actually got it.
Leave it or instead. First come, first serve.
Even though with all the young people that you see in this crowd, the elementary schools have...
Boost your immunity the easy way. Dr. Mercola Organic Astaxanthin Gummies. 4 milligrams per serving, natural cherry flavor, and USDA organic. Get 20% off your first order with code EXTRA20, free shipping available. Take control of your health today.
Just started letting out 5 minutes.
Mantra. It is important that all the exercises on all of these tapes be performed regularly. Sooner or later, some salutary results may follow. You might then wish to offer up a prayer of thanksgiving at the opening of each practice session. Use your own imagination and ingenium to compose the kind of prayer that suits you and your own beliefs, rather than follow slavishly some already existent prayer, no matter how excellent it may be. The practice of the presence of God. Let us dedicate this work to an awareness of the ever-living God by using an ancient prayer. Who should not praise thee, O Lord of the universe, unto whom there is none like, whose dwelling is in heaven, and in every virtuous and God-fearing heart. O God, thou vast one, thou art in all things. O nature, thou self from nothing, for what else can I call thee? In myself I am nothing. In thee I am self, and exist in thy selfhood from eternity. Live thou in me, and bring me unto that self which is in thee. completely. Breathe easily and rhythmically.
Cook Patty.
Meditate on the fact that your body is composed of millions of atoms. Each atom is composed of electrons and protons orbiting about its center. Vast open spaces exist between these parts, forming the cells, the bones, the skin, all muscles, and all the elements of the bloodstream. The whole body really is made up rather like a woman's hairnet. Millions of holes or spaces connected by thin gossamer threads. Think of the skin on your face, covering your whole head. See this skin perforated by millions of tiny holes, which we call pores. Imagine and feel that these pores are opening up, stretching wide. Your face has thus become transformed into a network or a honeycomb. Millions and millions of yawning open holes loosely knit together by fine, thin filaments. Now extend the mental picture to include the neck and shoulders. See the skin covering these areas, becoming a fine lacework of holes. Do the same with the chest. The arms and hands are mere extensions of the chest segment. These areas of your body are now largely open holes. Face is held together by loosely woven thin threads. Feel the holes stretching and opening as you slowly move your imagination into the abdominal area, into the whole length of the back, down into the pelvis, the thigh area, and your legs and feet. See and feel the entire skin covering of your body as a hairnet or as a honeycomb through which the air around you can flow into you and through you. contents of your skull and brain are made out of atoms and even smaller particles, all of them separated by enormous spaces. Feel that the bones, the blood vessels within the brain, and the cells of the brain itself are very porous, filled with holes similar to a sponge. Let your imagination extend down into your neck, your shoulders, your arms, and your chest. The whole upper part of your body. The inside, not the external skin this time. Feel that all this vital tissue within is no longer solid and impervious to the air. It is porous and sponge-like because the tissue is nothing but millions of holes, vast spaces lightly connected by thin filaments. As you continue working in this manner, you will experience a distinct physical sensation, rather difficult to describe, but it is distinct, different from anything you've ever experienced before. Now go down to the abdomen and pelvis. Consider them together. Feel the solid tissue becoming transformed into a honeycomb. Millions of holes, the spaces between the atomic particles composing them, tied together with a network of little threads and filaments. The whole area is seen and feels like a sponge. Extend this method to the thighs, to the legs, and the feet. Continue your imaginative effort, seeing the bones, the muscles, blood vessels, all composed of minute particles between which are vast spaces. All the apparently solid tissue is transformed into a honeycomb, into millions of holes flimsily connected by fine filaments and threads. Pause for a moment. Get a view of the organism as a whole. the skin outside, the organs and other tissues inside. All of you is now a simple mass of holes from the top of your head to the tips of your toes.
Did the COVID-19 vaccine turbo cancer?
You are full of holes. All of you is simply a mass of holes connected lightly by threads. You are no longer solid matter. You never were. As a result, you can feel the surrounding air flow through you. Sense the air permeating you, pouring in from every direction. There are no impediments to the free movement of this air. This air, which is life itself. Are bathed in an ocean of spirit. It is spirit which you are breathing in and spirit which you are breathing out. Taking in and giving forth the one universal spirit in which you live and move and have your being. Realize your imagination has transformed all your tissues into sponge-like substance. From head to toe, all of you, you are one vast sponge, open to the divine force surrounding you. Your sponge-like body offers absolutely no resistance to the living air coming in and passing through your body from any direction. You are no longer breathing only with your nose or chest. Actually, you are breathing through every pore of your being. As you inhale, feel the air pour into your spongy body from head to toe. As you breathe out, the Air passes all the way through your body, coming out through your head, through your back, your abdomen, your legs. Continue your rhythmic breathing. Feel the air flowing in and through your body. Faces tied together by thread, no longer dense and solid. Air pours through you, ascending feet and legs through the entire body and making exit through your head and everywhere else. Now the air is coming in through the front of your body, and as you exhale, it goes out to your sides and back. Inhale, and the air flows in. Exhale, and the air flows out. Keep up this rhythm, this new and most pleasurable experience of the divine life entering you. This is taking over. With each inhalation, you breathe in life and spirit. This air that is coursing through your body is the carrier of life. This air is the divine spirit which is created, and so can transform, heal, harmonize, and restore our everyday lives. This is the one life animating all created things. God is coming into your life, into your very body, filling it with divine spirit. As you breathe in, as the air rushes through your body and mind, you are in reality opening yourself to the ever-present and power of God. The consciousness of God is pervading every part of your body, every nook and cranny of your mind, conscious as well as unconscious. there is no part of you that can be free from what God is. You have opened yourself to God. You have dedicated yourself to God and to the great work. Surrender whatever you are, whatever you have, to the omnipresence of the one light, this one universal spirit. With each breath, the ever-living God surges into your body.
Greg, what is disinvestment? How many decades of disinvestment? What are some of the controversial reasons for disinvestment? How does investment work normally when there is disinvestment?
God is in us, and we are in God. Now take a deep breath and return to your normal state of consciousness.
Do you mind if I ask you a couple questions? Sure. So real quick, what's your name? Ian. Do you have any idea where your family comes from? Very little. But I'm gonna tell you a crazy story. Okay. So my grandfather has a sister. My great grandmother passed away. My great aunt did not tell my grandfather about it for 6 months. What? What? Brutal. After we found out, we got the obituary. We wanted to do a little bit of family history. We wanted to do a little bit of, reflection. Understandably so, yeah. Have you looked crazy info that you might have never otherwise known about that person? Oh, well, that's cool. Yeah, and then from there, you can add family to your family history, to your family tree. Oh, well, that's convenient. Sounds easy. So after this conversation, hearing my story, has been verified something that you'd be into maybe going home and trying for yourself to learn about your family? Oh, yeah, absolutely. And make sure if you want to learn more about your family, check out Been Verified. Got the link below to access a $1 7-day trial with Been Verified.
The tree of life. The Kabbalah is an archaic system of Jewish mysticism. For us moderns, the Jewishness may readily be omitted, and most of its mysticism may also be left out, leaving only a simple, philosophical, or mathematical structure called the Tree of Life. Said Eliphas Levi almost a century ago, on penetrating into the sanctuary of the Kabbalah, one is seized with admiration at the sight of a doctrine so simple and at the same time so absolute. The necessary union of ideas and signs, the consecration of the most fundamental realities by primitive characters, the trinity of words, letters, and numbers. A philosophy simple as the alphabet, profound and infinite as the Logos. Theorems more luminous and complete than those of Pythagoras. A theology which may be epitomized by counting on the fingers. an infinity, which can be held in the hollow of an infant's hand, 10 numerals and 22 letters, a triangle, a square, and a circle. Such are the elements of the Kabbalah. Such are the primary principles of the written word, shadow of that spoken logos which created the world. Each student has the task to ascertain for himself, where the Kabbalah is concerned, what must be considered true and reliable, and to set up on his own score a reliable standard of reference. This standard can only be spiritual experience. For this reason, the tree of life has been adopted as the framework of practical magic, since it is in the first place open to synthetic and constructive classification, and because it provides what may suitably be called a magical alphabet. It must be noted that
Policy research paper by John Kitover, Chicago, Canada.
In preference to the word language and the developments therefrom.
This investment was registered with John
Provide a complete magical language or an entire philosophy. Only by spiritual experience may the latter be acquired. From the alphabet of ideas, numbers, and symbols, and the intimations which it presents, the student may find himself enabled, with the aid of magical research, and with the aid of the inner spiritual experience, to construct a satisfactory edifice of a high philosophy which will take him through life. Previously, the tree of life was considered as a numerical symbol of the spiritual hierarchies, and finally, as a frame of reference which enter into practical magic. The Sephiros may be thought of as cosmic forces, as emanations whose chief sphere of operation is in the macrocosm. The Sephiros, I might add, are the basic concepts to be found on the tree of life. The crown, the first Sephira, represents the self-existent spirit of the created instrument which employs. Yet not only are they instruments, but they are in reality. In man, these two Sephiros are represented by principles which we call the will and intuition. Existing on the creative plane, representing the potencies emanating from the divine self in the archetypal world. The will and soul constitute with the self the imperishable, unchanging man. Yet so absurd are the ways of man, and so far have we drifted from essentials, that few of us consciously realize our essential Godhood. Yet we, like Christ, like Buddha, like Krishna, are sons of God, gods in all verity. As the will is the active, energetic, creative power in man, and inasmuch as in practical magic, the wand is the ceremonial instrument of creation, so is the wand the true symbol of the spiritual will, one, upright, towering to the heavens, a mighty and irresistible power of creation. The intuition, being in opposition to will on the tree, is feminine and passive, representing the true spiritual vision of the soul, or imagination. Like the chalice on the altar, it is ever open to receive the dictates and commands issuing from above. To it also is referred the spiritualized imagination, which, with the will, are the powers par excellence utilized in magic. The more one opens oneself to the divine will and the divine imagination of the inner self, the greater does one become in the manifestation of one's godhood, an oracle of the Most High, a spotless vehicle of the purest spiritual fire. Below the abyss, the next 5 sephiros are named the human soul, a composite principle of reason, will, imagination, memory, and emotion, centered in the sephira of harmony. It is this mind which is the evolutionary vehicle of the real self, a mechanism, so to speak, created through long eons of toil and suffering, as a means of acquiring contact with the outside world, so that by means of the experience thus obtained, the self may come to a self-conscious realization of its own divine powers and high nature. It is in this mind that self-consciousness is centered. Although the psychological anomaly is true, that this perceptual mechanism, evolved solely as an instrument, comes to usurp the power of that which gave it birth, setting itself on a pedestal as the ego, as that which has real power, insight, will, and the ability to solve the problems of life. In magic, it is this empirical ego, this lower self, which must be offered up in sacrifice to the higher self. As the concept of sacrifice implies that that which is renounced should be the best and the greatest sacrifice, so a well-developed mind, well-trained in all the processes of logic and thought, well-stored with things of its own realm, is the greatest sacrifice which the student can lay upon the altar as an offering to the Most High. He that loses his life shall find it. Lest there be some misconstruction placed upon the words destruction and abnegation and sacrifice of the ego, let it be understood clearly that the principle itself is not destroyed. That, of course, is an impossibility in nature. But the false values of the ego, its complacency, the illusion that it possesses, that it alone is real and permanent, all else being its creations, these are offered for destruction. When the smugness and the false egoism in the mind is rooted out, it is an instrument of the soul than which few could be better. The 9th sephira is the foundation of the lower man. It is the Freudian id, and it is that lunar, vegetative, and instinctual principle which is concerned solely with living. This animal soul is at one and the same time a principle of energy and electromagnetic substance, the totality of the vital life currents, as well as the invisible magnetic mold on which the gross atoms arrange themselves as the physical body. As a substantive principle, it is the astral body, the plastic double built of astral substance, to serve as the basis or design of the physical body. It pertains to the instincts and impulses, acting as the astral life. All the fundamental instincts of a man, the primal root impulses, which he experiences, are of the Sephira of Yesod, the foundation from which all life energy flows. All of these principles obtain in and function as a living organism in the principle of the physical body, attributed to the 10th and last Sephira of the tree of life called the kingdom. It is the seat of every force and function of all the subtle planes of nature and every spiritual power of man. In all truth, and in this fundamental sense, the human body is in reality the temple of the Holy Ghost.
I used to be so stressed because kids' tablets break so easily, but then I found this 7-inch Android tablet on TV. It comes with this thick, shock-proof silicone sleeve, so it's actually kid-proof. It's got parental controls, educational games, and it's super fast. The best part, during this Tingle sale, it's down to just $19.99. Seriously, this price is only for today. Don't wait for the next crack screen. Click the link below, download the Tingle app, and surprise your kids now.
Today I'm going to show you how to do the perfect lip combo. First, you need your liner. What do you usually do while you're doing your makeup? Once I got comfortable with my routine, I could watch many dramas while doing my makeup. It's like, what's love is nothing compared to killing my baby. Just like now, I can watch many dramas on TikTok Live while doing my makeup. Recently, I've been watching this mini drama. It's really so drama. I just can't stop. I can finish an entire series in just a few hours. If you have some free time, you should download TikTok Live. It has thousands of mini dramas to watch. But of course, this is only for Android users. Android users, go click the link in my bio, and that's it for the makeup tutorial.
William James, in his Gifford Lectures of the early part of this century, wrote that one conclusion that was forced upon him as a result of certain experiments that he had conducted had forced upon him that it is our normal waking consciousness, rational consciousness as we call it, is but one special type of consciousness. All about it, parted from it by only the flimsiest of screens, there lie potential forms of consciousness entirely different. We may go through life without even suspecting their existence. But apply the requisite stimulus, and at a touch, they are there in all their completeness. Definite types of mentality, which will be somewhere at their field of application and adaptation. Magic is the name for some archaic psychological method which, to use James' term, apply the requisite stimulus to reveal other and deeper levels of consciousness which are ever present but remain as a rule totally unsuspected. Once this magical stimulus is applied and these levels are tapped, there occurs what has been labeled illumination, the flooding of the mind with light. Before I was blind, but now I see. This so-called transcendental experience, to be reached by ritual and other technical procedures, is the heart of this archaic, Kabbalistic, and magical system, and can hardly be guessed at, save by some shrewd and penetrating modern psychologists such as Carl Jung and A. Maslow. It is with the mind with which I wish in particular to occupy myself at some little length. Although it comprises the 5 sephiros, numbers 4 to 8 inclusive, its central seat is in Kitover, so-called, the sphere of harmony and equilibrium. One problem which concerns the magician is the fact that inherent in the mind is a principle of self-contradiction prevents its use independent of any superior systems in the quest for truth and light. Using the reason alone, man can never come to any true realization of what he is in himself. That is, he can never understand by the mind alone that he is an eternal spiritual entity, a brilliant star, shining by the light of its own essence within the bespangled body of Nui, the queen of infinite space. Iamblichus lays the law down quite clearly in the mysteries, that not by discursive reasoning or through philosophic thinking alone does one come into fellowship with the gods. It is through the awakening of the higher spiritual powers by means of the rite of magic that we have already defined that the consummation of the long ages is effected. What we call so casually the imagination of the ordinary man is, according to the exponents of magic, the major faculty of the soul to assimilate the images and reflections of these other levels of awareness of which James speaks. The imagination is the vision of the soul, whereby it perceives directly and immediately ideas and thoughts of every kind. The spiritual exercises of St. Ignatius of Loyola are really one specific form of magical procedure. There, Loyola counsels his disciples to relive in the sphere of the imagination all events in the outward historical life of Jesus. By this method, they are to train their imaginations to see, touch, smell, and taste those invisible things and rehearse those incidents long since accomplished and vanished, which were perceived through the senses of their incarnated Lord. Saint Ignatius desires the imagination to be exalted to its uttermost. If meditating on an article of faith, he would have you construct the locality clearly and with exactitude before the vision of the mind's eye, to observe it carefully and closely, even to touch it, as it were. If it be held, for example, he gives you burning rocks to handle. He makes you float in a frightful darkness as thick as pitch. He places liquid sulfur on your tongue. Your nostrils are filled with a stench as of hell itself. And he shows you torments, causing you to hear excruciating groans. He would have you also construct the vision of Calvary, with the glorified Christ crowned with thorns on the cross, accomplishing the redemption of mankind, surveying the heavens with pained eyes, while calling upon his Father in heaven. He would have you envisage the startling wonder of the resurrection, and the miracles performed long ago in Palestine. All of this, St. Ignatius bids your will to create in imagination by constant exercise, and thus, in this way, apply James's stimulus to reveal these other levels of consciousness which are present at every moment of our life. Perseverance and constant application will certainly bestow upon the student a will which is indomitable, a mind capable of prolonged concentration, and above all, an imagination which is the essence of creativeness. One of the exercises that is analogous to those recommended by St. Ignatius is on a more prosaic level. The student is to picture to himself, for example, that he is sitting by a mighty waterfall, a Niagara, and before his inner eye, let him create an image of the river high up in its source, murmuring and rambling peacefully along. Then let him conceive of its gradual approach to the precipice, wild torrents of maddened waters, swirling hither and thither in churning cascades of whitened foam, tumbling against the rocky boulders, and being irresistibly hurled forward over the edge. Let him further imagine these thousands of tons of water surging headlong over the precipice with a constant reverberating echo of thunder. Conceive then the spray being shot out in all directions, the beauty of the snowy surf refracting the sunlight into iridescent rainbows full of brilliant color and hue. And let him hear, and upon hearing marvel, the deep, thunderous voice of the terrific impact of their volume against the lower rocks and waters. The student may also construct in imagination more familiar things. The noise of a speeding train, the taste of chocolate, the smells of sweet perfumes and incense, and the touch of burning coal. Not only must the imaginative formulation of the sense be distinct, that is to say, the taste of chocolate or other sweet caramels, for example, should be clearly imagined. But also the student should so train himself as to sustain or prolong the image or impression. By these efforts of the imagination, its power will germinate and grow, developing beyond conception, and with the passage of time, a new power of creativity and vision will come to him. Similarly, in the Hindu system, there is the prescription of meditation for much the same purpose on the tablets, or the colored symbols of the elements, of which they claim 5. Combinations of these 5 produce 30 sub-elements and elements, the pictorial symbols of which make remarkably good objects for the exercise of the imagination. There is a red triangle for fire, a horizontal silver crescent for air, a blue circle for water, a yellow square for earth, and a black egg for spirit. The combination of any two symbols, such as a red triangle surmounting a silver crescent, or a small blue circle placed in the middle of a yellow square, seem in a most singular way to stand out from the dark background of the inner vision and to stimulate all the powers of the imagination. Only a short time suffices to procure efficiency in the visualization of these symbols. In his introduction to a book entitled The Yoga Aphorisms of Patanjali, William Q. Judd made the statement that the ancient Hindu sages knew the secret of the development of the will and how to increase tenfold both its power and efficacy. This secret of the ages, the enhancement of the power of will and wisdom, has never really been lost. Will, to the student of the divine magic, is the primary factor in the production of whatever spiritual changes he proposes. The will is neither good nor bad. It is power only, and so vitalizes all things alike. In a sense, here is where a certain danger of magic intrudes. It is not enough for the student to become God intoxicated and elect in the knowledge and conversation of his higher self. Great as this is in itself, it is not yet enough. For into him whose mind is disorderly and ignorant of poorly disciplined, the gods pour their wine in vain. because the mind is indicated a higher synthesis, a nobler kind of consciousness. There is no cause to neglect the application of that fact to the matters pertaining to its own place in nature. That is why, under the ancient system, grammar, philosophy, science, and logic were taught to cultivate and so improve the mind, and mathematics too, because the methods of that science were disciplinary and orderly. Geometry, music, and the arts were also inculcated, and a system of symbols was deduced therefrom. Now the consequence of all these disciplines is obvious. As time progresses through this technique, the student accomplishes two separate things, most of them being major aspects of what we have come to call the great work. A perpetual vigilance, approximating the most powerful current of willpower has been generated. This from the beginning tends to bring all the activities of the human being under conscious control of the will. The second aspect of accomplishment is that not only does the student find himself in possession of a greatly enhanced will, but that the mind itself, all the faculties comprised in the ego, previously so troublesome and lacking in concentration, has gradually, because of the dynamic will and these various disciplines, has been placed under control. And in this way, the student becomes enabled to fulfill the terms of what James so eloquently wrote. We apply the necessary stimulus, and there we find in all their completeness these definite types of consciousness which must play an enormous role in the future evolution of mankind.
Zyrtec presents Zyrtalk with scientist Andy. Did you know grass pollen is one of the most common allergies in the world? But you don't need to let it get in the way of your outdoor activities. To help relieve allergies to grass, you can wear a mask with all the lawn, wear hats.
The whole process is simple and pleasurable. In, two, three, four, out, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4, 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 out, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3. Continue breathing and mentally counting until rhythmic breathing becomes an automatic reflex.
gently, easily, rhythmically. You are calm and relaxed. Rhythmic breathing has been taken up by your lungs.
The women with six figures in the bank aren't hustling harder than you, they just said yes to the right opportunity. You know when you kind of close your eyes and you think about your dream life? Well, this is built in your 20s and 30s period. Not in your 40s when you're tired and locked into a career that you hate. It's right freaking now. And stacking $100,000 is not about grinding doubles or begging your boss for a raise. It's about learning one side hustle that nobody told you about. High ticket sales. And unfortunately, most women think that sales is cold calling strangers, being pushy, and having to cold call from inside an office prison cell. High ticket closing is the literal opposite.
Relaxation.
It'll be hot if you want to do that high ticket close though.
That all the exercises on all of these tapes be performed regularly. Sooner or later, some salutary results may follow. You might then wish to offer up a prayer of thanksgiving at the opening of each practice session. Use your own imagination and ingenium to compose the kind of prayer that suits you and your own beliefs, rather than follow slavishly some already existent prayer, no matter how excellent it may be. At the root of all systems, metaphysical or occult, relaxation of physical and mental tension is considered a prerequisite. Unfortunately, most systems contain only a rudimentary technique, inadequately developed for the use of the new student or beginner, without any assurance that it will produce results. I want to present a time-honored viewpoint that is repeatedly confirmed with usage of the newer scientific techniques of biofeedback. First of all, the student is to lie down on his back on any hard surface, or on a bed with a firm mattress, or on a table covered by a thick blanket. A well-carpeted floor has been known to be most satisfactory. For some, a small cushion is permitted for the head. The basic idea is to let the hard surface support the body. Too often, when lying down, we remain fully tensed when we should permit the muscles to loosen up altogether. Thus, we support our bodies with much too much tonicity instead of letting the hard surface to the supporting force. He must give himself wholly up to it. A few deep sighs will prove of inestimable value. We should engineer some rudimentary relaxation of the diaphragm, the big muscle separating the chest from the abdomen. What is proposed then is for the student to consider in his imagination every part of the body from brain to the tips of the toes. No intricate knowledge of anatomy is really required. On the other hand, however, if the student has been taught the broad outlines relating to anatomy and physiology, he may find that knowledge useful. While lying on the back, the should be slipped to the knees, so that the knees are raised some few inches. Now cross one ankle over another. The heels resting on the hard surface. Fold the hands up together by interlacing the fingers. Consider the brain by visualizing it in the skull. Everyone has at some time or other seen diagrams of the sleep. Imagine now that the brain is a mass of white gray nerve substance, divided into a right and left hemisphere, with a little lobe at the back. Try to feel this brain, normally white and gray in color, becomes peakishly blue as you think of it now. This creates warmth over and above the normal amount, and this radiating outwards to surrounding structures produces a relaxation. Maintain this visualization long enough to become aware of some kind of sensation in the head. Subjective sensations of warmth and tingling. Yet these are not wholly subjective. Biofeedback experiments indicate that the temperature of fingers or toes using this method may be increased by a degree or two. Relaxing the entire body thoroughly in this way will also be found a distinct stimulus to the maintenance and or recovery of perfect health. Imagine next that the blood, which has been warming and so relaxing the brain, pours downwards from the frontal portions of the brain into the forehead, the eyes, and the temples, dilating the blood vessels there. Go through a similar procedure as previously described until you obtain that characteristic sense of warmth, tingling, and relaxation. These are quite unmistakable, being the hallmarks of the induction of a local release of tension. Passing contemplation downward to the ears, reflecting also on the inner ear mechanisms, the cheeks of the face, and the nose. Imagine the blood flowing there, bringing about a relaxation of muscular and blood vessel tension by reason of the warmth induced by the surplus of blood in that area. Pause long enough until the appropriate reactions and sensations are clearly noted.
John, Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2020. John is intelligent, creative, joyful.
So the other day I saw this video by this famous heart surgeon saying how incredible powerful it was. So I just turned 40 and I made a promise to my wife to be healthy. So I said, with a lot of day, this I can do. It's been a month since I started and I literally feel no different. I still have the joint discomfort, the brain fog, and the dad bod. What gives? Honestly, it pisses me off. Now, I'm not normally the one to do this, but I actually sent out an email to that doctor. I said, hey doc, quick question. I started taking a spoonful of olive oil per your recommendation, and I feel no different at all. Please advise. Now, this doctor is huge, so I wasn't actually expecting a response. But get this, a few days later, an email from him hits my inbox. It was just 9 words. Did you watch until the end of the video? And, okay, I admit it, I didn't, but it was like 20 minutes long. I watched the entire thing, did what the doctor said, and it's been about 6 weeks now. I was wrong. His olive oil hack works. My wife actually told me the other day that I'm glowing. I like it because it's so easy. You add something to your diet instead of cutting stuff out. Anyone can do it and feel the results. So watch this video all the way to the end. Do what the doctor says, and you can thank me later.
Have some olive oil before your bed. Your sleeping partner will love you for it. But before you pull that bottle from the kitchen, there are 3 important things about store-bought olive oil that you should know. According to this article, restaurants such as McDonald's give their leftover greasy oil to create fuel for delivery trucks that belongs in an engine, not in our body. So how exactly did these harmful oils become a go-to for the food, restaurant, and health industry? One word, money. Rewind to World War I. During this time, seed oil was in hot demand because it was used to fuel ships and aircraft. They were also used as machine lubricants in factories and even as a paint coating for weaponry. But after the war, demand for seed oils plummeted. Coincidentally, that's when big companies and clever marketers came up with a big idea. Why not call seed oils the health food? After all, cheap, last forever on store shelves. Just like that, seed oils ended up in just about everything you eat. In fact, there are studies and experts to this day, often funded by these same big corporations, still pushing the agenda that seed oils are good for you, all to make a quick buck. But you don't have to be a health expert to know anything used to fuel trucks and grease machinery probably shouldn't be going into your body. And considering that we eat on average 80 grams of vegetable oils a day, which is roughly 720 calories, it's no wonder 2 in 5 people now live with obesity in America. But did you know what happens when you start eating junk?
Command yourself to relax. Start with this breathing. Ask the divine guidance at the beginning of each session. O Lord of the universe, the vast and the mighty one, ruler of the light and the darkness, we adore thee and we invoke. Look thou with favor upon me, who now standeth before thee, and grant thine aid unto the highest aspirations of my soul, that I may be enabled to accomplish the great work. To the glory of thine ineffable name. Amen. You have achieved total relaxation. Your mind is at peace. You are now able to concentrate your thoughts, your feelings, your awareness. Imagine now that towers above you another being who represents your higher self, your holy guardian angel. See this majestic, towering figure standing above you, watching over you with his light and love, protecting you, guiding you. With each breath you take, you aspire inhale, yearn towards your divine angel. Exhale, visualize your being. Imagine this divine being with wings that are outstretched, vibrating rapidly with spiritual power.
Within 6 months until the midterms, here's something odd. Launched at the protesters, and again, it appears a protester fired back with that weapon.
That's another reason you can't talk about this.
We are $38 trillion in debt. So you have to look at that as the United States. Nintendo is going absolutely crazy. Right now, this high-end tablet is at an unprecedented price. If you order today, you're not just getting the tablet. You get the keyboard, mouse, and the case, all in one massive bundle. It's got a stunning high-res screen, runs Android, and packs a huge 128 gigabytes of storage. It's a beast for gaming or movies. This deal ends today. Don't miss out. Click the link below.
He stands above you, benign, gracious, beatific. Long for, yearn for, and aspire towards this great being who is yourself made perfect. Exhale. Imagine and feel this divine spiritual figure descending, occupying your body, your mind, your soul.
We are $38 trillion in debt. So you have to look at that as the United States.
You are lifting up your arms towards the heaven, towards the sky,
$38 trillion in debt.
aspiring towards the noble being who is yourself. Exhale. Feel the air going out of your body and your higher self, your angel, descending into you.
$38 trillion in debt. So
Inhale, aspire, exhale, you are one.
we are $38 trillion in debt. So you have to look at that as the United States credit card. Except we only make $5 trillion in income a year. That's what we all pay in taxes, $5 trillion. And the government spends $7 trillion.
In this country, we cherish and guard the right of free speech. We know we love it, but we put up with people saying
We are $38 trillion in debt. So you have to look at that as the United States credit card. Except we only make
Imagine and visualize him there, as he always is, ready to help you and guide you throughout life. As you inhale, yearn for your guardian angel. As you exhale, feel your angel coming down, occupying you, filling you as your breath goes out. Inhale, aspire. Exhale.
Fuck this trash. Fucking bullshit one.
Mentally, you see your angel. You feel his presence, handsome, beautiful, rose in brilliant, scintillating, white light.
In debt. So you can look at that as the United States credit card, except we only make
Inhale,
$38 trillion in debt. So you can look
aspire.
at that as the United States.
Exhale, you are one. You are gradually merging with the gigantic figure of the angel. This is your higher self, your guardian angel, desiring to be with you, and you to become united with him.
For $6.99 each, you can mix and match this and this, this and that, or this, and that. This girl bought white powder to drug her own sister. First, she planned the birthday party and convinced her to come. Then, at the right moment, she slipped the powder into her sister's drink. Her sister drank it with a smile, never realizing what she had done. Slowly, the drugs started reacting in her body, making her feel dizzy. The next moment, when she regained her consciousness, she was naked and in an unfamiliar bed. Her head pounded as she recalled the glimpses from the party, a drink, and then a stranger. Her breath hitched as realization dawned on her. She had slept with a stranger. As she was about to get up, the door burst open.
and soon her room was filled with guards. One of them stepped right in front of her, introducing himself as a lawyer. The girl was confused. Who was the man she had slept with? And why did he send a lawyer to her? Before she could question him, the lawyer shoved a contract to her face, asking her to sign it. It was a non-disclosure agreement, stating that the girl could not tell anyone who she had slept with. She had no choice but to sign the contract. We are 38.
Yearn for your guardian angel.
We are $38 trillion in debt.
You
You have to look at that as the
and your holy guardian angel are one.
We are $38 trillion in debt. So you have to look at that as you.
This is the goal of your lifetime. This is the great work. United with your holy guardian angels, your magnificent, beautiful, mighty, heavenly self. Meditate quietly. revelation to an ancient adoration. I am he, the born spirit, having sight in the deep, wrath, and the immortal fire. I am he, the truth. I am he who hates that evil should be wrought in the world. I am he that lighteneth and thundereth. I am he from whom is the shower of the light of earth. I am he whose mouth ever flameth. I am he who begetteth and manifesteth unto the light. I am he, the grace of the world. The heart girt with a serpent is my name.
This one kid, he comes in, he tells people, I'm not gonna say, but he's like a little brother. One day he just came out and started sending me like pictures and stuff, like he likes BDSM and stuff. I'm like, why are you? You're like 18. Why do you even have these things? He's like, oh, I just want to show that. I'm like, no, delete it. Never send me this again. What the fuck's wrong with you, man? Why did he need to send it to me of all people? I don't know. It's like maybe I'm like his priest and he wants like a confessional or something. I don't know. Like, why are kids even having access to this stuff? Let's go. Yeah. That's the problem. Leather, whips, I don't know, batons. Do you know that there was actually literally a house in the South a long time ago? The house was oh shit, okay. The house was about, what is it? They were running a room every day. It was a therapy room for the BDSM victims. Isn't that crazy? And then the people go in to share their BDSM experience. And some people, they get used to this BDSM whipping and, getting whipped and this and that. Like, and it's crazy. So there's a lot of this shit that goes on now. Okay, but anyways, anybody else wants to come up? You guys want to come on up? Looks like this
innovative solutions with
the Iran thing. I mean, that Trump denied the proposal. He's calling Iranians pirates, and looks like the blockade is still on. The U.S. Navy is enforcing a blockade of Iranian ports. The military action, U.S. Navy has been seizing Iranian ships and cargo near the Strait of Hormuz. You have the conflict as impacted regional stability, with ongoing concerns in Lebanon and Red Sea. And a 45-year-old protester was reported scaling a bridge in Washington. Isn't that crazy? That is some crazy shit. And there's a public opinion. We have the survey. It says the reports indicate that polls show 61% of Americans believe the force against Iran. We had one yesterday, that guy, Cash, or whatever the idiot name was. I don't even talk to people. It's a little strange that he lives there and he feels that way. It's so strange. Yes, sir. Anyways, so we have that right there. And what else do we have? Looks like in Iran, we have 14 soldiers were killed on Friday during operations to defuse unexploded ordnance in the northwestern Zanjan province, local media reported. Supreme Leader Mustafa Khamenei urged his people to wage economic battle and disappoint its enemies as the war with the U.S. and Israel and years of sanctions take a toll. IRGC Navy said it would enforce new rules over waters near its coast, aiming to turn them into a source of security and prosperity for the region. You have the war diplomacy. A new, the U.S. Department of State imposed new measures on entities linked to Iranian petroleum exports, including China-based Qingdao oil terminal, accusing it of importing millions of barrels of sanctioned crude and enabling billions in revenue with Tehran. Beijing rejected the move as unlawful unilateral sanctions. The State Department said it cleared more than $8.6 billion in military sales to Israel, Qatar, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates. Anyways, what's your take on any of this? Any take? You have the on one side you got State Department making lots of money and selling shit to Israel, Qatar, Kuwait, and the Arab Emirates. That on the other side, you have the Iranian side, the Lebanese side, and as well as doing a whole bunch of attacks. But Israelis, they're killing, Lebanese right and left, some civilians, by the way. So that's the thing, and I remember about a couple of weeks ago, they killed about 300 people in one day in Lebanon, which was very problematic. Now, the UN resolution that was placed in 2006, it's the 1701. Both parties have violated the UN resolution. Yet Hezbollah were past the Litani River, and they were pretty much. And then you had the Israelis in 1967. These SOBs, they took over that piece of land called Sheba Farms, which is under occupation. They kicked out a whole bunch of farmers. It's located on the border of Israel and Lebanon. And so when Hezbollah started attacking Lebanon, there were Hezbollah was actually shooting rocket into Sheba Farms, not into actual Israel. But then Israel went in and started attacking and destroying people's houses. I remember watching this one video. This when the 8th of October started, these mofos. There's a beautiful house. It's owned by a doctor, right? This video went viral on Twitter. I'll have to find.
No, you can hold on. First of all, that research came from Alex Jones. That quote came from Alex Jones, but it is incorrect. I want to go back to the annual expense that she was talking about. When you break that down, every year people are paying $5,000. This is what broke out. Gasoline being about $1,800, food being about $240, and other housing, interest, and goods being about $3,480. That's $410 per month.
Yeah, this is true, right? But here's the thing, right? You guys didn't consider the millions of dollars being spent on rats, dolphins. You're talking about
say we're not the final decision makers when it comes to these things.
We see why. You worried about fraud.
We are not. Meaning me or you. So just let it be. And sit your ass down and well. And hunker down. Yeah, because buy some cheaper snacks. Stop killing ourselves. You see, I got 2 bottles. So why are you guessing about this? I don't even drink them. Like, I put the liquor down. Me personally, I really think you should focus on AI and actually make yourself useful. Rather than complain on AI. I handled it. Did you? Yeah. So no. I'm talking. Okay. Well, everybody you know what I'm No. It's a full free scholarship. Hey, bro, all I have to do is Google it, my boy. That's it. Let your AI do it. You're not that special, my boy. You just give me some sauce, right? Right.
For the people who have common sense and the ability to do proper information, if you see the youth, please pour into them. Regardless if it's a young boy or a young girl, we need to literally pour into the youth because the state that the community is in is sad. And if we allow certain people on the stage, I'm not going to call anybody out by name, but if you make an assumption, you were probably right about who I'm talking about. If you see a child, just give them a hug and tell them you love them and encourage them to go to school and not use Google or AI and any other search engine, because then you are not able to deduce. You have, in order to be taught, you have to have a teacher. Hallelujah. And that's great. You see that word right there? You see that word right there? Yeah, hallelujah. So one cannot teach themselves. One cannot teach themselves. You have to have a teacher. You have to have a teacher. You have to, and in order for the learning to happen, in order for the learning to take place, hallelujah, you first have to be quiet so that you can listen. Because there are some things, there's some steps that need to be taken. Who disagrees? I don't think you're taking it in. If you told me about I have an AI software engineer. Hey, go ahead.
If you see these two, that's what I'm saying, TT. I'm about to agree with you. If you see a child, you should also probably put them in an organized sport. You see how these gentlemen
or the military.
You see what I'm saying? You see how they lack discipline? They can't shut up for 10 seconds. They just going. The kids don't have no discipline. So give them a hug and a book and sign them up for soccer.
And soccer is good. Yeah, I played soccer half of my whole life.
Maybe you did football.
What I'm saying is,
This app with mental
health issues. And the black community run rampant. I totally get it.
This man cannot go on mute for 2 seconds to let someone get out a full sentence.
Right.
I'm pretty sure that any woman that he's with, that he's done before she even opened her legs. This shit is insane.
She come first, I come last.
This shit is insane. It's not, sir. No one you don't have enough PP according to
it's very noble of you to think that these men have.
And honestly, you almost forgot. You forgot people only have a certain amount of attention span.
You ain't.
All right, because I have ADHD.
Dude, you need to go
But
get some Vyvanse and stop thinking.
I do have Vyvanse.
It's not working. It's not working. It's not working. I'm off my meds. It's the weekend. It's the weekend. It's not working.
No, hold on.
You can't take it.
Wait, no, sir. No.
There's some.
Fenimol. There's like
not. It's not.
The way you're acting, you need something to even it out.
Sir.
I had to drop him again because he's not about to line your fire.
There are strategies. There are strategies. If you're not going to medicate on the weekend, then use a fucking strategy. There's several of them.
These are the lawyers. These are the lawyers.
The lack of discipline is.
He hurt you with that one, Doctor.
Absolutely disgusting.
These are the lawyers of tomorrow. Bro.
Look, and it's still stinging.
I'm not talking about you, bitch ass.
I said, I know he hurt you with that one. It stung. And we can clearly see it's.
What are you talking about?
Oh, you're not paying attention. You have ADHD?
Yes, I do.
You have ADHD? Oh, okay. Well, that explains it. That explains it.
You do too, dumbass. Do you know how you are in the world? You have everything. You have ADHD, ADD. You probably got some other shit going on with your slow ass. Do you know what you have?
This how you were spoken to?
You just use this app.
Is this how you were spoken to?
Your hyperactive mind keeps going from here and chillism back and forth so you don't pay for your $10 Vyvanse because you got health insurance, contractor. Just go buy the Vyvanse shit and stop using chillism as your ADHD drugs, nigga. You using Nathan and Manfinity and First Lady as your pills. Go.
Tell me more of your thoughts. Is this how you were treated when they didn't understand how to deal with you? Uh-oh. Let's get into it, Dr. Library, since you know so much. It's called learned behavior. When you are her own by mission, maybe her parents or people around her didn't know how to treat her, so they spoke to her in this manner, and they treated her in a particular manner. And now, guess what? Somebody else identifies with. She's been the same non-compassionate, patient, very demeaning manner. Learn behavior. The cycle continuing itself. What's going on? When do we grow? When do we learn better? And that's to you, brother. Aren't you an educated man? Weren't you telling him how to have? But yeah, you have this really caveman type of approach. Interesting. Getting your dopamine hit now. It's just crazy, bro. Best that could be ever.
Oh my God. He just crashed. Okay. That's wild. Do we have a topic?
I guess this party just came to him.
I ain't coming to that.
Are trying to, in Washington, are balancing the budget. They don't give a shit about you. Who doesn't give a shit about you? Well, Washington, your representatives and everybody that says they're representing you, you know, they just on this fucking crazy spending spree. And as far as the cost of this, Trump's already said he wants to increase the military budget next year by $500 billion. We don't have it. We have it. Really?
So people, so when we have terrorists, right? No matter what you say about it, logically, there's more money coming into the country. Logically, there's no way around it. No matter what people say, oh, it doesn't go here, it doesn't go there. Regardless of what people say or how they try to circle and discredit the terrorists, they were still getting. They were. They're still active. I don't directly from them, and not people trying to fabricate information to make you dislike Trump, right? But the thing is, right, we have the money. It's not even the point. The point is, we have the money. We always have the money. And yeah, people are complaining about this $1 billion a day. That's nothing. According to what we spend yearly, that's really nothing. It doesn't even do anything. And we waste more money on other shit. That doesn't matter. This is relevant. This war matters right now, right? And it's gonna get done. People are complaining. Oh my God, people are acting like $1 for chips and not paying $5 for a bag of chips, bro. People are acting like your rent jumped $1,000. Some shit we're paying accuracy. Right? So just your job is not paying you less, right? We can move on. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I do, because you can't rebuttal anything I said. That's why you don't know. I know you can't, because of what you point. I can let you take any point I said and rebuttal you, though. Go ahead to talk. Did everybody's Netflix? Did everybody's Netflix get? Do you not know how to Netflix get more expensive? Really? From what? When did that happen? When? Last month. So how much is Netflix?
So imagine, and what he references is bag tips.
Yeah, Netflix is $15 a month, bro. You don't need a full.
He dismissed y'all. So just whether or not to engage. You mentioned Netflix and bags of chips.
Yeah, money.
He dismissed people's rent. He dismissed. He didn't even talk about healthcare. He dismissed gas and transportation.
How much has your healthcare increased?
How much has your healthcare
increased?
Utilities.
How much has your healthcare?
He talked about these things. He talked about these things, and he dismissed all of them out of hand.
You don't even know your own
So things that we know about him, he either is not paying his own stuff, which is very possible, and that's fine. But he can't enter the conversation. We can't have a conversation with him that is going to be logically centered. That's going to be reasonable.
Everything I'm saying is logic. It's reasonable, brother.
Because it doesn't have any moorings to reality. He talks about.
So how much has your
conversation with someone
let the room
no
know
connection?
how much has your expenses increased? You just made a whole bunch of bullshit. How much has your expenses increased, brother? $1,000? Are you spending $1,000 more a month now? Because if you say yes, that would be a lie. So what are you talking about? Everything is based off the margin.
The average was like $430 a month for the average family. That's how much more.
No, we're not spending
even people are not spending $1,000 for a year because it just, yeah, I did the math.
Respectfully, Cass, we don't believe it. I don't think you can show the work, and if you can't show the work, you don't get credit. So we're just gonna go with Dr. Library card. Okay.
Okay.
Wait, did she show the work? What the fuck?
I mean, she didn't show the work. She didn't show the work, but you believe her.
The name he was arguing with earlier was up here talking. His source. It was Aleph, right? ALEFPH.
I was not here for that.
He was talking to you. He literally said it. What was it?
So he says something and you believe it.
No, he said what source he got it from. I mean, you want us to believe you when you were wrong about the percentage of the budget. But you were just wrong about the percentage of the budget that the war costs a day. But you want me to believe that you want me to believe that you know the amount a family spends per month based off inflation.
Doctor, we spent $25 billion on this war so far. The U.S. spent $7.5 trillion a year. If you do the math, that's only 0.33% of the whole budget. My math is not wrong. Your thinking is wrong. Because so now we're at what? 66 cents?
25 billion on stop.
Less than
on cash. Shut up. On cash. Shut up. I'm talking. Kaz.
I don't care.
It's another 25 billion. Kaz. Let me finish. Kaz. Let me talk, and then you can rebut it.
Is it under 1%?
Kaz. Let me finish talking, and then Kaz. Let me finish talking, and then you can rebut it. Kaz. Let me finish talking, and then you can rebut it. Kaz. Stop talking. Let me finish talking, and then you can rebut it.
No, there's no rebuttal.
Kaz, let me finish talking. Kaz,
is it less than 1%?
How much budget was allocated for this year? This war is another 25 billion on top of it. On top of what was already allocated for the Department of Defense.
Are you saying my math is wrong?
Will you stop and just listen?
Are you saying my math is wrong?
Oh my God.
If you're not saying my math is wrong, then I don't gotta listen to you. Tell me my math is wrong, now listen to me. And then give us the proper math. Okay, then I thought so, because my math was right.
Your math is wrong. Yes, your math is wrong.
So what's wrong about the math?
Yes, your math is wrong.
How much is the U.S.
Yes, your math is wrong.
So how much is it?
Yes, your math is wrong. Yes, your math is wrong.
So I won the conversation.
Yes, yeah.
I know, yes, I did.
Yes, your math is
wrong. This guy thinks this is flat earth. I'm like, yo, shut the fuck up.
At some point, the people who don't have mental illness and who aren't fucking stupid have to have self-discipline.
Stupid people speak like you, bro. I'm just giving you straight logic, bro. We could all look up how much the U.S. spends a year, and if 25 billion, do the math with that money, that amount, you get a certain percentage. What is it? Less than 1%. What is it exactly? 33%. 0.33, not even 33. Less than 1%. So you're complaining about what? He just trying to rebuttal what? You could call me a bitch, bro. I'm so passionate like that, bro. Go ahead, you know what I'm saying? So good job, Britt. Good advice, you know what I'm saying? You should tell him to go learn how to do some math. But yeah, man, it's so crazy how people like Arthur just lost, man. Rebut. My fault. Nikki.
Damn, what's annoying to rebut his math? That shit crazy.
Yeah, he couldn't rebut nothing.
The whole argument is fundamentally wrong, Cass. You're
right here. You're right here, Dr. Mitch. You can give me the proper math, right? I'm just going off the facts. If the U.S. spends about 7.5 trillion a year, and we spent 25 billion on this war so far, what's the percent? What percentage of the total budget that we usually spend yearly? So correct the math. Correct the math. I stand to be correct.
You're asking the wrong question. You already brought up the problem that the government is spending too much. So we should be attacking everything, but this one's easy, right? I mean, you got to start. So you're just going to say, because we're spending so much money, let's just spend more? That's your that. It's only $25 billion more.
No. I'm saying, right? The year just started, so this is just 25 billions included in that budget. You can't say it's more because the year is not done yet, right? When the year is done, we'll know exactly if we went over or we stayed within the normal ranges, right? Which is 6.5 to 7.5 trillion, right? So let's talk about it that way, right? Regardless, right? However you want to put it, 25 billion is still a fair low amount compared to everything else. Now, what am I saying? Well, I said this war is justifiable and we need this shit, right?
Okay.
So everything.
Do you think we need food stamps?
No, I don't.
Wow. Okay. Rich country can't afford to give food to the poorest people and the disabled. It's more important to have a war.
Yeah, because you're acting like Trump's been president for the last 8 years. He's been president not even 8 years, and he skipped a consecutive term. So what are you talking about, man? What were we doing before this? Before this, what were we doing?
I don't love my comparison. That's a false argument, dude.
Wait, what?
Kevin.
Was everything good before Trump, bro? What's up, Concrete?
Good Shabbos.
What's up, kid? People over here crazy.
I can get what you're saying, but there's still a logical fallacy in that statement. But you are correct.
Let me ask Concrete.
Take care.
Let me ask Concrete, because Concrete will tell me if I'm bugging.
Have a great week. I will certainly see you again
US
there
spends
for Bonneville. Take care.
$7.5 trillion a year, right? People are complaining about this war, right? Just the whole budget, just on anything, yeah. So people are complaining about this war that we spent, let's say, 25 billion so far on, right? Now that's point the U.S. usually spends, so it's very minuscule in
addition.
They want to start. They're saying my math is
in addition to the 7.
In my math, Concrete. I'm
into the addition to the 7 point.
So look. This disagreement with the war, right? I think if you were to try to just look at it as a pure number, of course, it's a minuscule number. But what I think the problem is, especially for me, is that we have other things we could have spent this on that would have been more beneficial to the community, right? So I don't know if they've made the argument. I made that argument. I made that argument. I told them, well, you're saying they didn't consent to this. Well, I'm saying, well, you guys didn't consent to the testing of testing of animals and drugs and shit, right? Concrete. Yeah, so it's like, why? Okay, if you guys didn't complain about that shit, why are you complaining now? Obviously, this one is different in terms of the loss of life, right, and its effects on the global economy. Whereas testing of frogs is going to be the loss of frog life and not human life, and it doesn't have a global impact. Concrete, you remember that spaceship?
Concrete was the allocation. Allocation for the research was it? Wait, Concrete, let me ask you a question. Was the funding for the research? Was the funding for the research set aside first?
Just go after it.
Wait, right. So,
come on, just wait.
So, Cass, let me ask Concrete question. Cass, stop. Concrete.
No. Yield. Hold on, Cass.
Because it's in response to what you said, Concrete. It's in response to what you said.
I got you. I'm asking. Look, I was in there.
So, was the funding for that research, was that allocated initially in that 7.5 trillion or not?
I don't know.
And if it was,
I don't know.
Huh?
Nobody knows.
Stop. If the funding
then where did they get that number from? 1.5 trillion if it wasn't originally allocated.
You're saying that the budget, you see how his article. Hold on, Kaz. I'm trying to understand what he's saying. He's basically saying that we know the budget amount because all the line items were prior allocated for. Is that what you're trying to say, Arthur? Okay. All right.
Was this 25 billion that was accounted for in that 7.5?
Yes, possibly. It's possible. Wait, hold on. Let's if you have a definitive answer, Kaz, just I think that's a. No, it's logic. Wait, no. Here, let's think of it like this, right? You're in a fight right now, and I think the best way to like structure your side, which is as much facts and information that you can provide, that they're able to evaluate. So that's why links are gonna like trump you having your opinion or just your word. So that's you're in a hostile environment. You should be proceeding with links over opinions or it's just stuff that you remember. Anyway, so Arthur, let's just say that it was allocated for the research. On both ends, on the research end and on the war end, that it was allocated for or not allocated for. What difference does it make?
Wait, hold on. They have to apply for grant research funding, right? They can apply for the grant. Like there's funding set aside for the grant to do that research. Like that's. Would you disagree with?
We're speaking hypothetically now. We haven't got this definitive answer that it was allocated. If it's allocated. It's not. Now where are you going with that point?
What is this?
No. So next.
Okay, let me talk because this nigga don't know shit.
Go ahead.
Talk about like concrete. Like think about it this way, right? One. You ever heard of people putting money aside for a rainy day? Right?
Discretionary funds.
The
emergency
Department
funds.
of Justice. Right. Yes. The Department of Justice. They have funds specifically for war. Like, what does it? He really thinks the U.S. goes into each year. This is how stupid these people are. They go into each year and have no money allocated. Let me see how much is, because the money comes from the Department of Defense. So let me see how much is allocated to the department.
So the Department of Defense on how much is allocated for it is not including war.
Supplemental case.
So there's basically $900 billion, right? So keep in mind. What up, man?
It's supplemental. You guys don't have to go back and forth. It's supplemental. And it exceeds, and it's going to be more because they have to restock munitions. That's how much they're spending. They haven't even restocked it. It's going to be way more than what it is. It's going to be about double that, what they stocked right now. It's a lot of money. It's on top of the defense budget, obviously. They don't take it. There's not an ATM where they take the money out of the ATM. Let's move on. It's getting a little bit back and forth. It's getting a little boring. No, bro. I kind of let you do your thing. It's getting a little boring. The half troll, half mag is getting a little boring. Let's kind of move it around. You can talk, but like do a different troll. The thing on it's not a lot of money. It's kind of boring.
I've been over there.
Correct?
No, I only do that when they attack me. I only do that when I only hit back.
What's wrong with prep? I have a question. What's wrong with prep?
Because it indicates you're living a sexually promiscuous lifestyle. I think that's wrong.
But the straight people who do that.
I think they're both wrong. Absolutely.
Ask if you do that. I said straight people. You
don't think I guess straight people who have anal sex should probably take prep too.
Got you. And so you think that, which is something to stop HIV, has to do with anal sex. So if I share a needle, you don't think PrEP would stop it?
I never looked into it. Every time I see a commercial for PrEP, I see gay men. So it gave off the impression it's for gay people. I never seen a PrEP commercial with heterosexual people.
I got you. But I'm just asking about the mechanism of HIV. So you think they came
up with a, let me ask the question. Damn. I don't know how y'all do that. So you think they came up with a medication to stop via suppression viral load of HIV, but it would only stop HIV contracted through anal sex? Or you just hadn't thought that part?
Absolutely didn't think that far. The last time I took a sexual, last time I ever took a sex health class, sex ed or whatever they call it, was in 6th grade.
Okay, gotcha. What does that have? People knowing how viruses work, but continue. So, straight women contract HIV through vaginal intercourse with infected men. Straight men can also. Do you think PrEP wouldn't work for them because they're not doing it to the asshole?
Not even thinking that strong. All I know is
I'm asking you now. What do you think?
Ask the question again. I'm sorry.
Do you think that a straight woman or a straight man, if one of them was infected, not even through it could be so Arthur Ashe had HIV/AIDS. It wasn't through promiscuity.
It was a tennis grade, correct?
He was. He got it through, I think, blood transfusion. So you can get it in ways that are not promiscuous, just so you know. But do you think if they had PrEP, him and his wife, if he didn't know he was infected and he infected her, you don't think PrEP would stop it because they had vaginal sex?
I'm sure PrEP would be a mitigating agent. Absolutely.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, I was just making sure you didn't think.
Well, that commercial is very misleading, but I guess
their commercials was straight
across the board. For PrEP?
Yeah.
Okay, I've never seen it. But I don't watch a lot of TV, but the only commercials I've ever seen for PrEP got a gay man walking around in the commercials. So they gave off the wrong impression.
Well, that's the ones you saw. Understand how disease for someone of your professed moral and religious aims is not off limits.
Because I'm a Christian, but I'm not Christ-like. And when somebody attacks me unwarranted out of nowhere, I tend not to think in moral terms. I tend to think in ways.
So your Christianity is okay. So your Christianity is you can't control. You just can't control. So you don't have you don't have the discipline yet.
Right. My spiritual journey is still in progress.
How do you work on it?
I work on it through what's called the silent prayer, and continuing to sacrifice, because discipline comes through all different kinds of sacrifices. And when you sacrifice, whether it's with food or sexual activity or that tends to bring you closer to God and tap more spiritually. When someone attacks you, you can just swallow your pride and let it go. I'm just not always there. And he comes in with this attack on me every time. So it's gotta work on it. It's really more revealing of
sent hurricane for you to learn that discipline. There's this thing about tests and temptations that Christ talked about and the disciples. And so maybe that's just a test for you, and you consistently fail the test. What would happen if you just muted up?
I've already done that. If I assassinated my ego appropriately, this man would be able to say anything about me, and I could just say, Father, forgive him, for he knows not what he does, and move on. But because I have to
I think you just hate gay men.
I don't hate nobody.
Not hate, I think you think that they're morally repugnant and they should be put down.
I believe that either. No, I don't believe that. I just think I don't think
I'm any better than. It might not be true. I'm saying what I think.
Yeah, I don't think I'm any better than a gay man. Because we're all struggling. We all struggle with
yes,
sin.
You do.
I know. How are you gonna tell me what I think?
Everybody thinks they're better because that's just how people are. Everybody thinks they're better than somebody else or something. I think those men who take care of their children
are better than those who don't take care of their children. Now, you can't take care of your children for a bunch of reasons. I'm talking about that. But people who actively don't take care of their children, I think people who take care of their children, men and women, are better than men and women who don't take care of their children.
But here's the problem, right? So you might have somebody who doesn't take care of their children, which is disobedient to what God wants. But then you have another person who takes care of his children, but he's sexually promiscuous. They're both being obedient to God's word. And I believe
That's
it's the
different.
same. I'm just saying it's the same spirit. I'm trying to say the same spirit that's influencing the one to not be a father is the same spirit that's influencing the one to not be sexually obedient. So I don't
have conversations in real life. I wasn't talking as a mass murderer.
From a spiritual sense, yes, but from a physical sense. So here on earth, how we have to judge people.
Where do you get that from?
So because there's a physical plane that we live in, but there's a spiritual reality that we don't know.
Where you get it from?
That's just my spiritual understanding. That's what's been built.
But it's not from a verse or something Jesus said.
I'm sure it is. I just don't have it.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I just don't have the scripture to give you. But
so you think Jesus ranked all sin as the same?
Right. There's only one sin. The only sin.
I'm asking. You think Jesus ranked one sin as all sins as the same?
Yes, I know there's this thing about I think there's one thing about abomination and man laying with man, but I don't really know how to interpret that fully. I just put all sin in the same category because it all falls under disobedience.
And laying with man, I was talking about that. I was talking about the nature of sin. Okay, I'm just asking. It's not a quiz. That's not. I'm literally just trying to find out. Well, if you think that I don't know the prep jokes, I never understood the prep joke. But, okay.
I know it hits them where it hurts. That's why.
You think?
That's all.
Why do you think
that's something I should overcome that? I don't need to be doing.
Why do you think it hurts him?
Because I'm sure he's not secure in his sexuality. Because as a Nigerian man, we know how the Nigerians feel about that. So I'm sure his family puts a lot of pressure. I can't be sure. I can't be sure, but I believe that to be true. Just like you believe it to be true about the things you don't know for sure about me. That's what I believe about him. I believe
but mine is based off evidence.
And the evidence is that the Nigerians are famously against that kind of behavior. So the odds are that his family.
Which Nigerians?
Nigerians in general have a.
That's not true.
They're almost like the Jamaicans in terms of how they feel towards their lifestyle. That's how I hear it.
It's old. Do you think this man is like 60 years old?
Who's old?
Hurricane.
Hurricane is not 60 years old. I don't think he's 60. If he's 60, I stand corrected. I thought he was somewhere in his 30s. He don't seem 60 to me. He don't seem 60 to me.
I'm thinking a 60-year-old Nigerian gay man who goes to the opera is not 60.
I didn't know he was 60. I thought he was a young Nigerian. I don't know him to be 60. He never told me his age. That's what
Did you say in his 30s? I was looking at my phone.
I did think he was in his 30s. I think he's in his 30s.
Where's my gun? I have a gun on every floor of my house.
What's the problem? What I do wrong now?
Wait a minute. In his 30s? Are you insane?
Why can't he be in his 30s?
I don't think
I'll be honest. People say this has a bunch of. People always say that this app has people who wouldn't be who they are in real life or mental illness. I disagree. This app has 10% of us who actually have experienced the world, and the other 90% of us have never left the house. There is nothing about Hurricane that sounds like, that feels like, pause, any impression he's in his 30s. You think Hurricane was born in the 1990s?
Okay, maybe 40s. I didn't think 60s.
Nah, man, I kill myself. I'll be honest with you. We listened to Cass talk just now for an hour. You made Cass sound like Plato.
Listen, man, I'm just telling you, he didn't sound 60. He could have been in his 40s.
I agree with you, man. He acts like he's in his 30s. So.
I'm screaming, Monica, because I'm so nonplussed that if I don't let it out screaming wise, I will have a heart attack.
Hurricane hasn't seen 30 since Benjamin Franklin got diagnosed with the gout.
Yeah, but see, but the thing is, we just don't know. This is just our impression. We all experience people in our different ways, right? You experience me in one way, and somebody might experience me.
No. There's objective markers for somebody that you can tell. It's not like it's not a belief. Hurricanes talked about shit that he experienced in the 80s and 70s.
But maybe I wasn't part of those discussions, brother.
Oh my God. To be honest, let's be clear. Hurricane talked about the homicide trial. Like, we have to be honest. He is old enough.
But I might not have been there for the homicide trial.
He was on the phone. He was on the
I wasn't there for the homicide trial. You know why I think he was dirty? I now remember why. There was a time when he used to put his real picture in his PTR. And when he put his real picture in his PTR, he didn't look nobody 60 years old.
He advised CK when they should start the revolt. That's how
y'all didn't see his PTR from years ago? His PTR showed that he was about.
He's just black.
He didn't look 60 though. Whatever, man. At the end of the day, I only said that because, you know, he comes punching, he comes kicking.
I agree now. The way that they're talking about Hurricane, maybe that they skip the prep. I'm be honest with you. Okay, bro. You just said to me, I'll be honest with you, you might need to get things prepped. You
bro, he don't look like if that picture is what he looks like, he don't look 60.
He looks young and fine in his photo.
Bro, I don't care if you think he's gay. I'm not gay. I just think, I don't think he looks 60. If that's gay, then that's gay. I don't think he's 60. Based on that picture.
Hurricane is a bad bitch.
I didn't see it was attractive. I see it doesn't look 60.
No, somebody put that in the chat. Anyway, did you want to contribute to the conversation?
I thought Kaz was making an interesting point. Is that a lot of people
before we move forward, I just want you to know that the prep, I think you have to take it in a different form. It doesn't go the places that you have to see there.
Right, but the fact that I even said that further frustrates me. So we don't love you, but that's not how. It's all about
frustration. Ass is crazy.
So he doesn't know how to take it. That's why. So, but he just assumed that it's a suppository. What else are you shoving up your ass?
Hey man, I don't know what prep is. I just see it on these ESPN commercials, and I'm not sure why they put it on ESPN. Why do they have those commercials on?
Because they want the airtime. That's how capitalism works. Anyway, what was the good point that Kaz was making?
I thought Kaz was making an interesting point, but I then tend to agree with the counterpoint. Because the counterpoint was probably even more compelling, which is that Concrete is talking about how, you know, there's a cost to life, and there's a cost to the world economy versus the other, you know, pet projects like the gay frogs or whatever. It was an interesting point that he was saying, where is
gay frogs? Somebody
talked about gay frogs. I know I heard that. I didn't make that up.
Gay frogs? I know Alex jumped with gay frogs research.
Yeah, I heard about research on it to see that they put some type of water and it supposedly made that.
It's the fluoride in the water that makes the frogs gay. I don't know.
Oh no, that's Alex Jones, but I see it here. There was it is Alex Jones. This is a conspiracy theory. No, I understand the point. I understand the point you're making, but I mean, it's kind of strange. So when one administration does something, as citizens, we're allowed to disagree. It doesn't matter. I don't get it.
So we shouldn't worry about the war because it's infinitesimally like, you know, it's too small to care about. The money that we paid for the frogs should be the thing to be worried about.
So, for instance, a better example would have been the Ukraine situation. All that money that we were supposed to give to Ukraine, the Ukraine war.
One second. How so? Why is that a better example?
Wait, why was Robert interrupted? That was good.
I was done.
You were done. You were right in the middle of what you were saying. I didn't even get to the end of it.
Yeah, it was because as I was talking talking about it, I had to remind myself this is the same person who said that, he talked about food and he talked about like potato chips. I can't. I just had to stop myself. Okay, fine. I had to remind myself he's an idiot. Okay. Let's stay focused. How's the Ukraine war a better example?
I think it's a better example than the gay frogs because the gay frogs don't have a life cost to it. It's a waste of money in my view, but it's not a life cost and it doesn't interrupt world economy. But when you look at the war in Iraq, oh shoot, people are driving crazy. When you look at the war in the Ukraine and Russia war, we were supporting Ukraine to the point where that was having a life cost associated with it, and that was a war that it was a conflict that so many people on the left were gung ho about. It was the people on the right that seemed to have an issue with putting money into that type of war. But now, the way that Trump reworked it, we're giving money to NATO, and NATO is selling our weaponry.
We don't give money to NATO.
I'm sorry, we're giving our weapons to NATO, right? And we're selling them to Ukraine. So it's like this is a better use and a better setup for people, for American companies to make money, rather than just throwing money at a problem, which is what I know.
Be honest with us. Do you have any idea how any of that works? Just be honest, yes or no?
I remember it being explained in this very moment. I may be flubbing it, but you understand my general point. Now we're being recompensed for our weaponry today, whereas we're just giving our weaponry.
That's all the time. The money, the munitions that were sent to Ukraine were U.S. stockpiles.
Governments for money, and America was his.
I didn't ask for that. Well, yeah, Europe gave him a bunch of money too. What evidence do you have that we gave cash?
Just the report that I remember seeing.
What evidence do you have? If you say you don't have any right now, just say that so we can keep moving.
I don't have any right now. I'm driving.
All right, cool. So let me
report that I remember reading.
What percentage of it was cash?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I don't think we should have given him any by the cash.
Why?
He doesn't. Why should we give him cash?
Well, the government needs cash to settle up debts and stuff. I don't know if you know, but it's
why can't they settle their own debt? Why do they need hard cash?
And so this is not a learning. Why do you do this? You ask me a question, you don't know the issue, you start speaking. I'm 3 words in. I was about to talk about wheat. Do you know about Ukraine and wheat?
No.
So why'd you cut me off?
My apologies. Sorry. You can answer the question? Why do they need to settle their debt?
You just want to talk. Another new thing is when people cut me off, they just want to talk. You got it. I'm not gonna.
All right. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, why does Ukraine need our cash to settle their own debt? If they can't manage their own economy without our cash, they need to fail as a government, and whatever happens, happens. They should not be using our money, our taxpayer dollars, to settle their debts. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I think I rest my case.
Got it. So when they are owned by Russia, and Russia's on the doorstep of Poland, and we're at World War III, how much do you think we should pay?
I think NATO needs to step in, not America. NATO.
We are in NATO.
We're a part of NATO. We are not NATO.
No, that's not how that works. NATO. Wait, do you mean European countries? That's not what NATO is. NATO is a defense pact.
NATO was set up.
Hold on. Ukraine is not in NATO.
I know that.
So why would NATO step up? NATO doesn't have money if they don't have banks. NATO is just a treaty. Hold on. It's just a treaty. Hold on a minute. Oh my God. You think that NATO is a separate entity, don't you?
A separate entity to what?
You think it's like freestanding, like there's a central bank of NATO and they have currency and all that?
No. I know that it's a treaty.
So then how can NATO send the money? You mean like let me give you credit. The IMF or the World Bank.
No, what I'm saying is America should not be funding their debts.
Why?
Because it's not our responsibility.
Why not?
Because whatever debt that Ukraine incurs as a country is their responsibility. It's not our responsibility.
Why not? It's economic assistance.
Because we've got our own economic concerns here in America and otherwise. We don't.
And they're helping help American concerns.
Helping NATO? What do you mean?
I'm not NATO. Ukraine. Does it help American concerns anyway?
I'm sure. Yeah, because again, Russian aggression is a concern. But
you just answered your own question.
No, but what I'm saying is that it's one thing to help them from Russian aggression. It's another thing to handle their debts with cash. To me, that's beyond what we need to be doing.
Why? How much cash was it?
I told you I don't know that.
So what if it was 50 billion?
What if it was 50 billion? I have no way of quantifying because I don't have a frame of reference. All I know is that we shouldn't be paying them debt.
Okay. Why? I got a question for you. How do you know it's not our responsibility?
Because it only.
What agreements have we signed with Ukraine? Be quiet.
Okay, if there are agreements that indicate that, I'd like to be made aware of them. But until
so you're not familiar with the Belfast Memorandum after all these years on Ukraine?
I'm not. Neither is 90% of this room.
Cool, and they'll just have to look at it. The thing that's so strange about this conversation is people would be up in arms for World War III, just absolutely up in arms. And people also believe, on the right and the left, at least maybe not much anymore, that Russia was or is an American adversary. If you told people 5 years ago that you could spend $40 billion cash, or whatever the cash is, let's say 25 billion. I don't even know that much, but it's 25 billion cash. Let's say 50 billion cash. Not one U.S. soldier has died. I'm sure it's special forces, but you know that. Not one U.S. soldier has died. And the Russian military would be quite literally decimated. Everybody would have taken it. 50 billion. In a budget in which you're spending $1 trillion to fight them hot. You spend 50 billion, and it sucks for Ukraine. I'm not putting that to the side. I'm not trying to be callous. Everybody would have taken that. That would have been pennies on the hundreds of dollars. Now it's a political issue because, as you said, people on the left and people on the right. But if you literally said $50 billion cash, I don't know if you follow the war. The Russians have lost tens of, if not hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The munition stockpiles are crazy depleted. Not one American soldier died. Not one deployment. But for you, that's too much. Even though you hit an objective that you wanted to hit in the Cold War or post-Cold War era without any American soldiers. On top of that, if you ever had to fight them, you know how they move weapon systems. You understand their logistics. You understand their protocols. The kinds of things that you spend hundreds of millions of dollars on to model. They actually did it in real time. On top of that, Ukraine has developed the most sophisticated drone technology system at pennies on the dollar. But to you, it's not worth it because you want the money to stay in America. Cool. Where should the money go? Where would you prefer the money to go?
That is efficient and that keeps the costs down rather than
cool.
That's one concern I have.
So instead of sending money to Ukraine, we should have paid a bunch of researchers to come up with the ideas for a healthcare system.
An healthcare system that would keep our costs low and
you think that could be $1 billion?
I have no idea how to quantify what is worth what. All I know is that we should not
use it to study or to actually do the system.
Research, develop, and implement a plan that keeps the costs low for the American taxpayer for healthcare, but also keeps prescription costs low. What is it? Pre-existing conditions. All of these things. We should come up with
pre-existing conditions.
So that right now, remember prior to Obamacare, I believe it was Obamacare.
It's already law. We don't need anything.
Right, but pre-existing conditions were not a part of it prior to Obamacare. So now that we have
You don't need to
pre-existing.
spend money on pre-existing. What are you saying?
I want
That's
to
about
keep
health
pre-existing.
insurance.
Right. I
That's
want
about
to
health insurance. You are health insurance.
Yeah, that's what I need. Health insurance.
Why would you need to spend money for a law that already exists?
I want to improve upon it.
How can you improve on a law that says they can't be denied? There's nothing to improve. Either they can be denied or not denied.
No, what I'm saying is in the future iteration of healthcare insurance, I want to make sure the pre-existing conditions remain. I don't want
It already is law.
Okay.
You don't have to pay for anything.
Well, what if they came up with another law to get it out? I don't want it to leave. That
But what would you need to pay for? I'm trying to know.
Two people that's talking and they trying to moderate their own conversation.
Mine is the head of the hawk. It's the Kitover.
Six. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abracadabra.
Giving the sign that each abracadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether above it, or in ether, or in the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or in air, or rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abracadabra. The adoration. Include. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted in W's order.
Mine is the head of the hawk. Ends.
Six. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Abracadabra.
Living the sign at each
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether on the firmament, or on the ether, or on the earth, or under the earth,
The adoration, impromptu, close by vanishing.
I think the stars are knitted at W's
Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks by my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white, pure by the brightness of mine is the red triangle reversed, the sign given of love, saveth me of thee, O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee. 3. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of bay that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. 4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. 5 I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master, Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, tile and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the sun I invoke thee. 6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke the voice of the fire, the voice of the fire, the voice of the sin. 11 are the voices, Abrahadabra. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By thy name, rock, I invoke thee. Hawk of the sun, the glory
right?
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crying on. Profits the CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax.
Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1 million to give to crony non. From the state who is a market propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Proven the most transparency now lives spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist or taxologist. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion, great love, busting on winner for profit. Promote the most transparency now. Money spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
chosen cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, a whirling air of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the hawk, Abrahadabra.
And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, Abrahadabra.
Living the sign at each.
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, of whirling air or of rushing fire,
And every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be thee.
The adoration, impromptu, close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother.
mine are the dark blue waves of vision. In the song that I made of old, to invoke thee. Strike, strike the mystic chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Crown, child, and conquering Lord. Horus Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike if I obey. By the sword I invoke the voice of the fire, the voice of the six, 11 other voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee.
3, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of bay that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee.
4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee.
strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke the voice of the fire,
The voice of the fight.
the voice of the sick.
11 of the voices Abraham offered.
Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown, child and conquering Lord. Horus, avenger.
By thy name, O God, I invoke thee. Hawk of the sun, the glorious one.
By thy name, Harmachis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee.
By thy name, I invoke thee. Lion of the midday sun.
By thy name, Tom, hawk of the even crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee.
By thy name of Kitover, I invoke thee. Unbeatable of the hidden mastery of midnight.
By thy root, the cross, Lord of silence, beautiful child that standest on the dragons of the deep, I invoke thee. By thy name of Phoebus, that drivest thy chariot through the heavens of Zeus, I invoke by thy name, Yeshua, O child of the flaming star. I invoke thee. I invoke the names of fire.
The names of sin.
11 are the Behold, I stand in the midst line as the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned unto the splendor of Kitover. The magnificence of Chisin, Strike, strike the master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Crown, child and conquering Lord. Horus, Avenger. By the name of Ra invoking, hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By the name Harmachis, youth of the brilliant morning.
Ladies. Ladies.
خیلی آهنگی احساسی و لذت بخش بود. خدا چی بودم صبح هم عشق منو راه انداخت، ولی کن واقعا آهنگی زیبایی بود، یعنی وزش رو بود. من اینو فهمیدید خودتون آوازشو خوندید یا اینکه
نه عزیزم، نه، نوشته من هست و کار آوازش هم و موزیکش هم با ای آی هست. حالا تپرس
میتونم بپرسم از چه استفاده کردیم؟
از سونو استفاده کردم.
فوق‌العاده بود، من که خیلی لذت بردم. من یکی از دوستام یه آلبوم 16 ترک با همین سونو یه بخشی از صدای خودش هم در واقع گذاشته و توی در واقع اسپاتیفای و اپل میوزیک اساسا یه آلبوم رو ریلیز کرد. تازه نسخه استدیوش خیلی کارهای عجیب غریب دیگه هم میشه باهاش کرد. اصلا یه دنیای عجیب غریبی این سونو و من واقعا برمیگرده به کسی که در واقع داره پرامپت رو مینویسه و اون نوع لیریکی که داره و خیلی اینا در واقع مهمه و بعد میتونی در واقع بسازی.
من برای جالبه که من فارسی خوب تلفظ میگه، چون من هر چی دیده بودم فارسی بد تلفظ میکردم.
خیلی خوب ترینش داده بود، پرامپت درست و خیلی خوب ترین داده بودش. فکر میکنم حالا خودشون هستن
هلوش خوب میکردم، هلوش شاید 60 تا ورژن من روی این آهنگ شاید 30 تا ورژن، ولی آهنگ شده تا 60 تا 70 تا ورژن گرفتم تا مثلا
یعنی میگی اینجا درست کن اونجا درست کن اینجا.
آفرین او میذاری و نمیدونم مثلا
اصلا شاید فارسیشو نتونه درست مثلا برام تلفظ کنه، اصلا انگلیسی فینگلیش می‌نویسنش، یه جوری باید درستش کنه تا اونجایی که میشه. اینجوری.
ولی موزیک هم مارتین جان یه دونه موزیک هم داشت که پوش میداد به سه فاسد، خالی سه فاسد.
من فکر میکنم حالا اگه حوصله‌شو داری وقتشو داری، من البته دوست ندارم به کسی سفارش بدم، ولی یه موزیکی خودت صلاح دونستی، یه موزیکی که در واقع اینجوری باشه که میزنی میتره کنیمتون دهنتون سرویس میکنی پدرتون برمیگردونن
یه موزیک هم داره در مورد خود پادشاه که الان لیریکشو گفت نوشته و در واقع داره فاینال میکنه با تیمش. اونم خیلی صبح برامون خوندش، متنش خیلی قوی بودش. خیلی کاری فوق‌العاده‌ای داره انجام میده توی این انقلاب. واقعا کمبود این نوع از موزیک ها هستش.
یعنی از موزیکی که میزنیم دهنتون سرویس میکنیم کم داریم.
آره اون موزیک، نوع موزیک من دوست دارم اون کارا رو توی رپ بشنویم یا موزیک های
راک هم میشه
آره
راک و اینا
آفرین. ما نایکیس رو داریم نایکیس هم موزیک های فوق العاده ای.
آره نایکیس هم خبر فوری همین الان پرزیدنت ترامپ
میخواستم بحثش کنم.
من به زودی طرحی را که ایران همین حالا برای ما ارسال کرده بررسی خواهم کرد، اما تصور نمی کنم که قابل قبول باشه، زیرا آنها هنوز بهای کافی برای کارهایی که طی 47 سال گذشته علیه بشریت و جهان انجام دادند نپرداختند. از توجه شما به این موضوع متشکرم.
بذار ویدیوش هم بذارم.
I'm looking at it up here. I'll let you know about it later. But well, I wouldn't have to. I didn't say that. I said that if we left right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild. But we're not leaving right now. We're going to do it so nobody has to go back in 2 years or 5 years. They told me about the concept of the deal. They're going to give me the exact wording now.
حالا مصاحبه‌های دیگه هم هستش، میتونم اونای دیگه هم پخش کنم ویدیوشو اگر میخوایم بشنوید. فکر کنم میخوایم بشنوید.
5% of Iraq's missile making capabilities have eliminated. 2% is 19 things eliminated by.
Well, I'd like to eliminate it. I'd like to. It'd be a start for them to.
بله این مصاحبه‌هایی که پرزیدنت ترامپ انجام داد. در خدمتتون هستیم.
بله هستیم در خدمت. بانوانش بفهم.
ممنونم بیبی جان. من یه سوال داشتم، کجا میتونیم سیدبرت جان کاراتو بشنویم گوش بدیم؟ جایی هست مثلا اسپاتیفای یا
درود بهت وارش جان. موزیکا رو من هنوز پابلیش نکردم، رو همون پلتفرم AI هست فعلا فقط و لینکش هم روی پیج اینستاگرام همه. در واقع من میتونم اون لینک برات بفرستم اگه خواستی، ولی هنوز پابلیش نشده که بذارمش روی پلتفرمی. حالا توی برنامه هست، من یکم تنبل هستم دارش.
ولی سید جان این جریانی که مارتین عزیز گفت که میرم میزنیم نسل در میریم همزاده یه همچین چیزی هم اگه زحمت چی بکشید تو خوش خانم و داری خوبا بشین که چند خلیطه میکنی تو فلان و همانه نمیدونم بزنین توش که فقط حل مراد امروز دارید همچین شدت داشته باشیم. یه دونه داشت مارتین عزیز در رابطه با همین سه فاسد فوش میداد به سه فاسد اینا. یه دونه دیگه هم بود در رابطه بود به داس و چکش امامه اینا داشت فوش میداد. این طرف صبح جادون خالی بود، دوره هم دیگه نشستیم 4 تا موزیک گوش دادیم. عزیز دنیز سید جان بسیار خوش آمدیم. بعد چند بیایم پیشمون، بیایم برامون موزیک بزنیم لذت شده. عزیز دل سپارم تسلیمون.
سپاس از شما بابت دعوت دیوید جان، در خدمتتون هستم هر موقع. حتی من میومدم هر از گاه میومدم اون پایین یا تو آدر می نشستم لذت میبردم از واقعا و هستم در خدمتتون. فعلا هستم که جمعتون هستم.
سپاس از شما، لذت بردیم. من یه خبرم بگم و بعد علی جانو بشنویم. پرزیدنت ترامپ گفتن رقم نهایی خروج نیروهای امریکایی از آلمان بسیار فراتر از 5,000 نفر خواهد بود. با سپاس. علی جان درود بر شما، بفرمایید.
درود. نه اومده بودم من پرزیدنت ترامپ زد اومدم بالا سریع خبر فوری بدم که گفتیم و عاشق این داشتم که اینجا تو مصاحبه ها میگه که ازش میپرسن میگه من به خبرنگاران نمیگم. خیلی باحاله.
یه رو بس بالا میکسی چرا همین رو گفت بیکار دادم ببین
من همون موقع دکتر اومدم بالا دیگه بچه داشتن حرف میزدن نپریدم مثلا درفش.
فردت
من فکر میکنم که یه چند نفر هم داریم انگلیسی زبان هستن در اسپیس، به خاطر در واقع تایتل اسپیس. حالا نمیدونم که میخواییم بدیم اونو یا نه. چند تا از دوستانم در واقع توی کامنت نظرشون نوشته بودن. بانو فرناز نوشتشون رد نکردن، به برادر خودشون رد نکردن. فکر میکنید با تجهیزات زیرزمینی که ساختن هسته‌ای میخوان مهمونی بگیرن؟ به تک تکتون رحم نمیکنن. برای آینده روشن بچه‌هاتون اینا باید در سایه زمین و جهان محو بشوند. صلح و روشنی و امنیت بعد اینا بر جهان برخواهد گشت. تو این راه سوار بانو فرناز و در پاس مایک
بانو فرناز این هم اضافه بکنیم که اینا به بچه ها خودشون هم رحم نکردن. اینا بعد از این بلا بچه ها خودشون هم کشتن بیشرف.
دقیقا. بانو راهلم گفتن که در مورد این بحث که وقتی چپا میگوین جنگ خوب نیست، به نظر من جوابش این هست: وقتی که 45,000 انسان بیگناه را جمهوری فاشیستی تروریستی اسلامی کشت در سکوت و فقط در طول 2 روز. حالا من از این دوستان دعوت کردم که بالا هم در واقع تشریف بیارن نظرشون رو بگم، ولی نه فکر کنم درگیر بودن. بانو پری درود بر شما.
درود بر شما. من یه ذره کار داشتم نبودم، یعنی نبودم نشیدم. دید خبرش شد ترامپ داشت صحبت میکرد؟
بله صحبت کرد، تمام شد رفت.
من اومدم رفت.
سلام رسون.
درود به شما دکتر. خوبی؟
سلام رسون.
دلم برای سنگ شده. دلم برای سراش لک میزنه. آره
تو میاد شاید اینجا اونه.
دیشب که موین گذاشته بود من واقعا روده بور شدم. من خنده خیلی بانمکه. من واقعا دوستش دارم جدی. خیلی خوشم میاد. داشت واسه این سومالیه میگفت که میرن توی برادر سسرم میرن توی ترس خدافزی میکنم. خیلی بامزه بود. واقعا مرسی که اینقدر خندیدین. تو رو خدا ریاکشن نشون ندین. خواهش میکنم. حداقل یه ایموجی دیسلایک بدین.
آخه چیزی خنده داره میخنده، چیزی خنده نباشه نمیخنده. موجود دنبالی ریال نیستیم که حقیقت
میتونم. تو زیر قطوع هستین احتمالا؟
نه با من اصلا در مورد مدام یه لبانی اینا پرمیریم زیر پتو کجا.
یه خبری هم الان اسرائیل وار روم گذاشته، با پریروز برام فرستاد. کابینه در واقع امنیتی اسرائیل قرار فردا ساعت 8 شب جلسه تشکیل بده. اینم در واقع یه خبر دیگه بود.
Who's memorable now?
This fucking guy, my wife, she wanted me to get one, and I had fucking abortions. They will ban him for sure. That'd be a big problem for the person.
چیزا مطمئن نیستم راستش ولی جوابی مثبت نکرد گفتن سربازه ایران رئیس چطور شده مسئول نجات پرایان راه آفت کیکاور درود بر شما حرفها و این آدم‌هایی که نوار هستن میگن آقا عکسی که بریم نمیخوایم هزینه جنگ بشه و به ما چه اساسا برای چی ما باید وارد جنگ بشیم. خود آمریکا الان داره اینو شروع کرده، اساسا آمریکا مثل هیتلر میمونه، از این حرفا اینجوری میزنن. در مواجهه با این افراد ما باید چه واکنش و ریاکشنی نسبت بهشون داشته باشیم و توضیح بدیم شما بفرم.
اوکی بله، اون یه نیم ساعت پیش داشتم گوش میکردم، فکر کردم بحث اول شده. والا نمیدونم، من اون موقعی هم که اینجا بایدن و اینا سر کار بودن یه خبر پول میلیون ها حتی بیلیون ها دلار خرج نمیدونم استادی جندر استادیز تو گواتمالا و نمیدونم خرجای علکی میکردن توی کشورهایی که اصلا به ما ربطی نداره. تو آمریکا نظر یه چیزی میکردن که اصلا و ابدا نه به آمریکا کمک میکرد نه اصلا منطقی بود. حالا دوروبر من شبیه اصلا نیست، با اینکه من تو الی زندگی میکنم مثلا معاشرت ندارم، همه دوستام تقریبا همه هم عقیده هستن، اونایی هم که نیستن باهاشون زیاد حرف نمیزنم. ولی من همین میگم اون موقع خرجای علکی میکردم، مثلا این خرجی که البته جنگ نیست، فقط اینو بهشون حالی کنیم که جنگی وجود نداره، این یه ریسک میشه در حقیقت. حالا
We are $38 trillion in debt. So if you look at that is the United States.
کشوری که قدرتشو داره و اگر از نظر انسانیتی بگم نگاه کنیم در جایی هستیم که والدیان استفاده دلیل اینکه جمهوری اسلامی جفتا به اینجا رسیده همینه که هیچ عمل که تاثیر بذاره نکرده در مقابلشون. و من یه چیزی که خیلی تاکید میکنم اگه با یه نفر که زیاد اطلاع نداره صحبت میکنم، میگم شما با یه حکومت، یک گاورمنت طرف نیستین، اسمشون گاورمنته و به مردم حکومت میکنن. اینا یه مافیای بزرگن، مافیای تروریستی که نظیرش تو دنیا نبوده و امیدوارم نه دیگه نباشه. و یه مافیای تروریستی افراطی دینی هستن با چند تا مافیاهای کوچیک دیگه که همشون یه مافیای بزرگ رو تشکیل دادن و این مافیا باید از بین بره.
سپاس از شما، ممنون. خبری هم که الان در واقع در موقعیت حمله قرار داره، تو رنج در واقع حمله قرار داره، حتی شاید یه ذره نزدیکتر. خب دیگه از دوستان اگر بالا هستن یا پایین نظری در این رابطه و تاپیک دارن در خدمتتون هستیم، بشنویم نظرتون. من دستی رو فعلا بالا نمیبینم. بفرمایید سید جان.
موین جان، من سوال رو درست گرفتم که شما سوال پرسید در مواجهه با کسایی که دارن طرفداری میکنن از موج ضد جنگ ما چی بهشون بگیم؟ به همچین چیزی گفتیم.
درسته، بله. افرادی که چپی یا در واقع افرادی که میگن که اساسا این جنگ چیزیه که خودت
ایرانی ها نه خارجی ها، اینش به پشت بریم. ما چپی ایرانی ضد جنگ تحلیلش مشخص، خارجی ضد جنگ بیشتر.
واقعا سوال اول باید بپرسیم که دلیل مخالفت با ترامپ هست یا نه. اگر مخالفت با ترامپ باشه به نظرم اصلا بحث بیهوده است باشون، چون اینا فقط
اتفاقا من مخالفت با ترامپ هم زیاد برخورد کردم اتفاقا و اونها هم من به این نتیجه تونستم برسونم که تو این مورد ترامپ کار درست میکنه. من به بقیه مواردش کاری ندارم، میشه یه موقع من تمام موارد کاری ترامپ رو بهش کاری ندارم، این موردش رو راجعش بحث میکنم، اونجوری باش میتونیم بحث کنیم.
آره این راه درستیه و واقعا هم باید بگیم که شما باید وضعیت خاورمیانه رو ببینی و کالت هایی که اونجا هستن یه کمی از مدیای چپ اینا دور بشن، هرچی تو مدیا بهشون یاد میدن و اینا میان دوباره بدقور میکنن بیرون. هم زیاد بحث نکردم بالا، فقط سوال شد بپرسم. ممنون مارتین جان، یه چیزی یاد گرفتیم ازشون، یکی رو دیدیم حتی شاید بتونیم ما هم به راه راست هدایتش کنیم. خواستم یه بدرود بهتون بگم ولی قبلش اگر دوست داشته باشید موزیک که یک لعنتی هم به سفاست داخلش هست من براتون پلی کنم قبل از رفتنم، یا میتونم برم و بعدا هر موقع برگشتم برمیگردم بهتون دوستان.
سپاس ازت، سپاس. اگر که هستین یه دقیقه بانو پرسیس هم بشنویم راجع به این موضوع میخوان صحبت بکنن. اگر که سپاس ازت. بانو پرسیس درود بر شما، بفرم.
درود به همگیتون، وقتتون بخیر باشه. در مورد اروپا یه تجربه‌ای که من دارم اصولا بهشون یادآوری میکنم که جنگ جهانی کی اومد کمک شما که به هر حال تونستین آزادیتون رو به دست بیارین و از در واقع هیتلر نجات پیدا کنین و خیلی هاشون وقتی این جواب بهشون میدی کاملا سکوت میکنن دیگه، هیچ حرفی نمیزنن. و در مورد متاسفانه توی اروپا برخوردهایی که من داشتم همشون ضد ترامپ و این مسخره‌اش میکنن. که ضد ترامپ من شخصا مثال میزنم، شما فرض کن یک پلیسی وجود داره که به هر دلیلی شما ازش خوشت نمیاد، دلایلش هر چی میتونه باشه و برای خودت منطقی گرفتی که اون پلیس میاد و شما رو از اون خطر نجات میده. آیا به خاطر اون دلیلی که خوشت نمی اومد از اون پلیس ترجیح میدی که اون پلیس کمکت بکنه یا نکنه؟ و خب یعنی جوابایی که من گرفتم اینه که خب حفظ جان من مهمتر از اینه که من حالا از اون آدم خوشم نمیاد. منم بهشون میگم که من کاری ندارم که ترامپ رو چه احساسی نسبت بهش دارم یا ندارم، فعلا ایشون ناجی کشور منه و حتی ناجی شما هاست، چون ما با یک قول بیشاخ و دومی و یک وحشی، یک چیزی که واقعا هیچ صفتی نمیتونه از بدی توصیفش کنه و تمام اونچه که شما در وصف بدی های دیکتاتورهای دنیا و هر اتفاق بدی که افتاده تو دنیا شنیدین رو ما با جمهوری اسلامی، با این رژیم جنایتکار تجربهش کردیم، با گوشت و پوست و خون و استخونمون تجربهش کردیم. آقای ترامپ الان ناجی ماست و حتی ناجی شما هاست، چون این رژیمی که به من رحم نمیکنه چنانچه بمب اتم داشته باشه قطعا به شما هم رحم نمیکنه و دنبال زورگیریه، دنبال اون ایدئولوژی کثیفشه. من حتی اگه فرصت داشته باشم یا اون آدم ها به من فرصت بدن، در واقع ایدئولوژی شیعه که اومدن مهدیه و معتقدن که مهدی باید دنیا رو ظلم فرا
That is, when I say I take it with a grain of salt, that is giving you the benefit of it.
Big, I've got like had people around the property like to inspect for like do like a fire inspection and then inspection for rats. So I've cleared out the property, cleared out the attic, but
like you want to follow what you
even after
are rationalizing?
Okay.
Are you justifying that? Like if people can follow their rationale? Yeah, Chris, I don't care what you gotta say. If it don't, I'd rather just go with my own senses.
The Arabs who
That's generic statement.
But Ivy, see, like you're talking about colonization, people fight for land, things like that. But these are different. These are a bunch of thieves that came there, try to make people feel sorry for them, and people open their own. And then they stole people's house. These are thieves. These are not like warriors or people.
Cowards. I think Turkey. I think Israel is the army.
Okay, so
in nature. All those types of things are not gonna really take you that far away from the story. Hold on.
I don't know. This whole nature issue. I'm just thinking like.
oh my god!
Fellow Christ and give him his authority and work through him and not people were surprised. Like,
two stumps. Left foot, two stumps. Slide.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the United States of America, a land of opportunity.
I told you to stay there. I am not resisting. You walk in here dressed like that, expecting everyone to salute you. I don't care how many medals you pinned on. You don't get special.
What do you call a lesbian dinosaur?
Are you one of Zero's disciples?
I like Zero. I want to say I would get his disciple, but I definitely like the way he thinks.
Explain it, just to point out that the mere existence of time zones on the flat Earth is impossible.
The part B is, what exactly is the shape of the zone on a flat Earth? What is the geometric shape of the time zone? That would be interesting. What would that look like? I'm assuming it looks ruler shaped. I'm just not sure. Just rectangle. Maybe a golden rectangle. I'm not sure. That'd be a fun.
I think it depends on the shape of your flat Earth.
It certainly does. And there we get into the $1 million question. What's up, Davey? Pleasant to have you. Hero! What up? This is like a rare sighting of you. Wait, what? It's like a rare sighting of you, seeing you in full glory here on the PTR. What's up, Pedro?
Oh, an actual photo of myself. Yeah, I don't do that.
Yeah.
This is an old photo, though. Be careful with those time zone shapes because
Gerrymander is a great word.
they really are. They're all over the place.
Yeah, but at least you can name those on a spherical Earth. You can name them. And you of all people, you can draw them.
Shit, I mean, I have to draw the actual. I can draw lines of longitude. That's right.
You could cut them out. You do a 3D printing. You'd be like, here's a cutout.
You know, I was thinking of making a globe. Like, you know, literally making a globe and printing out the little pieces of the globe and Blue and Woolen, and you can make whatever funny country names you want. That's fun. I thought that'd be a fun thing to do. We'll do DIY project.
Yeah. Look at all the people chilling here. None of them are bots either. This is crazy. We have no bots.
It's awfully zone.
We have one anonymous. Yeah, I mean that's part of the course, but nothing crazy in the title. That would show we have to attract out of it. Nothing crazy to attract like 50 to 350 bots, you know.
My conspiracy is that John Kitover is involved.
I think that's everybody's. I don't think that qualifies as a conspiracy. When you have evidence that the man has like 100 films in his YouTube video, all turned on to Clubhouse, at what point does that cease to be conspiracy?
Kind of marveling at the, it was a conspiracy theory that there's a, a massive pedophilia ring of the, global quote unquote elites. And then we get there's actually real fucking evidence now. It's no longer a conspiracy theory.
She didn't want to let go.
Yeah, the Pizzagate people were like vaguely correct in the most abstract of ways. Because now we know that the Epstein class exists.
Yep. In the highest levels of government. And academia. Top men.
Who's the guy who wrote the People's History of the United States?
Howard Zinn. Howard Zinn is useful, but only when you pair him with another historian. Otherwise, you get a filtered version of U.S. history, which leads people down this road that we're always evil. I'm not advocating that we somehow go be paired with an older school historian who does specific. You could use Howard Zinn as the overarching book to the course, and then inject some specificity with other documents, and then, at least in my mind, as somebody who loves history, Howard Zinn becomes useful. But Howard Zinn on his own is not useful.
Maybe Howard Zinn and Thomas Sowell.
No, hey, look, I read Thomas Sowell, and I find Thomas Sowell to be smart, but I think of including other first-hand documents in it, right? So when he talks about, say, the Native Americans, you would include Native American speeches to both the Congress in, say, Georgia at the same, when they were being forced to leave, at the same time as you would include, the administration at the time's rationale for, why they were doing this. So you, read that part Howard Zinn, and then you get both. My friends who, because I don't possess the book by Howard Zinn, but I've looked through it more novel, and it does do some nice quotations.
As you said,
I would prefer it heavier on the first-hand document side, but I prefer all general studies coursework to be more heavily detail-oriented personally.
Well, he was one of my biggest disappointments of someone who was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. They were buddy, and seeing pictures of him hanging out with him, it's that just made my heart sink a bit.
It's like, oh man. And then finding out that there were, you know, some top academics that were even part of the sort of new atheist movement that were also buddy with Epstein. It's like, oh man. Just the level of disappointment.
Klaus Hagersheimer, G-section. Just checking on radiation. We'll be through shortly.
Yeah, that's what I said. Don't meet your heroes.
No problems at all.
Oh man, I'm so fucking disappointed with Chomsky.
Everything I need to see.
Sorry about it. Yeah, Donald Trump's showing up the whole shit.
Tell me again. I hate being on the defense of people as heinous as this guy. And I don't want to appear to be on the offense, but I do have a problem with the very loosey-goosey stuff that people do. Like, oh my gosh, there's these files. Like, I'm not naive enough to think that a lot of them are seriously, like, more than implicated. But we have very few people who we know did anything, right? Chomsky doesn't seem to be somebody that we have something that we even close to know that he did anything, right? So when you say that, like, what is it exactly from the transcript that you see in there that would allow you to even think that he did anything, like when we say, you know, approaching the P word? Right?
Oh, I'm not saying that he did anything. It's just the how the friendship itself is enough to be like, oh, right? Because it seemed like a lot of people knew who he was and what he was all about. And yeah, maybe Noam Chomsky didn't know, but you know, it's just like it just leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Yes, exactly. I mean, me too. But it's like we get in these rooms, and it's almost like believing the Benjamin hype. It's like because a bunch of academics are listed in there, do you really think academics are flying down on the weekends and like order me up a 16-year-old? I mean, that doesn't seem to be anywhere in any of this kind of stuff. It seems that this guy had his own Benjamin-ish kink on top of his many kinks for inviting academics and being able to say that he was talking with the big boys about academia. You know, and I'm not saying that they weren't trying to, you know, entertain themselves in the way that his access may have allowed him to do, but I don't think it's a one-for-one immediately. That means kids, you know, because he did much more than just kids.
Oh, for sure.
Why are young black men?
Also weird
to that,
when people say, like, someone was in the room the other day, it was so like freaked out, it was
Why are young black men still wearing face masks?
The Epstein files, and he said like Clinton's all over the Epstein files. They started, you know, he went down the list of whatever, just a bunch of people whose names we know, and but didn't mention Trump. And I was like, I'm like, okay, wait a minute. And I did a little Google, and I'm like, how many times was Clinton mentioned in the Epstein file? And, you know, hundreds, right? Like, for sure. And I just, you know, I was sort of asking, like, well, the people who are mentioned, like, what's the sort of frequency? And all the people who were mentioned this guy mentioned were all like relatively low numbers. I mean, not nothing, and you know, still demands an explanation as far as I'm concerned. But mentioned 38,000 times. It was like a couple orders of magnitude more than anybody else.
38,000 times.
And this is the same thing we do. I was going to say, it's the same thing we do with when we're trying to explain how far away it is in space to the next, you know, star. It's like, bro, we're talking trillions of miles, like 30 trillion miles away, in every direction, by the way, from the Earth. Think of that sphere. 30 trillion miles every direction. Yeah, there's nothing. Oh, except over there, there's this little thing. You know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah, I totally believe in aliens and visited. And it's like, all right, make that make sense for me. Like, because you're doing the same thing when you talk about 38,000 compared to like someone was mentioned 6 times. Like, yo, he's in there 6 times. He's got to be guilty. It's like, but nothing to the 38,000 times.
I think some people were just so surprised. So you have to say, no Chomsky. No Chomsky.
Yeah, I went in there and read I went in there to the DOJ website and I typed in Chomsky, and I read like a lot of stuff. There's actually quite a lot of material to read through there. The most damning thing that I found was so Epstein was I don't know if it was like public record at the time or anything, but if Chomsky and Epstein were good friends back around 2008, then Chomsky would have known that Epstein was convicted of like let me see here, procuring a person under 18 for prostitution, solicitation of prostitution in the state of Florida, 2008. So Chomsky should have known about that by then. And yet he still maintained his relationship with him afterward. So that's like the most damning thing that I can find about
There's a little bit more. But I mean, Chomsky was, I think, trying to figure out like how to make problems go away in his own life that had to do with his marriage or something like that, in terms of like PR or something like to that extent, which you could argue if that's worse or not. Yeah.
I read a bunch of other emails between Epstein and other people, and like Epstein seems to have this like pattern of behavior of like ingratiating himself like a little weaselly, little scumbag with all different kind of people, powerful people, influential people. That's kind of his thing. Yeah, right, exactly. What's it called? Like that 38,000 figure in the files is not just directly like Trump himself. It's like a mixture. It's like a or what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. It's like all. It's like a Mar-a-Lago. It's like yeah. It's like a bunch of Trump sphere stuff. That's the 38,000 mentions, but we don't. Of course, like how do we know like what else hasn't been released yet? Like we should trust the people who are the very people who are named in the fucking files are in charge of the files' preservation and their release to the public, and we're supposed to take their fucking word for it that they released.
Well, and the thing is, again, that like Chomsky should have known better past a certain point, and like with Matt Gaetz, right? Matt Gaetz was kind of forced out of Congress because he trafficked and slept with an underage girl, like just over state lines, but still. And after he's gone, everyone was like, "Oh yeah," everyone knew he was a fucking pervert. Everyone knew like he would show us pictures of him having sex with like these women. He would talk about how he'd take Viagra, Red Bull, and that makes me angry because it's like, so you fucking knew. All these people in Congress knew and did nothing. Right? The kind of anger that I'm feeling at Chomsky is in line with that. You knew and you did nothing.
Well, one thing I like to point out, and I totally agree with you there, Romero, that it's horrible and it's disgusting. But here's the thing: even in everyday life, when regular people are like, so and so abused me as a child, people will still be friends with that person. I mean, I've experienced that with somebody I know who I accused of stuff, and people still, and it's like. So it's like that happens in our, we want to hold Congress and these people in high places accountable, and it's like we also got to hold people in our immediate neighborhood accountable too for associating with people. So it's like it's definitely a wider problem where it's like everyday people do this too in their own neighborhood.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, who was that congressman from California that was running for governor that all of a sudden all this information came out and all these pictures came out?
Swalwell.
Yeah, and everyone that they interviewed afterwards were like, "Oh yeah, we knew not to let our staffers be alone with them." It's like, well, what the fuck?
I know, right? Yeah, and I came up because I took a deep dive into the Epstein files. So I went, and then during COVID and shit, when people were talking about Pizzagate and all that, I deleted all of this though because I became a little emotional and unhinged because I was so distraught about what was going on. But I deleted all these videos. But I had video after video where I was telling people like, hey, Pizzagate might be like false, and the whole Wayfair, like, oh, there's these cabinets on Wayfair.com that are worth so much named after children. Oh, they're transporting children via Wayfair, the front door. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's not true. That's obviously false and the conspiracy or whatever. But I was telling people, like, don't let this distract you from the fact that there is a global trafficking ring. Like, just because Pizzagate and Wayfair is not true doesn't mean that there's not a trafficking ring, you know? And I had friends telling me, like, Rachel, are you on your meds? Have you been taking your meds? Are you having a breakdown? Like, so many friends reached out to me. And then when all the Epstein files came out, it was like crickets. Like, nobody reached out to me and said, oh my God, you were right. You know, but anyway.
What? And so Epstein was apparently friends with the guy who ran 4chan. And one of the theories.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw emails about that. Yeah.
Yeah, they would release rumors that were true, mixed in with fantastic conspiracies like lizard people and shit, to kind of flood the field.
Yeah, exactly. There were emails, like I came across some of them, that they were redacted in a lot of places, but there were emails talking about the plan, to destabilize, to say crazy shit, to initiate crazy rumors, so that people discounted the whole thing. Yeah.
So, hi everyone, happy Saturday. Hey. Hi. I have a few thoughts, but number one, it's interesting to think about the ethics of some of these situations that were brought up. Part of me definitely wanted to go into medical ethics for a while, and I still kind of do. But and on the topic of Epstein, let's not even get into the women physicians whom he had on speed dial to deal with all of the young girls that he abused.
You're not the one I want. I know you know what Holman is doing.
Yes. He's going after what happened. Wait, what? But I did. I love that. I think Elliot. I think brought up Chomsky, and I read this really great concept. And I put it into the chat.
How do you know about this and I don't?
I thought this was really well written, and if anybody cares to read it, it's an MS Now op-ed about how Noah Chomsky tainted his legacy with his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay, I mean,
Heading is conspiring against Homeland. Hey, don't forget to add some shadowy financier and sex offender.
No, the only real prison is prison. Actually, what do you think happens to you if I...
It's a really, really good read. So if anybody wants to read it, by all means, Chomsky's relationship with, like, this author alleges that Chomsky's relationship with Epstein should certainly be considered a significant part of his legacy. There is one aspect of this writing where I really resonated with that part. So here's one paragraph that was good in general. There is a perennial debate about whether a public figure's misbehavior in their personal life should influence how we receive their public word. There isn't. That's all answer to these questions because the circumstances so much. But here's a rule that can help us navigate the question. In scenarios where someone's private behavior is in direct contradiction with their public mission, then that is a compelling reason for rigorous scrutiny and criticism. And I'm going to read the last paragraphs that I read with regards to public figures and their actions. It was a good article, at the end, he writes, to guard against the kind of reverence that has made these revelations difficult for some of Chomsky's supporters to process, I suggest a riff on an anarchist slogan that I've heard on occasion. No gods, no masters, no heroes. I found it to be an excellent read. Not sure if anyone else would like it, but in case you would like to.
Yeah, that's from the Microsoft Network. What did you say?
It's on MS now. I'm not really sure what that, what kind of, what is it, media website that is.
MS Now is the online version of what used to be MSNBC, which is itself a syndicated cable news channel, leans mostly to the kind of corporate Democrat kind of left. They do have their Jack's the Fact, just the news guy at 5 or 6, I can't remember which one. And then they have a Good Sunday Show, which is usually kind of a political orientation of like what's going on throughout the week. But they're a syndicated version, like a cable version of NBC. Just they used to be MSNBC and now they're MS Now. That's probably more information than you wanted.
Still on Microsoft, yeah.
I didn't know they were owned by Microsoft. I knew Microsoft was a sponsor. I just never owned them.
That's what the MS and the MSNBC.
Really? Anyways, this was just a different, this person doesn't, I don't think identify as Democratic or Republican. I forget, but.
I'm just surprised. Like, anarchist is a forbidden word, and it wasn't invoked poorly here. So.
No, it wasn't. This was an excellent read. Like, I actually probably will subscribe to the Substack of this writer at this point because I didn't realize he had a Substack. So.
Wow.
Yeah, I
Substacks at this point.
What's interesting? I've thought about different times is like, why as human beings, when somebody, let's say they write something really beautiful, or they champion a cause that seems so just and righteous, we then known monsters who have written the most beautiful words you could hear, that have said the most kind things to me, yet at the end of the day, they were horrible people. It's like, we as human beings, though, I mean, I do it too, and you have to guard against it, like, to elevate people in their minds, but it's like, no, like, that doesn't mean your art, your writing, your books, it truly doesn't mean anything about your character at the end of the day, but it's so easy to get caught up in, having these heroes, because we think it means something,
I just thought it was interesting. I'd like to believe that everyone's reading the article, but I'm pretty sure that's not the case. LOL. But yeah.
But something that's funny to Crow's point earlier, because Crow was like, talking about people being mentioned doesn't necessarily mean they did something. What I find funny too, I found funny though, on the flip side is people were like, oh my god, they mentioned Elvis and Marilyn Monroe in the emails, in the files. And they're like, how can that be? It must be going on since that time. And it's like, guys. So some of the emails, they're just making jokes and like referencing Marilyn Monroe and referencing Elvis, but they're not, like, Elvis and Marilyn Monroe are not like indicted in these emails. So that's something to watch out for. Yeah.
Sorry for killing the room, y'all.
I was reading the article. So is Elvis Presley alive? And is he going to come back to save the Union? Proclaim Donald Trump's presidency is nonsense.
Oh, Lord.
JFK Jr.
No, it wasn't just JFK Jr. People, it was actually JFK. Those crazy people, they legitimately believe in a telling the story of Christ just with JFK was weird. I mean, if they had that story for one person, it's another. Sounds weird, but again. Oh, I get it. I know somebody who on their fence has this like Animal Crossing, which is the weird part of this. And they have on their fence like this sainted Charlie Kirk. Literally like an 8-foot tall thing that's 4 foot wide, and it's Charlie Kirk wrapped in an American flag with like the sun shining down on him. Is the most like, and he's a religious person, he's a Christian. It's the most like ungodly thing I've ever seen. Like, way to tell the Lord you're venerating an idol of Charlie Kirk. The idol of Charlie Kirk is being venerated all across America by all sorts of weird people, and they're Protestants, and they don't see they're making a fucking idol out of Charlie Kirk. It is disgusting.
Yeah, I thought the Protestants were all about not being idolaters. I thought that was their whole shtick against Catholics.
And Greek Orthodox, pretty much. That is their entire shtick. Hey, they worship idols. Kind of a thing.
I mean, religious conflicts would be so funny if they weren't so like detrimental to the world.
That's true. If they could stay purely academic and they didn't tend toward actual violence, they would be really funny. Or like you take man's most sacred thing and they're willing to fight for it. What they see is their most sacred thing anyway.
Or they like fight it out in some sort of like coliseum, like either as a soccer game or it's just like there's this Russian show that I've seen on the internet where it's just like groups of men brawling. It's like, well, MMA is not good enough. Multiple people fighting is not good enough. It's gonna be like 10 versus 10 dudes. Yeah, and it's like if the religious people did that, like in a coliseum, you could make money on it. It'd be great money. It would be a great money maker.
Turn on Poly Market.
Oh my God, Poly Market! You could put it on pay-per-view. It'd be amazing.
Be like modern gladiator. It'd be great. We get back to the Bronze Age and each select our own champion for the faith. The champion fights for the faith in front of the assembled audience members, just like Gladiator.
His special appearance.
Exactly. In his like over 50 pounds, he had a character, Russell Crowe. It's a walk-off. I love their like gasoline fight moment. That's classic.
Yeah, I was gonna do that part, Dennis. Should be. Please. I would love an orange mocha frappuccino right about now.
Stop it. That's
Why do they have to ruin everything with a sequel except for maybe The Devil Wears Prada, which I meant to go shopping for so I could get some of the cerulean pieces, which I worked on, so I really kind of want to go see it. But, yeah. No, you won't see me in it.
Without a doubt, the Wrath of Khan Star Trek to the motion picture was incredibly much better than Star Trek 1.
Uh-oh. You're about to start a nerd fight.
Well, I'm up to the task because, as you well know, I'm kind of a nerd myself.
Wait, I heard nerd fight. What are we fighting about?
That Star Trek 2, The Wrath of Khan, was better than Star Trek, the original motion picture. It's not even a disagreement. It's accepted throughout the galaxy.
I mean, yeah, when I was a kid, I was like, what is this? What is this bullshit? But then as an adult, I appreciate the first one. Although, yes, it is slower and all that. You know, it's not as dramatic and fun as Wrath of Khan. But I like the philosophical stuff it gets into the first one.
Yes, whether or not AI or a computer join with the human, right? Yeah. Yeah, but
Have you watched the first one without watching the TV series? Does it stand alone?
The first Star Trek motion picture stands alone.
I did.
Without the series. Yes.
From the 60s or 70s?
I want to say 65 to 68, 65 to 69.
Awesome.
Yes.
Wow. It's like Apollo is being developed.
Yeah. But the Wrath of Khan, come on. I mean, you know, Kirk, my old friend, do you know that revenge is a dish that is best served cold? It's very cold in Spain.
I like when you say it lasts forever.
Yes.
Around what year was it?
Well, I know the motion picture was 77. I don't know the date of the Wrath of Khan. I'd have to look it up. But you always have and always will be my friend. Live long and prosper.
Wait, is Wrath of Khan where he also said, in all my travels, in all my encounters, there was I think he's talking about Spock, and he's like, there was never a person who was more human.
Well, you forgot the pause. It's very important. There's never been one that's been more human.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, I don't know anybody that thinks the original motion picture was better than The Wrath of Khan. Nope.
Rachel said it's more philosophical. Depends how you grade it. Would it be a good idea to watch the movie before the first season?
Well, you can totally watch the movies without ever watching any of the series. It's just more rich, and there's little callbacks to the series. And especially with Wrath of Khan, you don't have to know the history of Khan, because it kind of really quickly runs it down in Wrath of Khan. However, if you want a richer experience, then yeah, watching the TV show first will give you a lot more context to Wrath of Khan, you know?
Yes, what she said. Yes, what she said.
Thank you. Scott has a very strong opinion about this.
considering there's no such thing as the next generation of Star Wars.
I think we're
Exactly. Yes.
So here's what I was going to say. If you did enjoy TNG, then you might enjoy Picard. Because it's long. And that's exactly what I think. Like, I wanted to do Picard, but we had to do it on Peacock or something. What was it called? Paramount. Paramount, yeah. Which I think I now have. So I'm like, okay, maybe that is worth watching. But I haven't seriously invested in a series on TV in so long. There were the ones that we watched like over the second season. I think that the only second season I've started watching last year was Agent on Netflix. On part 5.
Pro, did you ever see The Pit?
No.
Now, I have not watched season 2 yet, but season 1 is amazing.
Some medical drama.
I
love Noah.
Yes,
Yeah,
Noah, yes.
I love him from the
ER.
No, actually, I never watched ER. I watched him in the Alien show, the last, where he's the history teacher who basically saves the world.
I don't know.
So there's a TV show, and if you just look up his bio, the Alien TV show that's it was like 7 seasons or something like that.
Savage stuff, possibly. You don't seem to like anymore. My father left as a heavyweight, down to the last house. And old June Alexander had the blend. Blend? My father bought that, was killed by the French. Never should have happened. His horse got bogged in a plowed field and the brute just gave up. 7 ambulances had him like a tiger in a pit. Bad luck, they actually. Damn bad luck. Yes, particularly bad luck. He had 400 little horses at the stables at Hatton. Highlands Brigade is broke. Plug the gap, if you please. Now's the time for the heavy cavalry, I think.
By all means, sir.
Gordon, get your bastards up onto the crest. I'll bring up the rest of the brigade. Don't hurry yourself, Pick. My lads will hold them. Aye, till you come. Get forward, damn your eyes. The 92nd Wood Lads!
He's like really smart.
Please help McKay! Savage stuff, possibly. Good.
Bet you want some good places too. I kept my distance 'cause I know that you don't have when I'm with nobody else. I couldn't help it, but you don't have. I don't know why I run away.
Obviously, columns are all down. They're trying to communicate with each other. So that's kind of enough of it to get into really well done. He's just a super star of that show. I vaguely remember the show.
Cool. I've been spending less time on Clubhouse and feeling like what should I fill my time with? And so I was like, I want to get into a good TV show.
Get into that. I want to say it ended in like right before COVID, maybe, or a little bit. 2011 and 2015. Yeah, I thought it was a little longer than 2015. But yeah, it's still.
And I started this show on called The OA on Netflix because I really like. Okay, there's this dope show called Undone, which I'll get to in a minute. That show Undone is fantastic, and so I wanted to look for similar shows. And ChatGPT tells me The OA. But you ever watch something and then just one piece of bad writing in one episode is so stupid, and you're like, I can't get over this one little faux pas. Like, I can't watch this show. That's what happens. So I'm getting into it, and I'm like, I like the premise. It's cool. Okay.
Yeah.
It's barely.
Like Clubhouse Room. Trying to go to the room. Just like, you can't do it.
Yeah. So then there's this one piece of bad writing, which I was like, okay, I see why they had to do that.
watched another one.
Yeah, yeah.
And I was like, let me watch this guy. And I was like, oh yeah. This guy was too good. This just is supposed to be his role. He really makes the show.
Yeah, and the thing I was going to mention about Undone is, so Undone
They like the British system of not having the weapons, but they're also not protecting the citizens.
This isn't about labels. This isn't about being pro-union.
who people think she has schizophrenia because they thought her grandmother had it. And really, it's this that, I mean, if you look it up, it tells you that it's like time travel, but it's not time travel in the normal, traditional way you would think of it. It's kind of what I kind of like write sci-fi screenplay of my own, where it's kind of time traveling through memory almost, rather than physically time traveling, if that makes sense. And so it really gets into things of like family trauma and healing and identity crises and existential questions and like and it's really done in this really cool way, and the writing's fantastic, character development's great. It was only 2 seasons, but if you want a cool, unique, outside the box show like that, it's really cool. Yeah, of course, you know the reasons I related to it, but yeah, but so there are moments where you like have to go in the hospital and stuff.
Conservatives.
I think I watched.
The shooting and death of a Chicago police officer is ignited.
There's only 2, unfortunately. Yeah, I wish there were more. But yeah.
So I think I watched it like they were going house to house kind of thing, right? The whole first season.
Oh, okay.
I realized that people have powers, like kind of. And it's like I just have such a vague memory of it.
Well, it was more she finds out people in her own family, like history of people in her own family. So yeah.
So was she like adopted as a kid, like kind of? I don't know.
Well, the grandma was, but that kind of gives away a little bit of the plot of season 2. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So you maybe I watch season 2.
Maybe I saw season 2 then.
Yeah, that would make more sense because that sounds more like what you were describing.
There's like a house across the street where some of the stuff happens, and they go to some community center, and then like in the neighborhood, they go upstairs in this abandoned house. Is that season 2?
No, okay. I think you might be thinking of a different show.
I don't know. It sounds like what you described. I'm gonna look it up.
Okay. I mean, there is a part in season 2 where they show a lot of houses, but what it actually is not. It's showing houses from different time periods in the grandmother's life, not necessarily different households in the same timeline. Does that make sense? Yeah, now there's a current film project that I'm like, I want to use rotoscoping in, but I don't know. But I'm trying to reach out to a lot of my film friends, and I'm asking them, like, do you know how to rotoscope? But I guess most people don't do it because it's so expensive and time consuming to rotoscope.
Okay, I did see this. And I think it was season 2 that I saw.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That makes more sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing it now. I'm getting a little bit confused with another show that I watched at the same time.
We are through.
Yeah, I remember this. It was dumb. Now I remember the grandmother thing.
Oh, okay. When it says don't be a Richard in the title. Which Richard are we talking about? Are we talking about Richard?
We are.
Last time talking the sea? Or who? Which Richard?
It definitely meant the male usage of Richard Short Dick.
Oh, got it. I thought you were talking about a specific person. I was like,
I tend to say that it looks like Sakina Richard.
Late.
There's a lot of Richards and a lot of ringtones today. I was like, people are really upset today. Yesterday too. Richard, yeah. It is a full moon. Maybe that's it. So let's try it with that. Yeah. See how I did that? Well, I mean, it's my thing. I'm trying to get Benjamin's picked up. It's carrying the torch. So I'm saying, I'm not making it.
some things that people call woo though are just.
Wait. That was not the reception we were looking for, Sam. What were you looking for? I was looking for, hey, what's going on, man? Like, just like,
When?
we are. I suppose you have a valid point.
I know. I was about to ask that. I was like, I don't think that sounds like Sam.
Ladies and gentlemen.
So I was gonna say a lot of things that people will say is woo. Because there's a lot of things I think now that I used to call woo, and I'm not like it's just the way things are, and we just need a different name. Like we need a different one.
I align strongly with Benjamin on this one. I don't think I necessarily align with that. I mean, it depends on what you mean, but whenever I hear someone say something close to that, I normally think they're going to give me a list of things that I need to reconsider that are. And I will say there's something there. Like, I go to this example, this may not be what you're talking about, Rachel, but I go to like, when I think of all the unexplained kind of stuff that's there, I just think of a bunch of unexplained stuff. I think like ball lightning. I think ball lightning is weird as hell. But I find when I'm in clubhouse rooms, people say, "Oh well, this is the thing," and I'm like, "Is it really a thing?" And every time they give me an example, I go, "No, that's not a thing." Are you still like?
I wasn't talking about things that are like unexplained, but I also would never give you a list of things to reconsider because the only way that I come to this conclusion is through personal experience, and nothing I say will make any sense to you or change your mind. So I used to be that person to try to convince other people like what I'm saying. And now I'm like, no, you can figure it out for yourself and it may not align. So I don't even want to waste my breath because it's like not out of malice or something, but more like, hey, it's true for me and it's worked in my life and it's actually improved my life, but it's very personal and it's very experiential and it's very unique to my life. And so I would never deign to like speak on your life. And so it's like, if you don't agree, it's like, I don't even care. I'm not even going to try to convince you, you know? Yeah.
That's no fun. And begging to reconsider.
I'll think on it. I don't know. Wait, who, me?
I'm just really in my like no fucks given phase. Like if you want to tell me that 1 + 1 is blue cheese, like you are correct.
Oh yeah, I do remember that quote.
was that quote before or after 1 times 1 is 2? By our friend from what's his name? What's the name? The Marvel character guy. Can't remember his name. What's his name? You know, 1 times 1, John something. Is that his name? He played Terrence Howard.
Oh, when Terrence Howard was on Joe Rogan, was it? Or what was the interview?
He got a lot more than that. This is not one interview. This is like 100 interviews. But yeah, he was on Joe Rogan.
I think I only heard of the Joe Rogan one where he was
He did the New Age 1 times 1 3. Or was that just a general quote?
I forget what it was.
No, that would have been a good one, but it was something else.
Sometimes when you can afford to just hire people who will be authorized.
Hero. It's throwing me off seeing this picture of you because of Snow Crash. I always envisioned you as like this like Japanese skinny like young person. and it's throwing me.
I felt like I didn't want to misrepresent myself.
No, I just
threw out an actual photo.
No, I've been trying to get certain people to read Snow Crash. Like for me it was Snow Crash. The writing was a little bit hard for me to get into at first because I feel like he spent so much time and details on things that I just, as a reader, was not interested in. But then when you get to that middle part where he just all of the threads just tie together and it's all about language and myth and like all that programming and all the shit that was combined towards the half of the book. I'm just like, it's so worth it to wait to the read. And I'm just so because at first I kept stopping reading it. One of my friends was like, "No, Rachel, you got to get to this part of the book. You're gonna love it." And he was right.
She's gonna bring us! You got your head all the way up in it! All the way up in it! Right, here's my impersonation of Al Pacino trying to look for his cat. You ready? Where's my motherfucking cat? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Thank you.
Where's my motherfucking time?
Oh, where's my motherfucking I'm throwing at the chicken. Got cold. Are you fucking out? It's like, not my TV. You fuck my wife. You can't watch my TV. That is such a fucker. That's exactly what I was saying. I'm taking my RoboCop Blu-ray special edition. You can fuck me. Sorry for ruining your room again. I don't know if my room's capable to be ruined, but appreciate it. Well, you put time into it, you've been building the room, you conversation. I'm not into this conversation, so dude, you got fucking hero. He looks like an actor. He fucking look like, you look kind of like Joaquin Phoenix mixed with, I don't know. I just don't know the names of all these actors. I put my finger in the mustache. Okay, no more being weird. Everyone, okay, definitely.
No more being weird and you call him Benjamin? I'm just kidding.
Marshall's fucking weird. I think that shit's
Yes, I am. I will admit to being weird.
You're kind of weird, yeah. Sam's weird, but he's fun to party with. Sam's like a lot of fun. Sam was like one of the coolest people. I kind of like thought he was like kind of boring at first. I'm gonna do my weird ranking.
Wait, you partied with
Can I do my weird ranking for everyone in the room? Yes, you can. But yeah, he is. No, there was this night recently. All right, top. Oh, awesome! Just came in and changed the whole dynamics. All right, spot weird. We have. I can't do top weird. I have to least weird. This is a tough room for least weird. I'm gonna go with Ellie's weird in the whole room. I'm gonna get to my number one spot. Yeah, I stand by that. That's why I applaud Elliot. Because when you want a well-modded room, you choose Elliot, and then you throw in all the shit show like Benjamin. Number two is a strong contention to say hero, but I think I'm gonna go with Dennis. I think Dennis is coming in at number two. Followed by John.
I made the stand. I'm on the
After
stand.
that, really challenging. It's really challenging after that.
John?
Yeah, it gets really. I mean, there's a lot of ways. I think with number four, I think this could be a mistake. I could live to regret it. I think I'm going with Sam. Really, Sam may lose respect for me for putting him this high. All right, and then I think coming in right this Meg isolates, and of course, like if she's on stage, I put her right to the class because even her last name is so normal for me. She wants to isolate from the rest of humanity, which I love. So I'm not going to count Meg. Let's see. I think next. It feels really irresponsible of me saying this, but I think it's Romero. so
I think. No, yeah, you're right.
Top three, top
like, yeah.
I think it might feel weird about this too. I think Aisha might be next. It's like I might have.
Wait, you're putting who's not weird. I would put Aisha above Romero.
I think so too. I think I corrected. But
I'm not weird.
Yeah, he's trying to rank people who are
the closer you are to the beginning, the less weird you are. We're going towards.
And so that's why I'm disagreeing with him, Romero. Yeah.
I'm a Nordy? Holy
so when you're normie.
Yeah.
We all know who's number one or number.
Let's just put this. Let's just say. All right. I won't reveal too much information. I'm just going to cover everything. All right. And now, no, I don't think we do know because I have a strong urge to put Joe at the head of the class, but we all know Joe very little. So,
from weirdest to least weird, or least weird to weirdest?
I was going for penultimate. I really wanted.
Yeah, Joe could be. I think with Joe, the more you're going to vote for Joe to be the weirdest guy in. But I'm going to put Joe right now. I'm going to put Joe now. Nah, I'm still building. And I think this feels. I feel dirty saying this too, and I think Uncle Steve is next.
You feel dirty?
So he's number one. He's top weird.
I think it's Rachel. I could reverse that over between Rachel and Steve.
now we really come down to the payoff because these are who I have left. I have Royvis, I have Benjamin, I have Marshall, and I have Austin. All right, so I think it's Marshall who's next.
He's weirder than me. What are you talking about?
No, you're right after him. That's Royvis. So, but I feel like it could go either way. Royvis, Marshall. And now I think it's Austin. And I think Benjamin wins, and I think that Benjamin.
I don't disagree with it.
I think that's pretty solid. I mean, you might reverse a couple of people, but it's pretty solid.
Austin doesn't go to long with weeds.
I gotta bring up my weird game, man. What the fuck?
I know, right? All-star career. You're a room of all-stars here, so
You guys have blues with like dog ears all over your body.
You still have your weird. And I challenge you. I challenge anybody, by the way. Like, think of your weirdest. Think, I might be the most normal in the whole room.
I was thinking that the whole time. Like, this is a list done by someone who's very normal. No, I think Elliot is more of a normie.
I think it's.
Am I more normal or less normal because I have to listen to
Yeah, I don't think that adds to the normal.
The really quick, Royvis, the actor you're thinking of is Scott Grimes, and I have his photo on my PTR.
I don't know somebody's new actor.
You've seen him in a lot of things.
My hero looks a little bit like Luke Grimes, the guy who plays at Marshalls. He's like, he needs more muscles on it too, like that, but like, he can pass his hands a little bit.
He just needs like a private like trainer. Like, if you had to like play like Jason Bourne or something, like, you would, they'd fix you up real quick. They give you $1 million just to your personal trainer.
I mean, whoever you look like, it's a nice face.
Yeah, it's a nice face. That's just face.
Yeah, he's one of the stars of the Orville. He's been in a lot of movies and TV shows since he was like a little kid. You know him if you see him on screen.
So, Romero, is your next PTR going to be you with a bunch of dog ears? How will be about it?
No, I'm just going to get a bunch of nipples and paste them.
He could be in the next like Tool video or something.
Yeah, it'll be like chicken pox with nipples. I definitely have to edit that.
I know that I'm not gay, but
And Royvis. I have to edit that Romero.
Royvis, did you ever meet Trent Reznor?
No, I met Marilyn.
Oh, that's cool.
Bro, you should change your
I did a recording at Jim's, his keyboard player's house. Did you see that old school MTV thing where they're all like in the mud and shit? Whatever that Woodstock, right? Anyway, I've been to his house in Calabasas, but I never met him.
What about Rhinos?
I went into the shower and I came out and now, like, what? There's like room going. Hello. There's all the fun people all in one place.
Yeah, you were voted weirder than you probably be comfortable with.
Apparently you're weirder than me.
And there's no way that that's true. Sorry, I know Romero.
I was hoping to win. I was hoping to edge out Benjamin.
How did you not edge out Benjamin, Royvis?
I don't know. I guess because Royvis tries too
Benjamin
hard.
is definitely larger than you.
I'm too much of like a florid, weird person. Like I don't know.
Why am I getting voted as weirder? Like, where? Wait, what? When did I come?
It's that whole like that you hate Keanu Reeves thing that really pushed you over the edge.
What?
In California, we're
I had to use that in my judging. I'm trying to recap the list here. So was it Elliot, Dennis, John, Hero, Sam?
I'm not as normal as Dennis. Oh, Dennis.
I think it was Joe.
I might have to. I've had enough of the
jury of appeals at track meets and conference championships, but I may actually sit here and pay to protest. Let's do
You
it.
need to speak to the manager.
Well, excuse me, Karen, I'd like to speak to the manager, please. I'd like to know who your supervisor is.
See, now that Io's here, I would have to totally revise it. But Io, like, second to Benjamin.
The one thing I can say, Benjamin, have you ever been to a UFO conference?
Tactical, 3 minutes. They knew the police response time. There's, I know, but he did go to a UFO conference. If he did go to a UFO conference, they might just stop the conference and say, "See, that's
How do we know he hasn't been to a UFO conference at Esalen? And Io won from exploring a few months ago.
Was it the state charge?
Well, if you go into a UFO conference,
We know at a UFO conference they treat the aliens with much more respect.
So I need to hear the argument for why is it that you think Benjamin is like the weirdest?
Oh, he's clearly the weirdest.
But why?
Nobody ever.
Yeah, I mean,
but was there a switching on?
He was buying out.
Not a player, nothing.
Exactly.
Boring.
Yeah.
Is that what we're doing?
Let me give you his.
What we're, because I'm certainly not boring. But that being said, CM has.
There was no.
oh, someone else mentioned boring, but that's not what we were talking about. Yeah.
CM said needs to do a ranked choice poll where everybody votes for their top 3 or 5 weirdest people, and then we show. Because that sounds pretty democratic, and
I think
it's.
so. Look, but here's proof, right? Sort of. Like, I think Rachel agreed with me that I could be the least weird. I could be the most normal, but I don't think I'd be the most boring of the ones. So, and the boring and normal, I don't think they necessarily go together. I'm not saying I'd be skyrocketing off.
Right.
Not boring, but clearly not the most boring. But anyways, Benjamin, so he is and he isn't. He's boring in the fact that he states the same thing over and over and over again. That's what you mean by boring. He's certainly quite high on that. But his takes are not boring. His takes are anything but boring. I mean, he literally has a fake DVD called How to Survive in an Islamist Country, and that is not boring. If it's boring, as he says it 600 times. Yeah, his ideas are just really, really authentic. Again, yeah, tasty. So yeah, Benjamin is definitely one of a kind. I mean, nobody knows anyone like Benjamin unless you know the star of Stranger Things, the pilot on that show. Then you know Benjamin. But if you don't know that guy, Benjamin's pretty much the most unique person I think I know yet.
I don't know about that. You're skipping over Uma, right? Uma? To talk about the most entertaining.
Like, she's just a nut in every single word. Like, and I know nuts exist, but Benjamin's a nut while not being stupid. You know, like he has unbelievable bad takes.
It's a very fine line.
Yeah, he's very, very smart, well read, generally intelligent person, and just unbelievably stupid ideas on top of that, right? So it's like, it's hard to put a finger on.
You know, it's funny. I often get told, "Wow, Rachel, you're so normal and well-adjusted for someone who was raised in a cult and had psychosis." So I'm like, okay, like I don't know how to think.
Well, now that you went there, I was thinking that in the bio, like, why don't you create that bio I was talking about?
I know if you go purely by bios, I think I might win the odd weird game. Yeah.
And of course, Benjamin is right there. Benjamin is
want to be objective. Everyone taking meds has to go off.
Oh, far from there.
I'm not going off my meds. That's not happening.
I mean, unless you want to see me like.
I get really sad when I get off my meds. I don't want to do it. I'm good.
No, I was gonna say, bro. Has Benjamin. Hold on.
You sound like an REM song from the 90s, Marshall.
John Wayne shot under
Oh shoot, you're right. I was hoping you wouldn't recognize.
Is you're gonna hit her with an open
How could you not recognize Sean Connery? Yes, he did look like him, but
Well, this is the photo back when I used to actually go to the barber, and they asked what I wanted. I whip out this picture and say, look, I'm not expecting miracles, but this is what I'm going for.
wandering in the night. What was the sunshine?
Okay, Alex. How does that work?
Run a night to a gunfight.
And then he takes for a ride through the Humvee and the whole escape scene.
Oh, The Rock. Oh, so good.
I have to see that Nicholas Cage.
Losers go. What was it? Losers talk about it. Oh, fuck. I forgot.
Losers whine about how winner goes home and fucks the phone.
Yeah.
Paper or plastic? What? Paper or plastic? When we're done here, I'm gonna either need to put you in a paper bag or a plastic one.
No, the thing I was going to say from my kid came in, because I don't want to hear it, I was going to say, look, I think I can take the cake home on this, because I don't think even Benjamin has ever thought he was a deer and got naked and on all fours and started eating grass in somebody else's backyard. So, that is a true story.
There is that.
Yeah.
There
Yeah.
is that.
So anyway, that's what happened on my last time on a crate.
But
Yeah.
we don't know that much about Benjamin. He might
He might have done that. Yeah.
Throwing some bees and some honey.
Yes, Benjamin, you are.
Throw some bees and honey in there, and I think you have a pretty on par story.
Well, I was surprised by how many people come when you want to protect women from a religion that literally kills them.
I love protecting women from religion. It's like waking up to crack. Isn't it like waking up to crack? A little bit.
Well, I think
It's like InfoWars.
It's like running an MRI on people's moral intuitions.
Girl, you don't see that.
Everyone's turning the frog's gay.
You find people that have like a wrench stuck up their ass or something, like they're wondering why can't an injection whatsoever?
Well, they got there with a lot of blue, okay?
They're condemning religion that literally kills women for wearing their hair falling out of the side of their hijab.
They gotta have the right height.
Okay, it's not the religion that does that. It's a religious society that does that. But wait, hold on. Somebody said something a second ago. 1 second.
Wait,
Who said something right before it? Somebody said something right before it that made me think of. Darn it! I lost my thought. I'm so sorry. What was it?
Aaron was describing the amount of lube required to hide a wrench.
I saw a CT of a man who decided to put a bunch of Russian dolls up his anus.
Oh my God.
Nesting dolls.
Oh gosh.
The nesting dolls.
Oh my God.
CT image of that.
Isn't that like the medieval torture device where they had like the pear and it slowly expands? Oh. Yeah.
That would be evil. But also, I saw a man, and this is terrible since we have a majority of men on the panel as usual. But they decided to stuff a jump rope up their urethra through their penis. I love sharing the fun medical cases with you guys.
That's so bad.
Remember?
Yeah.
Talking about that this year? Like, you ever seen the movie? Well, that's real life, motherfuckers. I mean, you know, to rebuke Benjamin, all we have to do is just look at the history of Christians and witches, and there we are. She turned you into a nude? She turned you into a nude? I got better. I got better. Just like witches.
So that's so interesting. I love how like Benjamin is like to defend his title of being weirdest. He brings up this thing about the hijabs or whatever. I'm like, I don't know what that had to do with it.
It's improved this time. You might have missed.
I guess so.
Benjamin gave us a nice story of this poor woman whose father, I believe, what did he like? Kill her, Benjamin, with a car, trying to commit holy.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was. I love this one. Remember, you want to give it a replay? Yeah, poor Norman. Poor Norman story. Yeah. He took a full time and almost see it. Share this too. So recently, going to listening to John on Mike, they know about.
I'm shaking my chest right now.
I'm grooming myself to look more like Sean. Are you?
I'm shaving the letter R into my chest.
So recently, a MAGA Republican got into an argument with his 20-some-year-old daughter, and then he proceeded to shoot her to death. So.
Oh yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah, I heard about that too.
So are we gonna denounce the Christianity part of that? Somewhere along the line? No? Yes?
Not Benji.
No, Benji should.
He only has eyes for.
Corresponds to his anti-religion stance.
He only has eyes for Muhammad. He only has eyes for Muhammad.
Alright, I just want to admit something to you. It's kind of embarrassing to everyone now. I don't know why, because I don't really know any of these things. So I like to eat cottage cheese and then I put salsa in it. You know, I just mix salsa with cottage cheese.
Like Mexican salsa?
Well, it's not thing with a guy over, like, they're trying to out-weird Benjamin.
Oh, my thing is Thai green curry and cottage cheese. It's the
That
best.
sounds good too.
Yeah, it's really good.
You just dropped the nostrils.
I don't know. This is kind of basic. I don't know.
I mean, I know people who do that. Cottage cheese and salsa.
White people love cheese.
Well, cheese drops.
I know, Romero. I'm in Oklahoma. Did I tell you something?
What else I eat? So I gotta go really weird. I eat fun cricket tacos. I go to Oaxacan restaurants.
Crickets? Like with crickets in it? Gosh, and I thought I was weird for French fries with honey, salt, and pepper.
Yeah, I got that in Oaxaca.
So
I've
good.
eaten grasshoppers. I've eaten codfish gonads. I've had anglerfish liver.
Excellent like that.
I ate a liver, not a liver. I ate a lobster. Let's see. Abalone. Covered your slot. Sea squirt. Let me see. Sea squirt stuff with coral reef animal. I don't think I would do that one again. Let me see. I've eaten otter vaginas. Like a big bowl of those.
Are you making this up? Are you making this up?
Is that coming flash? You all were just like, that's pretty funny. That's funny. But I ate crickets and all the other things. I'm not bragging about killing animals. That was like a particular Korean place where it was a live seafood. And I didn't like order that. They just bring stuff out. So you go like, okay, we have 5 people. Bring us that much food. And they just bring out random shit. One time, yeah, it was a lobster. The bands were still in the claws. It was alive. It was kind of moving around. I was like, all right. It was like watching the Temple of Doom thing. It's like eating the monkey brains and the bugs and shit. And the snake babies. And that's how are their film laws? Let's see if we can experimentation. Yeah. I can't leave. I can't even leave the room. You can never leave. You thought you could leave, Mr. Bond. Oh, this is very weird. Sure, you thought you could. And yet nobody has the ability to end the room, right? Am I wrong? I don't see it.
Pros in the audience, right? When he leaves, does it make somebody? No, it doesn't.
One of the mods doesn't come back. I was gonna say somebody should invite Pro. They finally fucked up. You see.
See, this is what happens when you just vibe code everything. You get garbage fucking software.
Well, is it more garbage for it to fail open or closed? Stop with the rate there, step. This may be the first permanent room of Clubhouse history. Can anybody change the title? Because that would be wonderful if the first permanent room in Clubhouse history. So, yeah, there we go. No, I can't do anything. I only have my own audio quality controls, certain settings that. Yes, so nobody even knows if anybody has their hands raised down there. True. Wow. You can bring nothing. You can change nothing. And you will love it. What's my father? Why?
And Dennis is somehow not weirder than me. Pro just doesn't know you like I do, Dennis.
I don't know whether gratified or triggered by being crowned a basic bitch. I mean, your photos. What are you doing here?
Literally left us in this permanent room to sit here and fester about who's the weirdest.
So are you looking like directly to the sun?
Like, I think that was his whole plan, was to sit here and let us fester in a room talking about how weird we are when he's really the weirdest one of all.
And all I have to say to that is, wow.
Are you trying to do an Al Pacino though?
That's being a more like a more out of it comes on the other days. Why? Tired. He's got it. What's funny about this thing is, he's about to say something else. They changed it. I don't know if it's like ADR or something, but he almost said a different line. But they kept it anyway. I think he was gonna say she's got a great something, and he went to big ass. I don't know. 15,000 times. To be fair, there wasn't as much content back when that movie started. Yeah, we didn't have a choice. He's like, what are you gonna do? I'm gonna go home and watch Heat. For the 15th time on cable or whatever.
For the 45th time this month.
I'll probably jack off for 2 hours and then I'll watch Heat 36 times. That's what you do.
When you're weird. Okay, so what you just mentioned that whatever Al Pacino line, what is the best compliment you've ever gotten about you?
From Al Pacino?
Sure.
The best compliment I got from me. Wait, say it again? I said. What's your question?
I said, what's the best compliment you've gotten? You can keep it to a part of your body if you really want to.
From. Can't answer that. What are you talking about?
Because we were talking about Al Pacino.
He has a great rooster.
Oh my god.
Oh, I know you'll answer right. That's why you think I asked you.
I'm not. But these people in the room, maybe you and different after hours. No.
Okay, I'll ask you later.
Thank you. Okay, what's that? Yeah.
The night is still young. We must venture forth. Private?
Honest question. I want to hear from two people the weirdest statements. You got calibrated. You gotta figure out what's weird, what counts.
I don't know. I can't figure it out.
I'm just trying to reverse engineer the algorithm. You think with science, you think Zoroastrianism, religion's kind of weird because you're not like a typical atheist. You definitely.
Wait, Benjamin, do you describe yourself as an atheist?
No.
Yeah.
Atheism doesn't make sense because people make up shit all the time. Money makes no. If money is not real, okay, God is not real. But if money is real, it's making things. People made up 10,000 gods. Like, with 10,000 gods, everyone it's real as money is.
Money is not everything. It's the only thing, Benjamin. You got it back.
Nobody's got even a clue. Oh wait, Zoroastrianism. You think Zoroastrianism is weird? Okay, that's well documented. There's good scholarship on that. They don't even. I'm so right about the science. You can't even know.
Bro, we decided you're the weirdest one while you were away. Because he just made me one and ran away. Yeah, I was going to ask you how. What happened? No, he decided to make us all bicker amongst ourselves. He is the master manipulator here. We're all bickering about how weird we are. Boy, this is trying desperately to win the competition. And then he ran away and created the first permanent room up. Pro, did you notice what happened? You left Pro, made nobody a mod, yet the room was still going.
I think I was next in line, and Clubhouse was like, we cannot let Gordon see us. We must invent a new form of room. Hitherto the auto assign failed, and fortunately, that was pretty cool.
If the room didn't stop three parts of London. I mean, I thought there was someone say they did a weirder thing than what I did, but okay.
Okay, the best compliment you ever gave me is that I look kind of okay at 4:30 p.m. The golden hour. I think if I should moderate, we should have read this moderate. That seems like that.
It's a good one.
Well, in physics, we call it the AR paradox.
I dig it.
I'm on my way back. Like that one 5 years ago.
Sorry, now I remember.
I'm so proud of it when I got it. And now it's like it fucked my shoulder. I have like a bruise on my chest. It's so weird.
decided to walk the entire perimeter of New York City, which is over 32, maybe 36 miles, without training for it at all, not realizing that she was going to attempt an ultra marathon today. I haven't checked in on her. I gave her a lot of advice.
What? We are 38 trillion.
Thinking of your late night hiking reminds me that that's what they tried to do today, and for people who haven't trained, that's going to be a 14-hour day.
I get it, but I do my crazy hikes all the time. I've been doing it for 20 years.
Oh wow. I would have
Like a few weeks ago, like he hit me, like he ran right into like my under my ribs.
He's like, what are you doing, man? God promised me this now.
He kind of tried to pull that shit. We're like, oh, like, I'm sorry, is this a bike trail? I didn't know you could just fly around without any kind of bell or warning. And I'm supposed to, like, no, like, the thing is, like, you're gonna eat shit. I'll be fine, which I was. Scratched up. I'm like, you know, or what I do or where I hike. So and like, I swear to God, if I see one of them, I'll make them wait every fucking time until I'm done. Get my slow ass up that fucking hill. They have to wait. I don't care how fucking mad they get. I'll get so upset. It's just fun. It really is. That's what I do. Don't worry, I'm an asshole in real life too.
That's okay. You're just apparently not the weirdest.
Give some time. I know, right?
Jameson's slower as fuck.
And I have a third.
Bro made a list of people who are weird, and who is the weirdest?
Oh, wait, my name's there too.
Yeah, you're in the middle. You're not that weird, and you're not that normal.
That's right. I'm in the middle.
Miss Nancy.
It's weird, shit normal. Sorry, Roy.
Yeah. He's an older gentleman who's more accomplished in his weirdness. I have yet to reach that present.
We all have goals.
Sandy, after showing Dr. James your Ranger outfit, you'll be thoroughly impressed.
I should.
I swear, anytime somebody says the words "I should," I'm like, what? What? Who's talking to me? It was really hard in school as a kid.
I do think shows that possibly these are veterans we know more about.
Well, I'm proud to be in the middle.
Well, you're my co-host, Miss Nancy, so I think we're doing that.
Yeah, we're next to each other, so that must be okay.
If you go to the audience, we might have to pull this stuff right after we have to take Hero off. I mean, Hero, we were very confident of our Hero knowledge, but something like Magla, she was on stage briefly, but y'all don't know me that well, so. But I think if she might be like right between Hero and Sam, it's possible. Maybe, somewhere right on there.
Those four.
That would go towards the head of the class.
And what's your name, bro?
Oh, I don't know. I think truthfully, if you guys did the list, I'd probably be like second or third from the bottom.
We are. Yeah, you're top three. You're top three for sure. Don't even fret, boy.
I think Elliot.
By virtue of organizing a community of weirdos, that puts you in the top three ranking, bro. So, I'm sorry. You are guilty as charged. What happened to your mini mic? What happened? Couldn't hear shit.
Just eat it. I thought Hero.
Ladies.
Logos. And that Elliot.
walking home from taking my car to get work done. It's a 45-minute walk for like the streets of Van Nuys. I walked by this homeless encampment. I've seen a lot of that. It wasn't Venice.
Was she hot?
I saw a homeless woman just with like no shirt on. No, it wasn't hot. I felt bad for her because she's like doing that in front of all these like gnarly homeless dudes. I was like, oh, Jesus.
Imagine. Sure.
We are.
Movies made on the topic for sure.
I mean, she's brain damaged at this point. She's done. I mean, the trauma she's been through, and like she's whatever. We are. We are through. Got any tires?
I hate validating Benjamin every once in a while. I really do. But I might have to at this point.
Why?
Because he's not the only one who probably fantasizes about going to like a psychiatry, conference and going there and asking every psychiatrist and psychologist that exits the building, hey, so how many patients have you cured? I watched a video compilation.
Cured or killed? I'm not sure. I broke up.
Cured. I watched like an old video compilation, like from like 1990 or 2000 or something. It was just this compilation of all these psychiatrists who said, I haven't cured anybody. I'm sorry if that makes me somewhat insensitive, but I remember seeing this random video pop up on my feed and thinking, wow, Vesta really loved this one. Make these compilations.
I mean, that's the problem. Oh, it's just so incredibly prescient on this shit.
No, I mean, you also are going to neglect to acknowledge the fact that not everybody said I didn't cure everyone. So, just
they actually had some success cases.
I'm just saying, it was obviously not everyone who went to the conference. I'm sure others would have said otherwise. This wasn't like 100% responsibility. However, the commentary was.
Send me the link. I got on the
If I see it again.
Maybe I'll just make that the only thing on my body.
Oh dear. If I see it again, I promise I'll send it. That's crazy.
Wait, so Benjamin, you think you're pretty prescient for predicting the videos?
No, just because that's one of his Benjaminism.
By the way, there will come a day in your lifetime when that video shows up, a final capitulation on quantum. It's just it's happening.
There's no idea. I can't believe it's 9 p.m.
In certain cases, there is bipartisan support for certain legislation. Do you think this is one situation where there would be bipartisan support to get this bill amended?
Well, we've heard rhetoric from Governor Pritzker that he is open to some sort of changes. What those changes are, I don't know, but I know myself and colleagues on the House Republicans
Just can't do it. And that's why Santa Monica suffered for so long.
You pay metal, like you said.
Yeah.
All those years, didn't it use drugs or something to protect your ears?
No, so mostly just do writing, and I don't need to track that loud. Well, if I'm recording it, I get a break. For some reason, I would just feel the groove going, but I usually don't listen too loud.
Once again,
Don't call me John.
He's called me Don.
That's right, Don Quixote.
Oh my
Don
God.
Quixote.
Everybody, so once again, if you look at Joe's PTR, look at my PTR, I am not able to message her because she has to block.
Post the PTR and you can end it. Post the PTR of your block list. But that's all you gotta do.
Yeah, post a PTR of your block list.
If y'all think I'm joking, just click on her PTR and see if you can message her. The only reason why I can't message her is because I am blocked.
Oh, I can message her.
Can you just unblock him real quick just in case you
I don't have it blocked, Don.
Can you just
I don't.
go through the motions just in case? Show him that you did it to PTR end.
No, I'm not gonna do that shit. I already did that. Right. Did it 2 times. Not gonna do that shit. Not gonna do it.
Knowledge will play jokes on us, but I don't know knowledge a lot.
What are you talking about? He's the biggest.
I already posted when she's on stage, I can't see the room. What does that mean? I'm lost.
She doesn't have your block.
Yeah, I'm blocked, so you can entertain you.
You can be able to see the room again unless people have blocked him.
Hold on, Mom. So I checked. My self-knowledge. I messaged everybody in this room.
That's not true. I just blocked you.
Yes, that's the point.
I can message you. You can shut up.
I'm blocking Solomon too.
You can only not message people. You can only not message people who have you blocked. I cannot message Joe.
Well, you can't.
Okay, now.
Everybody else can. That's the point that I'm making.
What do you want to happen?
Monica.
What do you want to happen? That's a private. My private. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you want to happen? Private. Then you message me.
message
I gotta go
Ashley?
to bed.
Keep checking see. Oh fuck. Sorry, Ashley. Sorry, Ashley.
I can message everybody in the room besides Joe.
I can't message
I
bro.
can
That shit
message
is bro. Now that
everybody.
Ashley was trying to say something, she has to go to sleep now, bro. This is a weird troll. Ashley just wanted to speak, bro. I feel bad.
Monica has me blocked. I do. I had you blocked for a week and a half. Once I found out that you were the
Don't worry, Haga. I just blocked Monica right now. Don't worry, bro. I got this. Just blocked Monica. I just blocked her.
Yes, you're blocked.
I just blocked Monica, Haga. Don't worry. If she imposes sanctions on you, I pose retaliatory sanctions.
What are you? What are you?
You're blocked, man. You're blocked, man. You're blocked.
I don't care, Nathan.
You're blocked, man.
Take your fabulous hair,
Ma'am, you're blocked.
stick it in the blender. I don't care.
She said take your fucking Indian hair.
Can you tell her that I can't hear her because she's blocked?
She said take your Indian
No, I
hair
can't
and
hear her
stick
because
it in
she's
the
blocked.
blender.
Hey, yo, you have like one job, and it's not to interpret Revelation because you definitely suck at that. Can you just tell her that you're blocked, please?
Nigga, who you talking to?
No.
Who you fucking talking to, huh?
Who do you think I'm talking to?
Go ahead, Ashley. We should have done this.
I have to go to bed. I have to be up at 2:30 in the morning.
You see, Dolly? You fucking see, bro?
I'm fucking up everybody's conversations in this room. I am fucking up everybody's conversations from now on. I don't give a fuck anymore.
I will fuck up Twilight.
I don't give a fuck anymore. I really don't give a. I don't give a solid fuck anymore.
I have information.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what anybody says anymore. I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm just gonna come in and I'm just gonna crash out every time I come in.
That's a
I'm
fact.
gonna close the room every fucking time. And then you'll get moderated.
Yo, Monica, watch your fucking mouth, Monica. And I'm gonna help her too. I'm gonna fucking help her. I'm going to help her. Whoever she... Calm down.
What? Have the same two natures as Jesus. And what would that be like? Pardon?
When I fail to recognize gender in the, and that's fine. I think just giving a gender is gonna pronounce the model.
Yeah. Two natures shouldn't be gender. That should be gender.
And it doesn't feel like we're talking gender. Like you're speaking about something, at least the father would have like complete our safety, right? Like he's all powerful, all knowing. I'm using he for the lack of a word.
Yeah. But I think people confuse that and say that it's actually a he.
They do. I mean, I think the athletes would be patriarchal.
Yeah, so I think like in my ability to talk about God, I try really hard not to say he or she.
Excuse me, Jedi Zabu, I'd like to point your attention to a link in the chat. It's regarding Islamophobia. It's actually not Islamophobia. It's the fear of the Muslim or Islamic constitution, not the actual religion, because we all know that it's ridiculous, but the constitution, the law is what is really upsetting to me personally.
Oh, I agree.
Notice.
Because basically every religious person is just a Jedi warrior, but when it comes down to the law, that's where the complaints start to come in.
True. I'm the white light, not the green red.
Narcus, can we get a ban on Zabu, please? Thank you.
No, why?
Greg,
Zabu's been harassing me, like, she's really been
you know what? He follows me into every room. Narcus.
Greg, what happened?
This has been ongoing since he came onto the app and him and Congressman had conversation. And he couldn't handle talking about real racism and he freaked out. And he got so jealous that I
I'm not interested in Zabu, like I'm really not.
I fucking can't stand this guy. I have blocked Narcus.
But Greg, she has a septum piercing. She's a powerful Jedi.
It's a fucking horror.
Greg says the N-word all the time.
He does.
Why do you accept that?
He's horrible. You should kick him out. Where should I kick him out right now? No. What's that?
Megatron, what are you singing? Your favorite jazz number? What's going on over there? Are you getting ready for dinner? Are you on meth right now, Megatron, or are you smoking cannabis?
No, I heard that deep inhale. This was a fucking whistle. Nothing but the past is about trying to not be sober.
I'd be down to make a room about Hegel anytime, anyone.
Yeah, Americans, you promised him to make a room about Hegel.
Yeah, can we shut this guy Megatron up? This guy Megatron is bird.
Are there two things in the song for a while?
You know, I bought this harmonica, and I just want to say harmonicas are totally underrated.
That was Megatron, that was amazing, first of all. And Nargis with the backup vocals. And then Alistair with some harmonica. That was something. Dude, who got that acidic Sufi? What are you talking about? Hasidic Sufis. Yes, there's a real Hasidic Sufi order. What are they called? I have the gun.
The Order of the Sufi Schmucks.
Crazy. It's incredible. This is awesome, actually. And I learned about it from a scholar of Sufism. It's fantastic. I like it. Nathaniel Miles Yepes. He's Jewish? Yeah. Let me hear him. I have to give you his name. Hold on. Yeah. He's the Inayati Meimunis. Yeah, I know, but I didn't know they were Hasidic Jews. Yeah. This is awesome. That's crazy, right? This is lovely, actually. Yeah. Let's bring people together. Yeah, man. Inayati Meimunas. Meimuni. Meimuni. Oh my god. They're crazy, like us. Yeah. These are our people, even though we're Jewish. Yeah. My god, this is so cool. His name is, he's a Universalist Sufi-ish dude. There's a Christian Sufi. Oh, God. Isn't that amazing? Yes. You want to join us? I'm serious. You want to join the anti-Maimoni Sufis? I'll read about them with you, but I won't join them. I'll totally join. How can you not? I've engaged in so many religions. I finally found one for you. You have. This too shall die out, though.
Wait, Sample, do you have anybody blocked?
Like who? Only Greg. Oh, dude, you've had Inumi block. Can you unblock him? Oh, yeah,
Yeah, what are you doing?
Well, because he was talking shit to me. He told me to go to hell.
Don't block anybody.
Okay, I've unblocked.
I blocked no one.
No, but also Fatima. Fatima who? Oh, our Fatima? Yeah. Crazy one. Yeah, I love her.
Regal is just such a polite young man. He's just so nice to, spend time with and explore the deepest, religious and philosophical.
Greg, Diego, Gulak, and Fatima. Gulak? And Matt.
Fatima will be nice. Like,
Yeah, Fatima knows my new bro.
yeah, she would be nice if you just be like, hey, let's just.
If I should be nice.
She would be nice. Like she will not.
No, she's so Islamophobic, man. I can't handle it.
Bro, she doesn't act like that. She's
Islamophobic
against everyone.
Like, think about how tolerant she is.
No, she calls out all like traditional systems that are biased and indoctrinated. Like, you have spend time with Fatima. Like,
I have.
I don't know.
I can't stand the audio that she has either. Like, tell her to fix her.
She bought a new phone for Clubhouse. What? She bought a new phone. She bought a phone for Clubhouse? Yeah, so everyone was complaining about her microphone.
She's not Turkish. What? She's
No, she is Tunisian and Belgian.
And Belgian, yeah. Okay, so you guys are helping me. Okay, if I give these people a second chance and they fuck up,
yeah, you can block them forever.
I will never ever. I will fucking ruin their lives on here.
Oh, stop.
Okay. Hold on. Of all the people, okay, here. Okay, I'll only unblock Fatima. There you go. And Alumi's already unblocked, okay? Does that make everybody happy?
Dude, you have to see this a lot. The Inayati memories.
I know. It makes me happy.
Oh my god, John, you have to see this group. They're Hasidic Sufis. I love them.
We need to bring Dan up. Somebody bring Dan up. They're at Naropa University.
They're fantastic. I want to share with Alistair.
Yeah, do it.
Well, thank you for introducing.
Yeah, you're welcome. I thought you'd appreciate it.
I do.
Born in a Mexican-American family in his late teens, Miles Yepes discovered his family hidden Jewish roots and began to explore Judaism and other religions seriously. After studying history of religions and comparative religion at Michigan State University, he moved to Boulder, Colorado to study the innovative Hasidic master and leader in ecumenical dialogue, Rabbi Zalman Schachter Shalomi, founder of the Jewish Renewal Movement. In addition to this movement, he also studied with various Sufi masters, teachers of Buddhism, and Count Father Thomas Keating, Trappist monk and founder of the Centering Prayer Movement, as an important teacher. In 2004, he and this Shalomi guy co-founded the Sufi Hasidic Inayat Mamuni order in 13th century Egypt. With the teachings of Balsham Tovin, it's Inayat Shalomi guy. Yes, and you get close enough, you're like, a Shalomi guy. Literal name is Shalomi though. Schachter Shalomi. Anyways. And
in the end, I'm gonna dance like a dervish. In the end, before I die, I should die dancing like a dervish.
You already are whirling.
Whirling, like the dervish.
So I won't name the spot, but went to a place last night in Old
Did you see their 3 objectives on their website?
About 20
So the first 3 objectives, number 1, to realize and spread the knowledge of unity, the religion of love and wisdom, so that triumphalism in religion may fall away, the human heart may overflow with love, and all hatred caused by distinctions and differences may be rooted out. Objective number 2, to discover the light and power latent in the human being, the secret of all religion, the power of mysticism, and the essence of philosophy, without interfering with custom or belief. Number 3, to bridge the East and West, in thought and ideals, forming a universal fellowship where human beings may meet beyond the narrow boundaries of tribal identity. Oh!
Wow. Finally. Where do I have to go?
Naropa University.
Where's that?
Boulder, Colorado.
Yeah. That is going to be my destination. You're not going to do this, right?
Yes, I know you will. And then you'll come back to Clubhouse and be like, I see that they're ashram.
Yes, I see that. But I may not come back if I like it too much. Like when I went to the Oracle ashram, I was supposed to come back in 3 months. I stayed there for a whole year.
They have a prayer book.
Really?
I saw that prayers. What do you mean of this?
It's not fucking
to detect
So
that
good.
issue.
So good. They have 10 remembrances. Yeah, like the morning one.
Do you feel like
10 remembrances.
Safety Act
You
legislation?
want to hear that? You want to join? Kitty. You're gonna get Kitty to. I do want to join.
You guys are frustration.
You fuckers, none of you are gonna join. I'm the only one gonna join. No, I'm the one who led you to this path. Then go and join with me.
I really appreciate the offer.
Only if you. Yeah, so the bring beer along. Okay.
Well, you can bring Jesus. Okay. Yeah.
You're never away from like.
Guys, I held this puppy today in my picture. Held this puppy.
Did you get him home?
Oh, Becky Dachshund, little boy puppy in my picture.
I thought this was your puppy. Oh, it's a baby one. You have a baby?
Yeah. No, it's a friend of mine at church. She just got a brand new dachshund.
Very cute.
Oh my God, I love it.
Very cute.
Retardedly big.
Oh my God, it's so cute. Man, I'm so tempted right now to get another dog. But that's such a pursue my new vision. Thank you, Zabro. You're welcome. Now I shall indulge. Their website is awesome. What is it called? Can you put it? They also have an artisan shop. You could be an artist in residence. Bro, no. You don't make money out of these things. It's not about money. It's about just having a place to work on your art. The 10 remembrances. Number 1, there is one God, the only being, nothing else exists. Yes. Number 2, there is one master, the spirit of guidance, constantly leading its followers toward the light. Number 3, there is one holy writing, the sacred book of nature, the only scripture that truly enlightens its readers. Number 4, there's one resolute, unswerving progress on the true course toward the ideal, fulfilling the life purpose of every soul. The next one, I can't tell if it's like number 5. There's one law, the law of reciprocity, observed by selfless, conscious, wedded to a sense of awakened justice. The next one, there's one family, the human family, uniting the children of the earth indiscriminately in the parenthood of God. The next one, there's one moral love springing from the transparency of the self and blooming in deeds of love and kindness. The next one, there's one object of praise, beauty that lifts the heart of its worshiper through all of its aspects, seen and unseen. Next one, there's one truth, the true knowledge of our being, within and without, the essence of all wisdom. There's one path, the path of making the self transparent to the real, raising the limited beyond limitation, the dwelling place of all perfection. My God. Are their disciples like cool? Are they good looking or what? They're hot, 100%. I see. Hair. He has a full head of hair and it's long and you just want to put your fingers through. Alright, I'm gonna go and see it. Like, he's a babe. Who did they get their funding from? I have no idea. We need to make this movement, Rich. Go for it. Dude, even before joining it, I'm thinking how I can treat it as a business. I know, but this don't drop by my girl. Hopefully they'll heal this from you, you know? This is not leaving me, this hedonism. Talk about Sarah. Fatima? Fatima, oh my God, pictures of you. Hi, Rachel. Hi, Boo Rachel.
How you doing?
Someone else. How can you support this? She's doing blackface. It's so cute. How is blackface crazy? That's so good. Oh my God, this is not blackface. This is literally a skin product. The skin picture.
Well, just ask Regal to call you the N-word.
That's not you. You don't have to be that. She has a...
Regal, is she an N-word, Regal?
They make voila with the kaffir.
Oh my God, it's Papa, do you have boyfriend now? It's getting over. What did you say? Do you have boyfriend now? Yeah, Nigerian boyfriend called Moses. Are you serious? No, I mean yes. Wait, can you bring him in? I think he's sleeping.
She makes voila with a kaffir.
Wait, what's his name? They're a very cute couple.
Rumi is about to make wala with me. We're another couple. What are you talking about? Hey, you were planning your wedding with him. I was not. I'm just dating him. But what, he's on Clubhouse or what? What? He's on Clubhouse? Yes.
Nargis, they have a YouTube channel.
He's not online, by the way, so he's not gonna come. Let me go check it out. And okay, I'm about to declare my new religion. My thing was glitching. What do they call themselves?
Pardon?
What do they call themselves?
Hasidic Inayati Mumuni Order.
Memuni.
They're a Jewish, Hasidic, and Islamic Sufism order.
What about Christian?
They don't particularly reference that, but they mention
Unity, I forgot, sorry. Not Trinity. I'm looking them up.
They have a YouTube channel.
What is it called?
The Inayati Memuni Order.
Oh my god. What have you introduced me to? It's gonna be like the obsession of my life now.
I'm so excited for you.
Inayati Sufi Order. Order started by Inayat Khan.
They have a 16-minute zikr meditation video.
Oh, that's long.
On the river. He's in a boat. He's in a boat. There's a Patel people.
It looks like Southeast Asian. Like it looks like some kind of Pakistani Inayat Khan who introduced the order.
Yeah, and it's influenced by that time for sure.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
They have like morning prayers.
Isn't Boulder, Colorado like really beautiful?
It is.
Oh my god, I'm looking at it right now. It's so green.
Yeah. My boyfriend was there for a month.
Well, time to get back together.
No, he's back.
He's back.
He was there, yeah. Did they have songs?
Yeah. And their YouTube channel.
I watched it. What have to go live amongst them or what?
You have to. Isn't this such a wild thing? This is so wild.
Fantastic. It's not more wild. I mean, if you're in India, this is an everyday thing. Like you have these little groups all over the place.
Their ashram is gorgeous.
Oh my god, this is beautiful. Man, but these people look a little bit weird.
But so are you. I think you'll fit in perfectly.
I'm also a classist, but I don't know how I'm going to handle this.
I think you'll be fine. What do you mean? They're all rich.
Are you sure?
Yes. They're professors and stuff.
How rich are they?
They're so rich.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Why?
You're just pulling my leg.
No, I'm serious. If they are,
They're
they are.
rich.
Okay.
I promise you they're rich.
You have to keep repeating that.
They're rich.
You're doxing my.
This is my zikr.
You're doxing my inner.
Rich.
My inner carnal self.
You can do it.
Like that is the impression. So guys, we'd like to introduce you to the new religion of Inayati Sufi.
Can you, Hezudam?
Much introduced by my much beloved friend Zabu. This is the path to freedom, salvation, and oneness.
When was this religion developed?
Has a transgender man ever been jailed for
It
breaking
has just
the
been
law?
discovered by a few very good in English.
Correct.
What's wrong with old-fashioned Hinduism?
It is. It's a combination of all.
Headed to
Well, why add to something that's already perfect?
But it is. Yeah, it is perfect. This is.
I heard CM declared himself a flat earther.
CM did?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I swear to God.
It's important to accept the truth.
Fuck you, loser. What's your flat earther? Stop.
Yeah, he declared himself a flat earther.
How long ago?
This was like a day ago.
CM, you found the truth.
Indeed, I found the truth.
You know, there's quite a few paths to getting in touch with reality as it is. Which one did you take?
I think I took some mushrooms to realize the truth.
Oh yeah? I had to take Ibogaine.
What is that?
Ibogaine?
Yeah, isn't that like what Joe Rogan told the president to legalize for research?
Yeah, it's very powerful.
What is it?
It's sourced in the middle of Africa. It's a drug, you know?
What is it? What is the
It's a psychedelic?
What? Like what? ENT or psilocybin?
It's its own molecule.
My depositions never surface. Pin them all on the low orange. My depositions never surface. Pin them all on the low orange.
cousin.
I see you.
I tried a microdose of mushrooms. It definitely does something to you in a positive way.
Breaking
Why would you do a
law.
microdose when you can do a heavy 7-gram dose?
I like a microdose.
7 grams.
I like microdose because you can still function in the forest without drinking.
The force is with you when you're taking the 7 grams.
The force is already with us.
Oh, it's gonna be May 5th in a couple of days.
We already are.
Beetle cartoons.
Experience the force in its full potential.
Facial balancing him so nicely. Like my facial structure is perfect now.
Spaceballs was a satire
He should be.
parody of Star Wars in the 80s or 90s, and Mel Brooks acted in it and created it, and he's like 100 now, and he's releasing a second one. And it's May the 5th in a couple of days, or May the 4th is Monday. May the 4th be with you.
May the 4th be with you. Oh my god, 2nd of Mayo. I have to go to Dump. What's that called? Old Town.
Watson, why do you keep dunking on him?
Ooh.
She likes me. Sorry.
Yeah, it's,
Oh my god. I don't like, you know what this motherfucker did? He posted on Instagram and he tagged me in the story. I'm not your girlfriend, yeah.
Yeah, you know, so Fatima's sister's getting married. She asked me to be her date for the wedding.
I asked you? Oh my god, you invited yourself and I said no.
I have screenshots. It's not at all what happened.
Alright, show the screenshot. Show them how you were begging me to
No,
come.
because last time people got mad at me. You shouldn't show the screenshots. It's private, this, that.
I never said that.
So if I show screenshots,
show whatever
if I
screenshot
don't
you
show screenshots, people are like,
Oh my god, show whatever fucking screenshot you want to show. I don't care.
how do I know this? Why didn't you tell me about your sister's wedding?
Oh my
That you wanted to go with
getting mixed up. Just because I'm just sharing information, Sam. You don't get so excited. It's not because I'm telling you my sister is getting married. Bro, I cannot.
She didn't want to go alone.
Oh my god, you
Abby, do you want to crash Fatima's cousin's wedding with me?
Also, she has a
What's Fatima's
Sister?
Wait, what?
Abby and I are going to crash your sister's wedding.
Oh my god. No, you're not.
Yeah, we are. It's going to be amazing.
So she's refused to.
Yeah, you come with us. Yeah. I need a hero.
Yeah, let's all go to her sister's wedding.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
Her sister.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. That's pretty close to where
I'll
my
come visit you right now.
I'll start working on it. Let me know as soon as possible when it is.
Is John Kitover coming as well and Moses?
I'm like, yeah. Where is he?
Who's gonna be a plus one, Moses or CM? Too bad he's sleeping. He's a good man, you know, he sleeps sometimes.
CM, you need to get a life, get a girlfriend, get a book, get a gym membership, get a job, get a car, get off of Clubhouse Flat Earth rooms. They're not getting you anywhere. Hello?
Alistair, are you married?
I'm a Scorpio.
Alistair,
Hello?
are you married?
No, I'm a Scorpio. I'm not married. I'm a single man.
John Kitover is single, right?
Are you?
I still hope you and the Indian doctor will get
No. She's got no interest in me whatsoever.
Do you see that?
John ruined it for her.
Do you see that he's holding an Ayn Rand book in his picture?
Yep.
Yes, I have the book in the hard copy.
You know what's amazing?
I have all of that.
The three of us should hook up. Let's go.
Oh, you want to have a menage a trois and read Ayn Rand together? That would be so hot.
I don't know. Yeah, they like orgasm.
I would love
Ew, just disgusting.
Oh my god.
I think I'm gonna objectively come! I'm objectively coming!
Have you, John, have you read The Living?
CM said he wants to tear into that like a hobo ripping into a bologna sandwich.
you, Alistair, someday host a room where you're just reading Ayn Rand.
Yeah, we can do that right now, actually. I've been trying to do it for days, but nobody comes to the rooms.
And if I'm like masturbating while you do it,
Hot. Do you have one of those, what do I use again? It's called a, anyways. But yeah, I mean, let's schedule your next orgasm with Ayn Rand.
Amazing.
Dude, what's up with this chick in power tools? Like, we need to get her like a Solzall.
Technology has rapidly increased its capabilities in terms of like helping you achieve an orgasm. Just go on Amazon and type in female sex toys. You'll be amazed. Ooh, we should come out with an Ayn Rand branded dildo. Vibrating dildo.
Do you think Simon will buy one? Simon will buy one. Guys, I became an architect because of Iron Man.
We know what it is.
He always speaks on it. I love her so much.
You see the tattoo of her face on your ass?
Ooh, and then have an arrow down thing way to front.
We are $38 trillion in debt.
Way to
So if you have to
front
look
with Iron Man. She could have gotten her teeth fixed, I think. That would have been nice.
What's up with that Muslim princess in your photo there?
Which one?
The one that looks like a dude, like a big.
Dude, the Persian Queen. Hold on, I put it on.
Yeah, dude, she fucking looked like a bowling ball, dude. Like, I
Okay,
don't know
so
what the hell.
9 guys committed suicide. She's from the Qajar dynasty of the Persian Empire. Some 7 or 9 guys committed suicide because she rejected them. Hold on, let me put a picture on.
That's goals right there.
One sec.
This is proof that men are the better species.
No, we're one species. There's 2 genders.
I mean, can you see them? ETR.
Amazing. She's gorgeous.
In certain cases.
Iron is beautiful. As much as she's considered one of the most. Yes, absolutely. Probably the only person who ever did this much ever in history. As you know.
Interesting. I didn't see more than one episode in order order to compare. I've lost this one.
Daniel, are you there?
Daniel.
She started as a screenwriter, right?
She did. She wrote The Fountainhead. And then Atlas Shrugged. And then We the Living. And then Selfishness, The Worship of Selfishness.
Well, there's not confused with objectivism.
Objectivism, yeah. See on my profile, I have myself as a Randian objectivist. I thought like with age, you sort of lose interest, but she's really
Dude, she has a fucking mustache, man. What the fuck is that?
What do I think?
Look at her socks. And you.
I'm pretty sure I can rock it out.
Scared laser.
No.
Okay.
Nargis, you need to get on the fucking hotline there and order this chick some fucking nads.
No, I'm too much of an S for this.
Oh, that's what
Yeah.
I'm pointing laser top to bottom.
When is your sister's wedding?
I don't know yet.
I'm just a little furry, you know. You know,
There's a new exhibit in
Nine
Busch Gardens.
animals were recovered from this
yeah, it's
property,
between my legs.
including roosters, hens, chicks,
Did you say
and
yeah to my
terrier
bush?
puppies.
No, that's
Fucking take
Some of the
that.
roosters showed
No, I
physical
that's why you
alterations
said
consistent with that of animal fighting.
Well, she's walking
What's this in my bush?
through the
There's
cloud.
gotta be a little bit of bush down there, man, you know? Give me
No.
fucking...
it doesn't need to be.
It's a forest. If you don't have a bush and you've waxed it completely, you're trying to be a little girl. It's fucking stupid.
You can laser out. Like
Ew,
someone
it's just ew. I don't want to have a. I'm a woman. I'm not a child.
on the clips, huh?
It's attractive to have like a, I don't know.
A little something.
Yeah.
Yeah, something down there.
No.
Yeah. Yes. They need something to land on.
You don't need a line. I'm seeing
Well,
the
mine's
lines
a forest, so it's okay.
I looked through quite a few like line scripts before.
You need something to land the little soldiers on, the little paratroopers.
Yeah.
Even that being maintenance, bro, like it's a lot of work. Like if you laser it off, then you have nothing. It's comfortable.
It's comfortable for me. Mine's nice and soft. Regal should pet it sometimes.
Ew. Regal.
So, you guys are like Muslim. Do Muslim men get down there and go...
Yes.
The reason you're suffering is because you're
But I don't just always sleep with Muslim men.
I never slept with a Muslim man. Never married one. Never dated one.
Who would be the better lover? Illumi, Regal, Daniel, Megatron, CM, or me?
Could you repeat the question?
Who here would be the best at the Kama Sutra? Who here would make you the most pleased sexually? Daniel's the most? Oh, wow.
Idea. I have to try all.
No, come on. Unless you're the fucking craziest, he will definitely do it.
Yeah. I think everyone needs to be tried at least once.
Ladies, when was the last time you said to a man, "Can I sit on your face"?
Yes, that's very face, please.
That's the best opening line.
Imagine you don't know him, yeah? You go to his house. There's this one room you're not allowed to open. And then he says, you're not allowed to open this room. And then, at night you wake up and you go in there.
Abby, these two.
She's just describing the movie 50 Shades of Grey. Like, I know
Abby, these two hot chicks. These two hot chicks were live on Instagram, and so they accepted my live request, and then I showed them all my phones, and they started screaming uncontrollably. It was so funny. They were like, show us again! Show us again! What the fuck? What the fuck?
Of course. That's the first time I saw it, I was literally like, is this even real?
Dude, he's got a shrine of phones in his fucking bedroom that he like does his Alistair Crowley.
Fucking phones, Alistair Crowley.
It's like boo boo jump jump boo 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 jump jump.
Yeah. Love is the law.
Yeah.
The law and the will.
It's a one-way trip, you know. John's bedroom.
Wasn't that dude in a fucking piss club?
Which one? Alistair Crowley.
Alistair Crowley. It was like an old ancient dog thing where like they think the Philosopher's Stone is like crystallizing fucking urine.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they're fucking crazy, dude.
They're lovely. They just went downhill because of their excessiveness. What started off was pretty much quite beautiful. They really went excessive. Overdid it.
So you guys want to talk about Abby's blackface? Okay, we're just gonna.
It's not Abby's bottom up.
Can I play a song for you guys?
Yeah.
Is that what you look like, Abby? Or like somebody else's picture?
I was talking from the United Memories to Kyoto.
Oh, she does the same thing. Well, that's not you, so that don't count. Like, but Abby's looks good. What's this gay shit, bro? Gay cowboy. Guy. Playing Red Dead Redemption and the credits are on. Which I haven't even played the new one. Let's never get to that cowboy shit. I mean, you're listening outside, and then you have a shotgun next to you.
intoxicated with the love.
That was really good.
God kind of voice, you know what I'm saying?
Could you play something a little bit better? Could you play a song for me off of your thing? Boo boo snap boo. I like that. Boo snap boo. If you play Stillborn by Zach Wild, the acoustic, has to be the acoustic version. It can't be the rock and roll one.
I'm playing too low. Can you hear it?
Alright, thank you.
Oh, that's so low.
But Nargis, you have to turn your voice isolation off or something.
I put on music, I think. It's freaking I feel like I'm sex on too. So
well, just so you know, we can't hear it.
It's fine. It's such a good music. It's such a good music.
You don't want us to hear it?
Which one do you? Which one? Two?
Yeah.
It's two. Kitover. One Megatron's a thing.
So Rigo, what did you want me to play for you?
Put it in the chat and we can link it.
Oh, can you just tell me what it is?
Can I put in a request too?
One request at a time.
Yeah, it's by Zach Wild, Stillborn, the acoustic version.
Okay, one second.
Which one?
Because I Zach Wild.
Black Label Society, Stillborn, acoustic.
Babies, turn everything on. Fucking hate you too, bro.
Goddamn commercial.
Yeah. If anybody needs some Pampers, there's a new Easy Off Tips.
So where's this report that says it's 40,000 and not 3,000? I don't understand. Like the numbers are totally different fucking numbers.
Islamic Republic, the Health Ministry of the Islamic Republic says that the number of people that were killed is 3,000. But who asks the killer about the number of people who were killed? That's a question. Who would ask the killer?
I got you. extent. Wow. Well, I don't know, Soren. I think you're the killer, so why don't you explain who these people are that got killed?
It's too much bravado. I mean,
It's fantastic. Fantastic.
oh, but yeah, I mean, I'd take it. The beginning of it was good here.
I put a Parmesan on too. If anything, so good.
Yeah, as musicians always know the best music.
I'd like to play a song on my little Jew harp here. I want to dedicate it to all the Muslims out there that are sick of their laws. And everybody's just a Jedi warrior, but some religions got very specific laws.
You see it? Like what?
You'll have to look at the Charter of Medina.
From Medina?
Inshallah. The Logos is feeling nice. The movie is full of the Logos. You're not Muslim, you're an infidel. Hey, Abby, what is up with that PTR, Abby? Holy shit. Fuck, what the fuck?
This is the real picture, by the way. The one is AI, the one you have the list.
We are $38 trillion in debt. So you have to look at that as the United States credit card. Except, damn.
Maybe Christian, especially Christianity and civic.
Not everybody has a child. The girl in the back with some fucking helium trying to hit that note.
I know.
We don't have to hear the whole thing, right? We don't have to hear the whole thing, man. That was nice, though.
Dude, why are you being a
Why don't you just become like I'm becoming a Hasidic NIT Sufi order Sufi. So why don't you just freaking experience Christianity? What is stopping you? Just become Christian for some time.
What are you talking about?
You.
I've been around Christian. What, you think I've never been around Christians? What are you talking about?
Come want to experience it.
We're already Christians.
So now,
what are you talking about? Like, you're not allowed to walk into a church? Yes, you are.
we have a poem here.
You're allowed to spread your little carpet and pray all you want.
We're gonna get a poem going on, you guys.
He's getting mad about the music. He wants to
raise the minimum wage. You want to make the life more affordable for people? How about you raise wages for people? So, this is called light transformations. Who you used to be isn't who you are now. Who you used to be isn't who you're required to be. You don't
have to carry the past in your heart if it's no longer what you identify with. You are allowed into your pocket. No feel lighter.
How about you just force business owners who barely make a profit to raise their wage to make-believe minimum? Stop taxing pigs.
But let's start there. 7.
Dedicated to illuminating. Yeah.
It says you grow tired of over-explaining yourself. People admitted to misunderstanding you. One day, you will say nothing, and you will let speak.
Not me. Subhanallah. Mashallah.
This is our Labor Day. I want to thank the Chicago Federation of Labor.
I showed a picture of a hat that said, Inshallah, in my way through the day or something. Inshallah, in my way through life. Simon says it for everything. That's a picture of that. Simon thinks there's only one expression. He says it for everything. Where is my Randian objectivist? The beautiful Italian Simon. My Italiano boy. Start with some rock bitches. Start play some heavy metal, something heavy, please.
Right Now by Korn.
I know. You play it.
Play it in the back.
Get up and get my car. My hands are a little busy right now. Doing what?
She's over there playing with her bush.
And they can get a laser and get it over with. Why would you not?
Step 1, which I believe will be the easiest step, will be just a granting
How to deal with that?
Hello, humble moderators. I'd like to read 60 seconds from the Dhammapada, the wisdom of the Buddha. Okay, this is called the Bhikkhu. It is good to restrain the eye. It is good to restrain the ear. It is good to restrain the nose. It is good to restrain the tongue. It is good to delete Clubhouse and go on your way. It is good to restrain the body. It is good to restrain the mind. It is good to restrain thought. Restraint in all things is good. The bhikkhu on Clubhouse with restraint in all things will be free from suffering. He has controlled his hands and feet. He has controlled his speech. He is withal well controlled. He delights in insight development, who is simple and clear in expressing the Dhamma. The monk who abides in the Dhamma, who delights in the Dhamma, who contemplates the Dhamma, will not fall away from the sublime Dhamma. One should not despise his own portion, not covet what others have. A monk who covets what others have does not achieve peace of mind. The gods praise the energetic monk, who is content with his simple lot, living by pure means of livelihood. He who is not attached to this mind-body process and does not mourn the loss or decay, that one is called a true bhikkhu of Clubhouse, a monk who lives in loving kindness, devoted to the teachings of the Buddha, will realize nirvana, the tranquil, the unconditioned, the blissful. Empty this boat and delete Clubhouse, O monks. Emptied, it will move lightly. Cut off lust and ill will, and you will reach nirvana here on Clubhouse. Cut off 5, the lower 5 fetters of self-delusion. Doubt, attachment to rites and ceremonies, sensuality, and ill will. Remove another 5, the 5 higher fetters of desire for the realm of subtle body, desire for the bodiless realm, conceit, restlessness, and ignorance, and cultivate 5, confidence, mindfulness, effort, meditative absorption, and insight.
He's trying to hit me tonight. He should have probably got most of you. Okay.
No, it's so good. That was very, very good.
That was good. It's
And
just
the movie's reaction to
zone
like
you
your
out.
face.
It starts to zone you out.
Yeah, the fact that he was like bored by that and wanting to kill himself shows he doesn't understand where his philosophy comes from.
He's not a message. He's just a He's a product.
Alistair, that's the thing.
Getting there to my final form.
Oh, I apologize, everyone. I achieved nirvana over here. Farewell, everyone. Good luck living in your state of not living in nirvana. Farewell. I'm deleting the app. Goodbye.
Bye, Joe.
Bye,
Joe. Get over.
Goodbye, everybody. It's time to go.
I want to have a toaster strudel.
Put your bitch ass up, bathroom.
I'm not interested.
I know. Well, today I want to have a toaster strudel. What about?
Are you gonna put the icing on it, Megatron? Mm-hmm. Are you gonna like it?
Have you read Him to Pop?
No.
Alistair Crowley. I performed it for freaking John Kitover.
Wow. Really?
It's such a great Alistair Crowley is one of the finest of all writers.
Wow.
It's so good. Telling you the movement could have flourished very much like it's like the NIT. It started off as the NIT Mahmoudi, the owner. And then went downhill because of the excess usage of weekend drugs and excessive orgies, which I would have loved to be a part of.
The orgies are one thing, drugs are another, you know. I would do the orgies, not the drugs.
I would have both.
Unless I'm microdosing, but
Woman
I
is
don't trust it.
so full of shit. You are not about that way.
Narcissus, I would love to have a threesome with you two. Can we maybe schedule this for something, maybe 4th of July, the Big Bang?
Can we do it like the day before, so we can come like right at the top of the day?
No fun, turn on.
Oh, message me in the back channel, and I'll send you a Eurosi wand to prepare for the big moment.
She screamed it so loud.
I'm coming! Oh my God! Don't stop! Don't stop! Don't stop! Don't stop!
The song is here. Maybe we can actually engage in something.
Thank you, that helps me remind me. Thank you, my husband. Muhammad, my husband.
Yeah. That's how this feels.
Nizam.
Nizu? Baby boy.
Which one?
Love this song.
Muhammad is an incredible human.
Muhammad is incredibly. Muhammad Adam.
Pretty sure it's been like a.
Muhammad Adam and Nizama Sufis. They're beautiful people.
They're whirling together in the audience.
Oh, that mom.
Nah, he's cool. I'm kidding.
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, Mikhail?
What's wrong with you?
Nurse is the perfect woman. Insano Kevin. Yes. It's a human. What is a perfect woman? How do you say perfect? How do you say it with the
Does not exist.
What does ChatGPT stand as? Ruiz, Oh, Lisa Alcano. Lisa Alcano, yes. Really? Wow. Amazing. Nisa is a beautiful name. Nisa? Yeah, I have a friend, Iranian friend, who's named Nisa. That's a beautiful name. Woman, yeah, but like in terms of like not the actual meaning, but the outside. Yeah. Good thought. I like the name Sama also. What a Nisa. Sama is Sama. That's beautiful. It's a dance of the dervish. Yeah, the suburbs. Cause yeah. Dervish. When we whirl, will you still hold my boobs? I will hold your boobs. I don't care. Otherwise, they'll like fling around. You know, I can't. You will. Well, one hand is to the heavens and the other to the earth. Well, that's how big they are. So yeah, so I will point to an upward. And the other to its earthly mortal soul. Fucking loser. Fuck up. Oh my god.
Don't be so hard on yourself, babe. You're good. You're good.
Thank you.
You're the best. You're the best.
Thank you. I mean, thank you so much.
I'm sorry. Fine.
You're homemaking. Alistair, do you sing? He doesn't sing. Oh, Pan, I am Pan. Pan. I am a man. Do as thou wilt. As great God can. Oh, Pan, I am Pan. Whoa.
Sus sabores de la carne. Pero si tienes buen siente, esto está bien para ti.
I need the first ball creation.
She?
Parashit. In the beginning was Ali. It began and ended with Ali. Yali, 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 yali. What joy leaps in the hearts of those who love Ali. So would Ali be the Holy Ghost or the Son of Man? Yeah. Father, maybe? Ali, you slut. Lunacy. Ali is every breath. Ali is the gaps between my heartbeats. The gaps between my teeth. Every cell. Every atom. Every apple they noodles. It is only Ali! It is Ali. All begins with Ali. Ali, 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 Ali. Do you go to the, do you go to your, what is that called? Yes. The Ismaili Jamaat. Yeah. Jamaat Khana. Yes. I'm dying to go to one of them. I would let you in. Do I have to be, Ismaili? Yeah. Yeah. During prayer time, yeah. Well, you can go to this Ismaili center, and those are public. Yeah, they pray differently. But they do pray, and they long prayers too. Our prayers are like, our daily prayers are like 10 to 15 minutes long, basically. We do 3 times a day. Prayers, yeah. I know the thing, the sequence. Oh, amazing. Do you have a book? Do you have the book?
Should be like all the other Muslims, so.
I learned from someone I was like talking to closely about Israelis. You know, they don't believe, it's like particulars can change. So we incorporate the laws in terms of like the content of the words, but it's correct. But we add much more to it, so it's longer.
Like what?
Like zikr. Yeah, zikr.
Yeah, I'm talking about the sujood and ruku'.
Yeah. And the tashahhud is really long. Yeah. Because this like last way Ali is like kindergarten. And what
again, you can take all your time doing all that on your own, but when it's a congregation prayer.
No, we do it as a congregation. We do it as a congregation.
So 3 times a day, that long.
Yeah.
Who has that time?
You make time dedicated to God.
You make time? And America must be an empty place.
Because no, America's filled in Canada. Like, even in America,
Filled where? Like every day?
Every day. Every day they go.
Sure.
And that's stinking vegetable. Most of the Ismaili.
These don't even exist anymore. What are you talking about?
Are you kidding me? My brother's holiday home is in Portugal, and that's their like. Yeah, Nargis, you have to go. They're huge. You have to go. I would like to visit. Nargis, we should do a world tour of all these Ismaili centers. So the one they have in Portugal is the base, right? The throne of Imam, yes. Yes.
So do you even know what's the belief of Ismailis?
The throne of Imam is in Portugal. Yes, it used to. I swear to God, it used to be in Aleppo, or no, not Aleppo, in Aleppo. In France. No, but you guys had it in Aleppo. Yeah, we did. And then it moved. And then it moved because also I went to Aleppo. I didn't see, but Aleppo got crushed out. Yeah. And then it went to Eglimo is what I meant in France, and then it just recently moved to Portugal. Right. The foundation there is really huge. I would love. It's mostly like they engaged in like critical studies of philosophy. and logic and things like that. My brother was like, there are people here, and they are some sort of strange religion. Because he doesn't know. But they are. How old is your brother? He's about 30, 32. Is he single? I don't know. Oh. He's married to a Spanish girl. And then he was like, they are like, they're just so, they're like so serious. Some kind of book reading and study. I said, Dad, that's the Arakan Center in Portugal. The original sorry, heavily you guys engage in logic, rationality, metaphysics.
I'm sure she knows all about that.
I dated someone who was upcoming. Oh my god. Oh my god. I did. In fact, like your thing is, what do you call it? But she's a monist. I was the first monist I've ever met in my life, actually.
What was a monist?
Someone I knew a while ago.
What do you mean like that? Yeah, I converted that guy.
No. So you know, everything is on a Clubhouse. People have lives off of here. Yeah, yeah.
You're right here, aren't you?
I'm right on your lap. And
I mean, if you want to. I'm not sure you're the type, but... Or you're my type. I mean, you got a lightsaber for fuck's sakes.
There's only the soul.
You could have your hands around something just because of that lightsaber.
Inshallah.
Without it turned on, obviously.
Damn. Penis is big.
That's what she said.
Just gonna whirl on it.
Think about it.
Ew, you're psycho.
They love that.
No. They actually assassinate them. Right. And they're psycho, that's like scary. You have the Mansourah Halaj vibe, and they killed him, so. No, but Mansourah Halaj was not an officer. He kept saying, I'm the truth. They fucking hated him, dude. All he said was, after his freaking ego death, he had to freaking open his mouth and he was killed. He's doing the same thing. I saw his grave in Syria. That's incredible. But don't you think Olivia's doing the same thing? Minus the ego death? Dude, minus the exactly. Halaj is a great mind, a great man.
She can't explain his positions.
He never had a position. He was just a he was a mystic. He never had arguments. Everyone doesn't come with logical arguments.
Yes, everybody says I am God, they're a mystic.
Someone lived experiences.
Sure. How did that work out for him?
Yeah, especially in the 7th century.
How did that work out for him?
Yeah, bastards killed him, motherfuckers.
Reality killed him. What are you talking about? The bastards came from...
Do you want to be the only one?
Only one?
Those
people are going to claim logic and reason. They got no logic and reason.
Dude, logic and reason is not everything. Like, once you enter the Eastern philosophy, you have to drop it.
Philosophy, you just all talk. They're just like,
you're an empty shell, dude. It's like alien. There's paradox.
No one on this fucking app knows anything about Hegelian.
Oh, yes, Greg does, actually. Why did you keep talking to him? I don't understand.
Clearly, he was a fucking troll on this app, I think.
His name is Greg, not Hegel. Hegel is straight philosopher. I don't know why I respond to him. He's really stresses me out. It's just a shell. It just stresses me out so much. He's a soulless creature.
Take the way you want to write.
He just aggravates me. Only he aggravates me.
You want it and you can't get it.
Fuck off. Get in the market. Fuck off.
I would rather sleep with a dog.
I'd rather sleep with a dog than a
Should I go deliver notices to? I could go deliver notices to the Ethiopian Orthodox.
How about you go right now? Go for it.
Or the Afrocentrist, which they'll probably kick me in less than 2 minutes. Or the modalist.
I think wrong with modalism. I don't know why you find that so wrong. I think wrong with
know where to start. Oh, there is what's her name is back? Nora. I could deliver some Lumi synthesis to her. She's always been jealous of my project.
Ooh. She's not.
And that's it, really. Zamba, you should read my poem.
No, thank you.
Go to ChatGPT, Zabu.
It's okay. I'll read the part that matters for you.
Okay.
Walk the way.
Listen to this.
Walk the way, not by imitation, but by recognition.
Yeah, nice.
Imitator.
Keep it.
Oh, she's good.
Can't stand it. What is it that you get on people's nerves?
I just don't like the smell of bullshit.
Do you think everyone smells like bullshit?
No. Or school. Andy seems like he's got a good head on his shoulders.
Ooh,
I don't know what the fuck Daniel's going through. John's crazy. Fatima needs a dick. Sin needs to, reality check. It's cool.
What is
I don't know where the hell's Nizam at, but
Megatron, do we have to do this right now?
he needs to go join us on TikTok. I think he put her off there.
Now you're
I don't know who the fuck Angel is, but I'll add you.
Megatron?
Yeah.
Do we have to do this right now?
Congress. Congress.
Yeah, it's make it loud.
Tim. That was Tim. I'll add Tim.
Yeah, this is what we're doing.
There, Bitcoin. Anybody who has Bitcoin is kind of just.
Well, why do you want to listen to that?
Khadija Zij.
And laugh at it.
So we can laugh at it?
Zij.
That's sad. She's
Zij.
clearly lost.
A dagger and a piece armor. I mean,
Now we're just gonna like hang them up
what
the
is going
drive.
on here? Again, this image.
Let's sing a song.
This image has no meaning.
Let's sing a song.
Oh, another angel's about the show. Okay.
What song should we sing?
Greetings, my fellow.
Can I sing a song? Megatron?
You are my angel.
I'm not gonna lie, Lexi. I thought you were a chick. Not gonna lie, man. Oh my god.
I feel on you guys. It's okay.
I mean, be interested in Islam if he wants.
Does he think that his like way is the pickup line?
Let's see. I mean, Islam seems like a handsome fellow.
It's okay that Alumi's gay. It's okay.
I handsome fellow. But I don't think that would you do Lumi or what?
Well, I would do Islam. That's. I mean, I thought that was obvious. No, that's not obvious. Okay.
That would be hard. Listen to him. If I'm kind to him, I'm married. Haha. Sorry, Louis.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying, but it's
quite a lot.
Oh, wait a second. Aren't you married now? Didn't we talk before? Forgot.
Zabu.
What's your name?
You can't even
Wait
read.
a second. Isn't this, why does she sound like, what's your name? Come on. Who's Charlie's friend?
Come on.
You don't even like her. What's your name?
I love Zabu. Sunshine when she's gone. Ain't no sunshine.
You can have more than one wife.
Who just said that?
Angel did.
You are my angel.
Oh, yeah, no, Zoltan is married. That's okay.
His wife is so cute. His son looks like the Xerox copy. Like a photocopy of his arm. Is that what I have come a long way? How long has our philosophical journey been? So long.
Oh, did somebody kick him? He just left?
I don't know. I hope no one's kicked him.
Who keeps muting me?
It's Daniel.
Daniel, why?
I didn't really kick him, did you? Daniel?
Megatron, did you mute me? As a mod, can't I see like what people do?
Yeah, I guess you can go look. Where can you go look for that?
Oh, so if you go to the bottom of the page, there's like a little clipboard. And if you click on the clipboard, then click on history.
Click on like that board. Click on history.
But it doesn't show you who muted anybody. That sucks. Oh my God.
It doesn't show you who's kicked.
No. I have no idea.
What? No, it does show you, right?
No idea. Oh yeah, it does.
No,
It does.
Where?
Yeah, it does. Scroll down. It will be kicked off as servant of Christ.
Oh my God, he kicked him out. He actually put him in the audience, but he said he didn't kick him. Piece of shit.
Oh, he moved him from the stage. Sorry.
Ah, yeah, that's fine.
I don't think it shows kicked from your room. Yeah. I didn't invite Chris.
What are you saying?
I love it.
You're not Megatron. Illumi, why? Like, what is it? I've often wondered, like, why I also feel sometimes an aversion. I've never dissected that feeling.
Why?
The aversion. I also feel aversion.
Yeah, but why don't you dissect it?
It's too much work.
It's not too much work to be like, oh wow, this guy sucks.
Yeah, but why? Like, maybe it's...
He incorporates insults and ego into what he's talking about, so it doesn't feel genuine. It feels like a performance. It feels like copy and paste. It feels manufactured. It feels like it's not from the heart at all.
He also puts down people on blog.
Yeah. The insult is not good. I think when it's very similar to Andrew. The insult.
It's sort of like brain thing. Yeah, some dark psychology is going on. He incorporates that to make his point.
He's on the dark side.
Dark side, yeah.
And not in a good way.
Yeah.
Hi, Congressman. Welcome to the stage.
I can't.
What up?
Neapolis is up there, I knew this.
Yeah, I know. I've spoken to him for a long time. But I don't know if he likes me.
Islam is his foundation.
Yeah.
He builds off of that.
There were some cool people like Hadi and somebody else that we were all talking to.
Yeah.
And there's another guy.
Moshi?
Not Moshi, another guy who had long hair and a bun.
Let's see him.
No.
Yeah, he's like his CM. Jamal's a Sufi too.
Did you say CM's a Sufi?
No. Jamal was the other guy I just talked to. The long hair.
I think he was called the One or something. I can't remember.
Oh yeah. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Minneapolis. Hi.
Minneapolis. Remember when Nizam and I fought on the app?
You were Nizam fight?
Yeah, remember he took Fury?
What? Nizam? I wasn't there from it. What happened?
Yeah, you were. You were there.
What did you say? It's been here for what?
It was a long time ago. Now we're like.
Nizam isn't a fear. He's a Sufi.
Now we're like husband and wife in a different dimension. You know.
Who's Nizam with you?
Yeah. It wasn't funny. Oh, Anna's here. Wow, all these people I haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah. I fought with God before.
Yeah, he's great. You fought with him before?
Yeah.
Why?
I think some argument he was making. I think we had a fight.
Yeah, he has his limits, you know.
Not many arguments. Different.
You were a guy, right? Yeah, correct.
Well,
I
actually, no.
really not many.
Yeah.
But he is.
Yeah, he is very second. It's the argument.
Yeah. Unless you're a Luby.
Unless you're a
What's the topic today?
It's just open.
Wait, my bad. It's the title.
Sufis.
The title. My bad. Okay.
No, we're talking about Hasidic Sufis.
What?
Yeah, dude. Yes, there is, bro.
Nizam probably knows about Inayat Khan, right?
So it's an Inayat Khan inspired order, but it's Inayat Mamuni, and it's in Boulder, Colorado, and it's a Hasidic Sufi tradition.
Sorry, can you repeat it again? What the name is?
Inayat Mamuni.
How do you define tradition?
They take from it's a Sufi order.
They take from all. They're like universalists.
No.
They are like. Look it up. What? Before you even look them up, Minneapolis.
Definitionally, this is problematic.
So you're not a perennialist.
How can you be a perennialist?
Wait, you cannot be a secretive, but you cannot mix and match different traditions.
But everybody mixes and matches. What are you talking about?
I'm a traditionalist. I'm not a
you're a traditional perennialist, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you have tribes still.
We have tribes. God made us into tribes.
Yeah, it's a way of thinking. It's an order of thought. Even the one that
this is why we fought, remember?
Wait, you and I fought?
A long time ago.
Are you fighting with
Long time ago. I still remember. No, because I just want people to let go. Like, drop the drop, you know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying, but we only let go of God. We don't let go of you.
I don't want you to let go of me. I want you to let go of God, which is all and everything and above everything. Above the tribes.
Before you realize that God is all, you have to realize that God is really distinct.
I have a religious thing. I'm in a religious thing. I'm in an order. I have a tariqa.
Yeah, you're a Saudi, right? So yes, but are there Turk and Ismailism, or is Ismailism your tariqa?
Correct. Ismailism is my tariqa.
Wow,
Yeah, there's no tariq in Ismaili. It's one tariq. Correct. What?
Are they actually religious, like the Ismaili people?
Could you repeat that?
Are they pluralists?
What pluralists? Yeah, they're inclusive. Like a perennial pluralist, I would say. There's still like restrictions within, there's still limitations within. But we take on our different, like, Ismailis take on, like, as much as we have our own thing, it's also very ethnic and contextual. So the Afghani Ismailis living under the Soviet Union practice a very different practice than the Koja East African Ismailis, right? Because of the political, geopolitical context within which they practice. So Canada and America is the first time where you have this, like, mishmash of these traditions because they weren't allowed to practice openly in different contexts, right? So they didn't have under the Soviet Union, they didn't have access to the Afghan directly. So they had maintained a lot of folk practices, right? So even when the Afghanis first came to Canada, they still had to have their own separate rooms because their prayers were slightly different, and then the Ismaili institution had to find a way to standardize things. So things like funeral practices and all that stuff became standardized in Canada and the US for the first time. And then that has become like a more global standard now.
Now, all Ismailis, do they all follow the Arakan, or is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
You read the Safe Hussein Nasir's ideals and realities and stuff?
Yeah.
That was like the first time I ever even learned anything about Ismailis.
So my professor does work with under that system. Yeah. That's just amazing. He's a great thinker. He's alive, right? Still.
Yeah, he's alive. He just retired. I actually got to go to his final lecture in DC. But yeah, he's still but he's a traditionalist perennialist like me. I mean, I basically, yeah.
I think you can have a path, but I think at the same time, it's not sociological. Like I think I like have a more sociological view on religion in the sense that things like blend all the time, and people make up shit and like hybridize things, and that's just the way things get practiced in reality.
Okay, well, when you meet God in the next life, you'd be like, my view on things is sociological. See what I get you.
He'll accept it. He's like, wow, good job. Good job. Way to use your intellect.
He'll say you are on some bullshit.
God is not funny, first of all.
God is wrong.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
God is God.
God, his active aspect is masculine.
What if God was like even as a traditional practice, it just does. No, you're not a pregnant. I can hear you from the premise. I've never heard Darius touch hear anybody except for you. It's the only religion I hold. That was cool. I'm glad I could witness that. There are two, it's a serious philosophy. Like, it's not freaking woo pluralism. It's studied in depth. There's so much work on, like, the traditionalist and the non-traditional views of man.
I mean, at the end of the day, there's a matter of fact, right? Like, people can go and they can study things that just aren't true, and they can derive insights and do all kinds of crazy work. That doesn't make it true. Like, at the end of the day, there's a matter of fact.
I don't want to fight about this anymore. What do you mean matter of fact? Oh, let him try.
And that there is a reality, and it's not like in order to attain onto this reality, there is a process of purifying the soul. Not just anybody who's able to ask questions and able to, like, produce a chain of, like, I don't know, even, like, true intellectual insights don't always mean that you have everything in order, right? The soul can be disordered and still, like, produce some sort of, like, a narrative about existence.
Right.
So example could be like Richard Dawkins, who thinks Claude is conscious.
Do you think you have it all together?
No, I know that I'm not, but that's why I have teachers who I think do.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you had the workup side?
Do your teachers think they have it all together? Or
Yeah, teachers have it mostly together. So, what do you think about his hyperphagia or transubstantial motion within God? So many problems.
What problem does it solve?
Solves the problem of like motion, like immutability. It also solves because it's intrinsic motion. It's not like a change in state in God. It also kind of unites human, a creation, a creator, but not in a monist way. Like in the way of like essence, like elevated essence, therefore higher existence, lower the essence. Like the change here is in the essence of the human being. Whilst most would think that essence is the very nature of a thing, Savaraj does not think that essence is the nature of the thing.
So, I'll put how this is how I come to know my teachers and who I take a religion from. I think ultimately for me, identifying truth corresponds to like experience of truth, right? Through prayer, through like the good and all of these things. And there are just things that simply, if they do not resonate for me, then I just don't take it. You know what I mean? They're like say for instance, when I read him, I'm not just reading somebody who is a really smart Islamic studies philosopher. I'm reading somebody who is, in my view, has very clearly tasted the realities that he's writing about. Like he's writing from an experiential perspective. It's somebody who's lived it, right? And that is very rare. So I think that's the criteria I would encourage everyone to. Like, if you think somebody actually embodies the realities that they're writing about, like Muhammad is obviously one of them, then take from them. But just anybody who like has the ability to reason through stuff is not somebody that knows what they're talking about spiritually. You feel me, fam?
Yeah.
Alright, cool. Zabu, I think we're done fighting.
I never
pick up some other bullshit.
Huh?
Let's go pick up some other topic. I'm here for all the smoke, dog.
Oh, there's only smoke. I'm gonna take a piss. Hold on.
Wow. Such vulgar and foul language. Marcus, what are you thinking about these days? You usually have like something that's on your mind that you're trying to like work through.
Thinking about ascension. And I'm thinking about justice. For me, it's become like quite the criteria. I think because of situational, because it happened, like my family's in Iran.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Justice and ascension, are they separate kind of?
Ascension, in the sense of like, what is justice? What is divine justice? Like I've read works of, what's his name, Mujahari in the past, and I'm reading like the Hajjan view of divine justice. I think I'm trying to understand like, is there a sort of justice in the world? If yes, then how is it established? Do we see this justice like show itself in nature? And how important is this attribute, right? Or this particular in this very system of existence?
By system of justice, do you mean something independent of man, like God acting in the world, or like?
Yeah, God acting in the world. Because the question mark appears with the whole. There are unique moments that sort of the question mark on as to what the fuck, where is divine justice and all this is not right.
Yeah, well, I'm Palestinian, so
yeah, of course, yeah. You're Palestinian? Damn, dude.
next life, or that's like out of
No.
scope?
Out of scope.
Damn, that's rough.
Well, even if it is, I see that as a residue, right, in the next life. So the next life, like most of it will be a projector, sort of repeating itself in the form of elevated bliss by the soul bodies, like experiencing, like Sadra says, that state of bliss, which we call whatever jhana, and then that downward spiral of hyperbole of like negative emotion for the wrongdoing that one's done, right? However, like one would think that it is possible for one to be agent in order to establish justice. But I think Sadra solves the problem in the sense that he says, you are that agent, right? Because you are in that substantial emotion at all times.
Picture this.
At any given time, one can.
You're sitting in church, temple, or mosque, listening to description.
The light within, easier to manifest, project into the physical world.
We are $38 trillion in debt. So you have to look at that as a
people because resistance doesn't exist. And so they become agents of change within the system to bring about it.
Yeah. Zulfikar.
What do you think? Atlas?
I think that's very interesting.
How do you understand about justice?
Well, I don't separate this world and the next, and so I guess in my mental working, I take into account that things might not get resolved until. But you're like alluding to a harmony or a balance in this world that is in motion, and then so you like a soul, like a person, plays a certain role by encountering a life circumstance that compels their soul one way or another, and balance is restored. Like I think there's just really hard scenarios, the United States blew up a school of a girls' school, killed 170 little girls.
Yeah.
I think there are things that very clearly are just so out of sync, so out of balance that happen in this world. It's hard to, and just because a human being cannot fathom what the restoration of harmony doesn't mean it's not there. But there's also I think actually it was either one of his talks or something that I read by him, where he says that it's possible for the soul in this world to be burdened by something that does not actually belong to that soul, and so it's not something that the soul will take it with it into the next life, but it's also something that the soul cannot resolve on its own. There are people who are depressed because of family trauma and stuff, things that they had nothing to do with, or they were just simply witnesses to something, and the soul can't actually do anything about it. But so long as it remains in this world, it remains burdened by those things, unless transcend or transcendent or something. I don't know. I like the perspective. I don't know if I can hold on to it in every circumstance. You're probably spiritually superior to me in that regard. But
I can't hold on to that. There's something very innately wrong about that. Simply because I think my ego is acting up.
No, I think the view that you were holding, the harmonious balance, it sounded like you hold on to that.
I do, yeah. You become that agent. You are that Mahdi, you are that Jesus. So, I mean, that repeat is necessary.
But what do you make of the idea that the world, is on a continuous, is on a downward spiral? The dunya is characterized by continuous loss of grace, right? On a whole, it moves away from, higher ideas, moves lower. The Rasul said, the best community is my community, and then everything afterwards is worse than that.
No, I can't see it. I see it always as a collective. Yeah. So, that is not something I choose. It's always been like that from my childhood. Probably because I was not introduced to tribe or religion. So it makes it so much more easier. And I still have that. Yeah, it's fine. Like, it's a growing out, I guess.
Like some people don't have tribe.
I have a tribe, but I try to not have a tribe.
Why? But like, is there no virtue in tribe?
No, I think there's no virtue in tribe. I think there's like value in a rooted something, but there's also limits in that something. And a tribe is horrific, I think. Not because it doesn't satisfy the person, but because, that limitation of tribe, right? I don't like us and them thinking. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is on the us and I try very hard to belong to tribes and communities and groups, and that is probably why, like, I fit in most places, and I'm welcome so much, but it has never. My only priority is the balance between desire and the lust. Like, I don't know what else there is.
Wow, so profound. But like,
do you girls have a gym membership? Do you like go to a gym? Do you work out?
My ass is so hot because I run. It's great.
That's just all having the balance and balance.
Yeah, it's the balance. My soul needs a container that's healthy.
But Nergis, do you think Persia has a 5,000-year history without a tribal identity? I don't think
it has a nationalist identity. Let go of any nationalist. It's never had tribe. Tribe is so weird to us. If you introduce us in tribes, we are not. You can have civic responsibility without a tribe. Like, the moment you segregate groups within Iran, you'll see a very quick intrinsic reaction, which is disgust. And this is wrong. This is wrongdoing. That's the first response. It says all, and I think because it's remained that it used to be an empire simply because of its inclusive nature of the Jews, of the Christians, of even the Aryans, Indo-Aryans. We are the Aryans. So this is why, like, there's some kind of genetic memory that is associated with the word tribe.
You the Aryans?
Or tribe is horrid. It's like the worst word you can use. It's like blasphemous to use that word within, like, the Iranian paradigm. It's wrong. You're one body. You're a nation.
Yeah, in a modern context.
The cosmopolitan ethic.
What you think?
You're saying that the natural ethic of Iran is to have disdain for anyone in a tribal situation.
Yeah, in a tribal mindset. Yeah, there's all of
as like barbarian or something. Or disgusting, dirty? Like, well, what is the sense there?
No, like if you separate the Kurds from the Turks, and even like just observe rooms. You guys don't speak Farsi. There was a time, just maybe a month ago, where there was this sort of tribal poking that was going on, and the Kurds and the Turks and the Persians all came together and like opened up these huge ass rooms where all they did was say, "We are Iranian first, we are Iranian first." It was like an attack on some sort of innate, it was a trigger reaction. But now separate us and we'll get together on how. Because we hate Trump. We hate it.
Yeah, why?
No, I don't know.
It's odd.
I don't.
It's odd because it's just Narja's opinion. These aren't facts, Narja's.
Like an imperial model of like Iranians that require certain different groups and ethnicities to survive, and they are appalled at the notion that a Kurd should think of himself as a Kurd.
As a separate.
Right? No. Understand. His Kurdish identity is a threat to Iranian identity. I'm just saying that's how you're saying that's the ethic. Yeah, they look at a Kurd saying, "Hi, I'm a Kurd." They say, "Fuck you, you're from Iran."
The Kurd says that. I'm not a Kurd.
I'm saying the Iranian says that.
Iran doesn't say that. But the Kurd says
the Kurd from Iran.
The Kurds from Iran.
Right? What I'm trying to explain is you're not against Kurds wherever they are. You're against Kurds being Kurds in Iran.
I am not. The Kurds are against Kurds being Kurds in Iran.
Yeah, okay. All that is
Iranian Iran.
You're literally like, oh, the gay people of Iran don't want to be gay. Like, you're talking about brainwashing.
Probably, but it's there.
Yes. And it's imperial brainwashing. You're like you're preaching it as virtue when really you're talking about disregarding other people's forms of communities.
The Kurd finds it obnoxious to be called a Kurd.
A Kurd can find it obnoxious because it implies that he's not loyal to Iran. There's a lot of history with all of the regions there. I'm just saying, disregarding the cultural, ethnic, or tribal identities of other cultures is a tool of empire.
Who is disregarding that?
You!
No, it's not me.
Yes.
A little bit more tilted. It's not me. I'm saying like.
Right, you're saying it's Iran. You just like stand in for as a representative of the machine. I'm saying you're being a tool of imperial.
I'm observing it.
Has anyone seen that show, Death?
I am observing. I'm just simply observing my people behave, which is strange to me because I'm not exposed to the. How? It could be brainwashed.
It wants to disavow identity that doesn't benefit the state.
Who's doing this?
Anyone that denies tribal existences.
Doesn't deny, doesn't want to be separated.
No, they oppose them. You're saying they oppose them, and they have opposed them. Historically, it makes sense. They can't have a tribal identity and still be Iranians.
They can.
Messes with the machine. Then the Iranian consciousness would have to open up to allow for Kurds being completely Kurds and Iranians, which is a new notion, which, Americans can work it out, but who knows if the Persians can. Because you're saying, like, there's just hatred or disdain towards the tribes.
No, the act of tribalism would cause it's some sort of innate, immediate reaction to, no, don't separate us. We are all one, and that could completely be brainwashing.
There's no getting away from tribe. The thing that you have to do, that we have to do as humanity, is to move away from like us and them, like the other in an out group, to like us and neighbor. Like religion understands this. You have to be the other, not as another, but as
Could a nation be a big tribe? Could a nation be a big tribe? Of course, there's a separation between other nation, Arab and Persian. There's definitely, you see a clear-cut separation there. Like, no Persian would like to be.
Nations are down the line. Tribes are smaller than nations.
Yeah, I think we've overcome tribe. We have clung on to nation.
That's like Marxist brainwashing to convince you to go kill people.
Probably, yeah. Like you are killing, right? Your idea.
And even in the Quran, God is explicit that he turned us into tribes, right? Tribes and peoples.
Because Arabs existed in tribes, please keep to the historicity of them.
Be more accurate. Humans.
Yeah, all you need to do is read Muhammad's Charter of Medina to see the breakdown of tribes that Muhammad was talking about in 660. There were Jewish tribes that he forced into compulsion.
That's right.
Oh my God.
You will join us in battle and you will pay for it, or we will kill you, is what he told those Jews.
Oh my God. It's a sick mentality.
It's called the Mafia. Have you heard of the Mafia? The 5 families? They got charters, just like Islam. Hello?
Coming for you. I'm part of the Muslim mafia, the Ismaili mafia.
You're a Muslim Jedi warrior?
Yeah, they're real assassins. Zabu and the people are the real assassins in history.
I'm on my way. This time I'll use my legs.
They also smoked a lot of hashish, obviously. That's how they got this.
It's a lot, right? That's it.
Yeah.
Those wobbly assassins.
But they were so.
But instead of using a sword, I'll use my lightsaber.
So you got a lightsaber? That's cool.
No, lightsaber.
Why saber?
Because it's patience.
You know how the Jedis forge their lightsabers? They read the Tanya and they focus on the Ein Sof and they put the light into a saber.
And so,
Don't you think the rise above tribe would be to take
like I would say that the Jews are a nation made up of the 12 tribes that they had. But I think the tribes exist.
The Jews are a religious community.
Yeah. But I'm saying, meaning, understood historically, they're a nation that lost its country and continued its national identity together. And I'm saying the national identity that formed after they had a solid tribal identity when they established a king, and that creates like more of a national thing after a few generations of sticking together, right? So I'm just saying disregarding tribal identity. It's far more biblical Jewish propaganda than Zionist propaganda. But all I'm saying is disregarding tribal identity is going to disregard like the cornerstones of nations. Like that's what forms communities.
I don't think like a Orthodox Jew would agree to that, but
I am an Orthodox Jew.
What do you call it?
like a real Orthodox Jew?
I'm a real living, breathing Orthodox Jew.
Using technology, is it the Sabbath kicking in right now, or is the Sabbath?
No, the Sabbath ended when the sun set and the stars came out.
So
do you have any other questions about Jewish law for an Orthodox Jew?
You need to use technology on the Sabbath.
The Sabbath ended.
These horrible trends.
You didn't use it technology.
That's correct.
Wait, so what rabbi do you follow? Like the Lubavitch guys, or like the?
No, I'm not from Chabad.
Okay, so you're not Orthodox.
I am.
You're like a nationalist Orthodox, like you're like the lower.
Nope, I'm an Orthodox Jew.
Wait, Big Zed, is Chabad just downstream from you? And are you a superior Jew to Chabad or no?
Exactly.
I am grateful for Chabad providing kosher food in far-flung corners of the earth, but I have strong qualms with their ideology and approach.
Really? What is it? What is it that is so off-putting?
Well, you know, messianism in there.
What?
That makes sense.
I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
Their teacher was the Messiah, and when he died, some of them still believe he's coming back.
Rabbanu Shalom, it was a bad joke. People didn't understand. It was just a pun.
What now?
Are you the Satmar Orthodox?
No, I'm not Satmar.
What are you?
Ashkenazi.
You want to be
But he's Nick said you are from. Are you in an Ashkenazi like kingdom? Like, do you have like your? Is it because there's Ashkenazi kingdoms, right?
Oh, why did he leave? He's here.
No, I don't have a kingdom. No, if you were to characterize me in like Jewish speak, I'd be modern Orthodox. But yeah, Orthodox Jew.
Hmm.
Why did he always leave?
He was afraid.
He left.
He couldn't get his dopamine anymore. Too many people were talking over him.
No, it was so good. That was so good. I hate tribe.
Which tribe do you hate?
Your tribe. No, I hate the tribe.
Navajo?
Race,
Cherokee?
gender, and I hate the idea of
Why? Why do you hate tribes?
class. Race, gender, class.
Do you hate unions? Do you hate unions, Narcissus? Are you anti-union?
Did you say race, gender,
Solidarity forever.
Oh God! Did you march on May Day? You did, didn't you?
Solidarity forever, 'cause the union makes us strong.
Did you march on May Day, Zabu?
Union. It's not May Day yet.
I thought you were against unions.
It depends on the purpose. Yeah.
So you're against
I'm a
gender
friend.
as a union,
I'm
but
a
you're in
friend.
favor
I'm
of
socialist.
a pragmatic socialist. What's a pragmatic socialist?
Recognition that we live in a mixed economy and people have different views on things and we have to coexist.
Wait, Zabu.
Socialism.
Zabu, before you go any further,
Political slang.
Zabu, isn't the problem just attorneys at the end of the day? Aren't they the ones that fuck up reality?
Yeah. Also,
What William the Conqueror thought when he said first kill all the lawyers.
I I think the real estate agents are the real problem. Why? Because they oversell a house and they create ethnic enclaves and they force Chinese people to only live with Chinese people. Redlining, you name it.
I don't know. It's a hardcore capitalist. I don't know what to say.
You can, but you're a hardcore capitalist. But what is your community like? How strong is your community right now?
You think the problem is the real estate agents?
In North America, yeah.
That they're all like separating everybody in some kind of nefarious way?
And also overselling pricing and allowing that to occur. And
why would that be their problem, the high prices of homes? But why are you like targeting the real estate agents?
I think they're part of the problem. Why?
Because you think they're like the cause. Like if we were to take out the real estate agents, the world would be a happy, cheery place.
That sounds like whose language that's your language. Take out.
I don't know what she's saying. Like, let's get rid of these real estate agents.
That's not what I said. I think only Jews speak that way.
Yeah. Only Jews speak that way. Take out, get rid of.
Right. Yeah. Only Jews speak English.
Hurt people. It's evident.
Hurt people hurt.
See, that's actually a logical fallacy, and I hear anti-Semites say that all the time. It's totally illogical to think that people in concentration camps who were abused and murdered become abusive and murdered because they were conditioned.
Murdering the rest of you now?
Yeah, it's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
Okay. I guess we should target the hurt people, shouldn't we?
Look who's back.
Yet again.
I don't like talking this way. This is not the way I speak, and I really.
You don't like saying hurt people hurt people?
Yeah, like some 105-year-old concentration camp survivor is out there abusing people.
Yeah. She's one of those person. Why she thought the real estate agents are all.
I looked at the William the Conqueror thing. The William the Conqueror thing. He instituted the Normans? But anyways, he instituted traveling judges. Yeah.
He checked all the taxes, and the way he changed the legal system. Well, Shakespeare made a joke about it. I don't think he actually did say kill all the lawyers, but Shakespeare's play did. And the point was to undo the English common law system and establish the Norman rule. You're saying, like, if you think lawyers are the problem, like, okay, that's just some tyrannical overlord that's going to give you a new legal system.
Oops. Why would it be the lawyers, though?
Lawyers are the ones that actually control the law.
You think so?
They do. It's the same principle as with the Torah law. You can't actually govern by writing. In the end, it's people. People that actually read what's being written and apply it and have like customs and decorum and interact with each other. So that's the lawyers.
Yeah, I agree. The agent demonstrates whatever it is. Without the agent, there is nothing.
Well, the agent is the one that maintains all of the normalcy of the machine, right? He's the guy that shows up and knows what's going on and like files the right paper so that you're not like fumbling around and we don't just help the people that navigate the law more often.
We have what's called the Safety Act in Chicago, where they are releasing murderers on ankle monitors, and they go out and they commit murder again consistently. These recidivists just keep going. So we had like a conference of like concerned citizens and Republicans, and I said, well, why can't we contact the federal attorney general or the federal attorney and push this to the Supreme Court and get a constitutionality ruling on it because of the Fourth Amendment, against basically they're violating everybody else's Fourth Amendment by releasing murderers back into power. So sure enough, my idea is working. And now there's like a big movement and it's all in the news and everybody's talking about it and my infographics and AI work, it's working.
That's great, dude. Excited. Making the world a better place.
Make it a better place for you and for me and
Can't stand all the cynicism I see nowadays. It's ungrateful and disrespectful.
But in what are you talking about? Like in which area are you experiencing cynicism?
Politics.
Let me go watch see the news today.
You guys think it's going to be done by end of June?
The war? Apparently, the Strait of Hormuz closing is like having a big, the economy in Iran is just like completely imploding. And, they have to make mud cakes now just to eat.
I'm on a variable mortgage and this affects me, so I'm trying to figure out if I want to stay or I want to close.
What do you mean? The war impacts your variable mortgage?
Sure. Inflation.
Oh, I see. Well, you're gonna have to make your bones and make your choices. But inflation's only going up. It's not stopping. And the spending is continuing and it's out of control. Actually, I did the calculations today. In Chicago, every taxpayer owes $50,000 to the city. At the federal level, it's almost $750,000. So technically, every American taxpayer is in the hole for $1 million to the government.
I don't know how that can happen. I pay my fucking taxes. Probably give the good.
No, they're borrowing and spending $5,000 a year on your behalf without your say so. So it's total taxation without representation, and we all know that taxation is theft.
I don't know how bad it is in the States, but I'm surprised people are not revolting on the tax spending.
We are $38 trillion in debt. So if you have to look at that as the United States.
Disappointed with the whole Doge department.
Oh yeah, I thought it was for Doge.
It's Medicare, Medicaid.
It's not even hard to attack. Like, you could go look at the whole military complex. These guys are spending like 10 grand on a bolt that goes into a tank or whatever. It's like, why 10 grand for this bolt? You could get the same one in China for $500.
Look at the link I just put in the chat. That was the numbers I did. So I used this AI software that Matt has called Matu, and I wrote, the prompt was, give me a roadmap and a plan to save Chicago using conservative principles to defeat the left liberal wokeists. So then I took that 8-page PDF and then I compressed it in Grok and I said, give me 10 extracts and create a patriotic political infographic. And that's what came out.
What is Trump doing? Is he going mad?
You kidding me? He's saving America.
With what? Iran or the tariffs?
Like closing the border was a bad idea, Narjos, instead of letting millions of people just flow through with, no accountability.
None of this was a good idea, Trump.
No, the Democrats.
Trump was such a bad idea. The Democrats should have taken opposing him seriously. Yeah.
They're weak because their issues are weak. When Kamala is giggling and saying we want to provide transgender surgeries to prisoners, if you look at Trump's Instagram or YouTube, the last content that he has on there is the most controversial Kamala takes, and it's like, why change a good thing? What was that? She doesn't know shit. She's a fucking woke liberal leftist schmuck. She's not new. She's been sucking political dick for years, and she's just so woke. She's woke. None of these politicians talk about tax reform. They're concerned about climate change. They don't care about your tax rates. They don't talk about it.
You just talk about the noise to actually pay attention to the books.
Just as long as the environment gets better and it comes out of your pocket, what the fuck do you think she cares? Hello? You there, John Kitover?
Yeah, we have a Republican candidate running for governor, and he's like, and he has a Southern hillbilly accent. He goes, I'm gonna suspend the gas tax for 2 months. I'm like, suspend it for 2 months? Motherfucker, declare you're nullifying it. How the fuck do you expect to win by giving these little, 2-month pauses? It's like we need a total overhaul of the entire fucking system.
John, when you use the bathroom, do you hover your ass cheeks over your toilet bowl and spread your cheeks apart, just let the chips fall out?
No, I drop my deuces, generally I always have a cell phone in my hand and baby wipes prepared for the cleanup. Many people on Clubhouse don't actually use baby wipes, and it turns out that many people that you're talking to on this app actually have shit all over the crack of their ass because they don't know how to take care of themselves. Do you use baby wipes, Regal? Do you use dental floss? Do you actually floss your teeth, Regal?
No, I actually do floss my teeth, but I actually don't use fucking baby wipes up my asshole because that shit's kind of gay.
So when you wipe and you see shit on the toilet paper, that's confirmation you still have shit on your ass. You know that, right?
Yeah, I don't shit all over myself, but maybe you do.
Got it. We shit differently.
If you're a healthy shitter, you're not supposed to you. Actually, it should just come right out. It shouldn't even leave a residue.
It's true. If you put Vaseline on your booty hole, very easy
clean up. 5
cleanup.
times in a row to get that dookie off your bum bum. I mean, I got news for you, man. You need a little bit more fiber or something.
Yeah. Do you use a water pick? Do you use a tongue scraper, Regal?
No, I don't use any of that stuff. I usually wash really well in the shower too, man.
How bad does your breath smell right now?
It smells wonderful.
Because I use a tongue scraper every night, and it's a colony that's living on your tongue. And if you don't use a tongue scraper, you have no idea what's living on your tongue. Cheese and chunks, mozzarella, cakes of.
Nightly, but that's yeah, dude. So what's up with your dookie problem? Do you play with your dookie in the toilet or something?
Is that something you're using your imagination to think about?
Do you get in there with a fork and break it in half and shit and inspect your shit and stuff?
This is an interesting projection. I've never heard one like this before.
I mean, you're kind of projecting it onto me. You're giving me all this imagination and creativity around bathroom, formalities and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Do you have a bathroom code when you come over to somebody's house? Is it a protocol 5 or something? John Kitover's about to shit in our toilet? Gotta have the fucking dude wipes on the side, just for John fucking Kitover. He likes his bum to smell fucking fresh when he's not taking.
So I assume you won't be going out tonight to actually meet people.
I go out every so often. What happened, man? You don't want to play anymore? You all out of gas now? You gassed out?
I'm just questioning my own retardation on why I'm talking to you on a Saturday night at 10:30 p.m. when I'm about to head out. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
the same thing in the bathroom with your cell phones? Do you like put them around you and around your toilet bowl, and then like pop a squat or something?
All the time.
You light a couple candles in there, like right next to your food wipes.
Yeah.
Rose petals on the toilet bowl water.
Hello? John, you there? Hello?
No doubt.
Hey, honey, you funny. Go on, come on, stop.
What's Sam doing here? He's not going like, you're an idiot. There's something wrong with him today. He doesn't seem animated today.
What is wrong with you guys?
Yeah, like you guys are acting like somebody pissed in your Cheerios.
What's wrong with you guys?
So wait, Regal, what's the other app that you were using that people were telling me that you were using and how obnoxious you were on that other app? Which one was it? Was it Discord or Radio FM or whatever the fuck?
No, Stereo.
Oh, Stereo. McZed, do you know Regal from Stereo?
Yeah. I came over here from Stereo.
McZed, you were on Stereo, right?
Yeah, those guys were they were a trip.
And look what Ali wrote. Calling other people idiots while being the dumbest on Clubhouse, a whole team.
Did you pee here?
Dude, you didn't hear? Like, I'm a layman now. I don't know anything.
Well, every time I read a good book, I realize I'm very retarded and very stupid. And, you know, it's terrifying when you read a good book and you're like, uh-oh, I'm stupid.
How many books do you read in a week?
You read a good book, you're like, uh-oh, I'm stupid.
Hello, you there? Hello?
McZed, have you ever read Ayn Rand, Virtue of Selfishness?
No, but I got a feeling I'm going to hear some of it in about a minute.
I'm going to read you a little bit if you want to hear it.
And you're reading it now, years and years later. You're really too late.
I just like the fact that like you can center yourself and position yourself on one book and force people to basically debate you on it as if there's like no other books. And Ayn Rand is like that person where you can use her to essentially quash all other people's concepts. And right in the first chapter, she's talking about concept formation and how complicated it is. And it's a very interesting book. I mean, she reframes and like it educates you on the situation. But that's what I'm saying. It's like Ayn Rand herself, like we said, you know, people here want to masturbate to Ayn Rand. It's like a joke unto itself. But it's so smart.
She's fantastic. Like her institute in the US is the first place I went to visit when I first came here.
Really?
I'm a big fan. Yeah, because she truly like changed my life in so many ways. And I can say very less about this. I can pinpoint to very few people I've just read who made that change for me.
Well, the book is
And I
very.
think at that time she was just so good.
Well, the book Virtue of Selfishness is very